Part 39. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 382. After Ji Chang's and the others took in and run as their cousin, the base exuded a clean atmosphere every day. The streets are clean, the roadside stalls are clean, and even the tiles on the brick houses have been washed clean. The children no longer write and draw on the roadside. After all, the pictures painted on it are much prettier than what they draw. They are children, not blind. They draw 100% better. We can only get 20 points at most, so we don't have the nerve to bother with it. Kuan Yukin didn't know that he had changed the habit of scribbling among the children at Yinghe base. Since he was admitted to the base, he had been looking forward to it day and night, hoping that Yinghe would hurry up and fight. 5 willows. Otherwise, with such a big enemy watching him outside, he couldn't even sleep well. As soon as he lay down, he dreamed of the boss of Wuliu smiling arrogantly, dancing tango while laughing. Terrible. This nightmare frightened him so much that he had to sleep with his sword in his arms every night in order to be comforted. In order to have an extra escape route, and to develop a relationship with his sword, Kuan Yukin had to give his 9th level sword to him every night. Swords tell stories. Once upon a time, there was a sword lying quietly at the bottom of the water, and was picked up by its owner. From then on, they and their owner lived a happy life. Once upon a time, there was an immortal who forged a sword. Later, the immortal was seriously injured and was chased by people. The sword carried the immortal and escaped all the way, avoiding the pursuit of the pursuers. From then on, the immortal and the sword passed by. Live a happy life. Once upon a time, there was a piece of wood that turned into a sword. Later, he saved his master, and his master was happy. Kuan Yukin's story is different, but unfortunately it's the same routine over and over again. The little kid was very interested in it at first, but after listening to it, it felt the same, and he became drowsy every time, with his eyes open at most. Just open a small crack and try to deal with it. Fortunately, Kuan Yukin is not afraid of being perfunctory. He mainly wants to vent his uneasiness, and then try to cultivate the skills with the sword spirit to learn how to fly and drag his master. Ji Chang's didn't know what Kuan Yukin did at first, but he couldn't resist him and felt the increasingly decadent aura of the baby sword spirit. What is Kuan Yukin doing? He can't even stand a baby. Don't you need him? Ask more. Kuan Yukin wants to live in Ji Chang's office recently. Even though she knows that the other party has a lot of opinions about the sword washing in the previous toilet, she still insists on coming over every day to squat there. Squat. Insinuations, overt and covert inquiries, when exactly Yinghe base will deal with Wuliu. As an innocent person being chased by Wuliu will not die. It is really difficult for Kuan Yukin to feel at ease. Ji Chang's ignored him. Kuan Yukin didn't care either. He was afraid of Ji Chang's at first, but later he found out that he was actually very easy to take care of. As long as he stayed away from him and didn't disturb his work, then even if he talked nonsense all day long, Ji Chang's would be the best at it. Give him a cold look. It doesn't matter if I get a cold look. It seemed like he was talking about it. If Ji Chang's didn't bother Ji Chang's wouldn't look at him coldly. All the people who play the piano think of themselves as trumpets. Anyway, he has thought about it. The most powerful person in the base now is Ji Chang's. Even if Wuliu has not fallen, he will follow Ji Chang's every day. Wuliu's people couldn't defeat each other even if they came. Ji Chang's faced Kuan Yukin coldly and indifferently, but in his heart he felt that this was a talent. Kuan Yukin is somewhat similar to him, at least in terms of face, which is as thick as a city wall. When Ji Chang's wanted to eat, he went to prepare the meal quickly. Before the meal was delivered, he quickly washed the table, chairs, and chopsticks. When Ji Chang's wanted to work, he stood aside like a caring little secretary. Not only was he responsible for getting documents, he even took the initiative to take over some of the tedious work. Ji Chang's went out to do a mission, and he followed behind like a follower. After killing the zombies, Ji Chang's didn't need to use his superpower to burn them into dregs to expose the crystal core. He controlled the water superpower to roll out the crystal core. Not only did it roll out, but it was also washed clean. He immediately carried the supplies he found. Although the prey he caught was not as strong as Ji Chang's and could not lift it, he would not just stand aside and watch. Anyway, he could only lift it if he could take it all and try to reduce the burden on young people. Although Ji Chang's doesn't think he has any burden, but I have to say that people like Kuan Yu can lower their attitude to the ground when asking for help, and they are eager to help him with everything. It's quite nice to stay with you. He is even seriously considering whether to transfer Kuan Yu to his office. This is simply easier to use than Hu Ziahua. Poor Hu Ziahua, before he could finish digesting the tragedy of his brother being taken away, he was faced with the bad news that his boss was also taken away. Who is the best in the entire base? If you don't like Kuan Yu, Hu Ziahua will be ranked second, and absolutely no one will dare to be ranked first. Finally, with Kuan Yu's unremitting efforts, they received the news from Wuliu base. Boss Wuliu is really a talent. He actually directly united with the other two bases to encircle Yinghe. Kuan Yu was stunned when she first heard about it from Ji Chang's office. No, wait, they came so brazenly to encircle and suppress them. Are they not afraid of other bases? What about them? It's normal for bases to look at each other and want to annex them. Those small bases are fine, and annexation means nothing. People are in charge, but for large bases, every word, every action, and every move is in the tears of others. If it really takes action suddenly, without giving any strong excuse, no, if there is a reason, other bases will definitely be in despair. This is why Yinghe wants to take action against Wuliu, and why Enrun wants Kuan Yu to be his cousin. Fighting is a fight, but you still have to find a good excuse. Ji Chang's looked at the thin piece of paper in his hand, on which various messages were written in fonts that looked like ghost drawings. Kuan Yu leaned forward carefully, but was not chased by Ji Chang's before she had the courage to read the content above. When I saw the words that were put together and I couldn't understand what they were written, I was suddenly awestruck and in awe. Is it a secret language? It's the kind that looks like garbled characters at first glance, but can actually be put together to form a message. Ji Chang's looked at him as if he were a fool. This is the normal font. Kuan Yu looked at the piece of paper with a question mark on her face. Is it the normal font of doctor? Afraid that Ji Chang's wouldn't understand, he also added, the kind that prescribes medicine. As expected, the teenager couldn't understand this joke. He glanced at Kuan Yu and continued to look down. Kuan Yu. He can guarantee that the information contained in that glance definitely includes why are there such fools in the world. But seeing Ji Chang's serious look on his face, he couldn't help but feel curious, so he went over and tried to decipher it. After a lot of effort, I managed to figure out the meaning expressed in this bunch of gibberish. The general meaning is that Wuliu is indeed colluding with the two bases. Wait, why is Longbei written in Longbei? Kuan Yu forced herself to endure the complaints in her heart, and then looked down. The writer has not yet found out what specific reasons they plan to use as an excuse to attack Yinghe. Arrived, but they found out the specific time of the siege. Moreover, Wu Lu also planned to take advantage of the chaos to get some zombies into the base. How vicious! Originally, the beginning of the end of the world was a war between humans and zombies. No matter how horrifyingly the mutated animals and plants have evolved, zombies will always be an indelible pain to humans. Not only because zombies bite people when they see them, but also because humans will transform into zombies if they are bitten. And among those screaming zombies running wildly trying to eat people, who knows if there are any of our relatives among them? In order to deal with the same kind, zombies should be put into a base with civilians. Even if he had learned Wu Liu's Quan Yukin a long time ago, he still couldn't curse him. But as soon as the worry in his heart arose, it was suppressed by the remaining words. The letter writer wrote that although it was said that there would be 3 bases to encircle and suppress Yinghe, he had already gained the trust of Wu Liu's senior management. Everyone believed that he was just a useless snack and no one doubted that he would do it. Once he started, he was 80% sure that he could make those high-level officials spit out the eggs and return to their original shape without anyone noticing. After reading it, Quan Yukin breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but have deep admiration for this brave messenger and undercover agent. "Boss, who is this? This is so amazing. He can actually break into the top management of Wu Liu and make them all believe in him. In this apocalyptic world where there are so many powerful people, it is not easy to pretend to be a useless snack." Ji Chang's Dieter meeting. "Oh, it's a Dieter meeting, a Dieter meeting." Quan Yukin was stunned for a few seconds and swallowed. How did he write the Dieter meeting just now? Through his efforts in all aspects, he had convinced the senior officials of Wu Liu base that he was a useless snack. No, is it still necessary to work hard? All you have to do during the Dieter is stand there, like a useless piece of trash. Ji Chang's read the letter again to make sure there was nothing missing before he opened his hand. Flames burst out of his palm and burned the paper clean. "Attack Yinghe." He raised his eyes and looked at Quan Yukin. "What reason do you think they will use?" It was rare for Quan Yukin to have Ji Chang's take the initiative to talk to her, and for a moment she felt a little flattered. They quickly came up with the most likely answer. They also recognized a cousin. Ji Chang's no longer had to look at him like a fool. The young man turned his face away, as if looking at the other person again would affect his IQ. Appearance. Quan Yukin smiled dryly. Ha ha, actually, I just want to liven up the atmosphere." Ji Chang's turned around and glanced at him in disgust, then turned away in disgust again. "Your sword is really terrible." After saying that, he seemed like he couldn't bear to look directly at her, so he stood up and left. Quan Yukin was left in a daze, scratching his head. Outside, several captains who were about to knock on the door watched Ji Chang strode away. Seemingly still in a bad mood, they all looked at the only person who might offend Ji Chang's. All happy Archin. This is not because they just want to blame others. Ji Chang's has always been the iceberg beauty in the base. He looks good, has a cold personality, speaks softly, and has indifferent eyes. Anyway, he is not interested in anything. You can say whatever you want, but if he can give me a look, it would be great. But such a base boss, who was indifferent in all aspects, frequently experienced mood swings after Quan Yukin came. Although most of these fluctuations are not in a good direction, they are generally disgusting, and disgusting. But this is already considered a spectacle to everyone in Yinghe. Obviously, the culprit who made Ji Chang's unhappy this time was, as always, Quan Yukin, who was alone with him just now. "Quan Yukin, I really have nothing to do this time, trust me." No one believed him. Team Joe asked directly, "What did you tell the boss?" "Nothing. What can I say? It's still pretty much the same as before." Team Joe asked again, "Then what did the boss tell you?" Quan Yukin thought for a while and told them the last words Ji Chang's just said. "Your sword is terrible?" "What do you mean? Will the sword still be miserable?" "Obviously, this sentence means that the boss dislikes you. Does it mean that your strength is not enough? Otherwise, you can only say that a sword matches a hero. How can you say that a sword is miserable?" Huziahuo, who had been secretly feeling sore, finally felt a little better. He was very excited and explained in a messy manner, "So you should stop pestering the boss every day and go to the martial arts training ground to train hard to improve your strength. Your strength is not enough. Even if it is, if you keep pestering the boss, he won't look down on you. It makes sense. Quan Yukin doesn't care about Hu Xiaohu at all. In his eyes, he is just a child. He touched his chin and felt that he really should improve his strength. He couldn't always rely on others. Okay, then I'll go to the training ground tomorrow. After saying that, he looked at Enrun, cousin. Can you help me train recently? I'm afraid I won't be able to control my power alone. Of course, Enrun would not refuse and nodded and agreed, okay, I will help you make a training schedule tonight. Hu Xiaohu. The boss is back, but the brother is gone again. These were the only worries the children had. When Ji Chang sorted out the news that Wu Liu was going to unite two bases to encircle and attack Yinghe and sent it to them, everyone's worries were the same. Even if Yinghe is very powerful, if the three bases join forces to encircle and suppress them, they may not be able to withstand it. Qin Qinghe raised the same question as Quan Yukin, why do they attack us? We Yinghe have always done everything we can to save face. Who doesn't say good things to Yinghe? They won't be afraid of offending us if they attack us. Are you afraid of coming to other bases? I must have made up a reason, but what reason would make people from the three bases join forces? If this is just a personal grudge, it is too exaggerated. Have the names of the other two bases been confirmed? Ji Chang's had been sitting in the upper position, silently listening to their busy discussions. He only spoke at the critical moment, Fuxing, Liu Yang. Everyone's expressions became solemn after hearing these two names. They are all from the 9 major bases. Although he is ranked at the bottom, he must be strong enough to be admitted to the 9th major. One might not be a big deal, but the two Yinghes were barely afraid. But 3. No, we have to prepare in advance. We can't be caught off guard by them. It's best to kill them instead. Hurong slapped the table. If we are really surrounded by them, the terrain of our base is okay for defense, but we can't cut off the bridge and stay in the base all our lives, saying nothing else, not leaving the base, eating and drinking. It's hard to provide anything like that. There are indeed food reserves in the base, and there seems to be a lot of them, but the problem is, they are not the only ones in the base. There are also many ordinary residents. If so many people eat together, they will be completely exhausted within a few months. They also plan to attract zombies. The problem now is that we can't find out when the zombies will be attracted and how they will be attracted. Ji Chang's interrupted again, they will tell us. The other people were stunned and couldn't react for a while. They are in a hostile relationship now, how could Wu Lu tell them? Facts have proved that Wu Lu can really do it. 4 hours later, in the woods. Enrun leans against the tree. On the other side, he looked at the hand-drawn map in his hand. After reading it, he looked at the stranger who was nodding and bowing aside, are you sure the zombies will go to Yinghe through this line? I'm very sure. This is the route that was decided upon after many meetings at the base to ensure safety and concealment. Brother Ran, you see, we were already prepared. We planted mutant plants there a few months ago. Those grasses grow taller than people, and no one in Yinghe will notice zombies walking in them. And Run from Yinghe said, very good, I also think that the people from Yinghe will never find out. That's right. Brother Ran, how are you doing in their Yinghe River recently? Is there anyone in need of help? Are they fighting among themselves now? I see that the protection inside is getting stricter and stricter. In the past, you could occasionally sneak in and get some news, but now no one can get in. The stranger concluded, it must be because there is a problem with the top management of Yinghe. Otherwise, how could the defense level be suddenly raised? And Run, the culprit who quietly memorized all their faces and features and then entered them into the alert list, laughed and said, yes, it's too sudden. As for what kind of help I need, I do have it. I recently spent all the crystal cores I saved in order to take care of Yinghe's senior officials. Now I want to take care of more. I plan to take care of it when we attack Yinghe. protective net, but I don't have enough crystal cores. Enrun let out a long sigh, as if he was sorry, and the sigh forced him to turn around. And? Didn't I gather a group of people here? They are all good hands. Unfortunately, now I can't get Yinghe's weapons management rights, so I have no way to get weapons. He said faintly, I originally planned to let those good men cooperate inside and outside when our Wuliu attacked Yinghe, but now without weapons, this plan cannot be implemented. When the stranger heard this, he immediately patted his chest and promised, no problem, Brother Ran. I will go to the boss and tell him. The boss will definitely agree. Anyway, they are about to attack Yinghe. The crystal cores sent out now can be recovered by then. If not, they can double it. The boss will definitely agree. Enrun nodded, okay, then I'll trouble you. So, when he came out this time, he not only got the zombies' route and Wuliu's specific plan, but also a bunch of spiritual stones and weapons. Returning home with a full load as always. As the day of the attack approaches, both sides. Fang didn't move. He started getting ready. Because this is a secret operation that must not be leaked in advance, both Wulu and Yinghe are living as usual on the surface, but are making various intense preparations behind the scenes. Wu Liu's side is, hum, I know you don't know. Yinghe's side is, haha, I know you don't know that I know. Compared to Wu Lu, although Yinghe did not have an advantage in terms of numbers this time, he still felt a little confident because he knew the opponent's battle plan in advance. Both sides are dreaming with excitement, and the war is about to break out. Finally, on a sunny day, early in the morning, all the base's senior personnel gathered in the conference room. Today is the day when Wuliu plans to encircle and suppress Yinghe. The plan they had prepared was at 11 o'clock in the morning, and their heads popped up like a bird that suddenly appeared. The terrain of Yinghe meant that even if they were surrounded, they would not be surrounded in all directions, but densely packed with long-range shooters surrounding the island. At the same time, directly in front of the bridge, some forward warriors holding shields will appear. These people are all power users of the strength system and can move forward carrying very heavy shields. At the same time, other people will follow these power system users. When they arrive at the entrance of Yinghe base, a group of people will rush directly to kill them. Boss Wuliu was very proud of his seamless arrangements that day. He was still very proud, thinking that this was his eloquence. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to persuade people from the other two bases to encircle and suppress the other base just by talking. We arrived at 11 o'clock on time, and the grass that had been quiet began to rustle. Each archer found a suitable shooting angle, and seriously lurked in the green leaves, waiting for orders from the superiors. With so many archers, no matter how many superpowers come out, they are too far away to fly over and kill people, but the archers can keep replenishing arrows. The boss of Wulu proudly hid behind the shield and showed a smug smile to the bosses of the other two bases. Did you see it? This is the power of knowledge. The two base bosses also laughed. The three of them laughed enough. They found a relatively shabby loudspeaker and started shouting at the Yinghe base. Proclaiming is definitely a necessary process. They must first express their position and denounce the wrong actions committed by the Yinghe base, in order to tell everyone that they are not greedy. Yinghe is rich and capable, so the base is so prosperous, so he is eager to encircle and suppress him. They just can't stand it. I can't stand Yinghe's shameless behavior. Ji Chang stood on top of the base wall and listened quietly. He was surrounded by high-level officials, and they all wanted to prick up their ears to hear what crime Wu Lu had laid on them. Hey, can you hear me? As the leader, Wuliu boss naturally got the initiative to speak out. He first tried the tone and then coughed dryly. Ji Chang's, you took advantage of the death of the boss of the Yinghe base and took advantage of the situation to steal the boss's position. You also bullied your widowed sister-in-law, bullied the orphan, and snatched the 9th level sword of Ji Rong, the former boss of the base. He paused. What's the name of that 9th level sword? The boy next to me quickly said, no. It sounds like the name. A base boss interrupted, just call it the nameless sword. Only then did the Wuliu boss regain his composure, coughed dryly, and continued, it's the nameless sword. In short, you have lost your conscience and committed evil, pretending to be powerful, and smiling at Jiquan. Boss, wait a minute, that's not the case. The boss of Wuliu waved his hand, there are more, wait, etc., I won't tell you one by one. Younger brother. He silently patted his face and gave his boss a flattering smile, nothing, you continue. As expected, the boss of Wuliu continued. We Wuliu have never been used to this kind of robbing other people's property, so we decided to do justice for God, for your widowed sister-in-law, for your nephew, and teach you a lesson. Yinghe base others. Residents, don't panic, we are good people, how do you say that? As he talked, he forgot his words again. The younger brother quickly stood up on tiptoes and approached the speaker, we are not here to dismantle your base, we are here to join you. In the Yinghe base, the senior executives of Yinghe, who they guessed should have been in chaos for a long time, were not only not in chaos, but actually looked a little bored. Qin Kinghe even took out melon seeds from his pocket and started eating them. This sentence sounds familiar. An Run stole a handful of melon seeds from him and started eating them too, they are from the TV series. He added, in a romantic drama, I remember the sentence was said by the heroine to the hero's wife. Being reminded by An Run, others who had seen it a little bit also remembered it. I have to say, it was just a bloody battle at first. Once the TV series that makes people want to complain is replaced by the face of Wuliu boss. I saw the pitiful boss of Wuliu, crying out 2 kilograms of snot, and said to everyone in the hostile base Yinghe, I'm not here to demolish your base, I'm here to join your base. Vomit. Qin Kinghe was the first one who couldn't bear it. He's going to fight if he wants. No need to worry. Does he want to disgust us all to death before he fights? In order to achieve the result of defeating others without fighting. Apparently, Boss Wuliu didn't find what he said disgusting. He also feels that he is very cultured. Look, it's the end of the world. He knows all the lines from the TV series before the end of the world. Ji Chang's is a wolf-hearted man who snatched a 9th level sword. It is not allowed by nature and is indignant to both humans and gods. Today, Ji Chang's, you either have to come out and accept our justice's sanctions, or you don't blame our 3 bases for being unkind. They had already planned that as soon as Ji Chang's came out, they would immediately pretend to be attacked and then fall unconscious. When the time comes, the reasons will be more sufficient, and it will be a matter of course to win Yinghe. The more Wuliu boss thought about it, the more beautiful it became. I was thinking happily in my heart, what else could I say about him? This man is very lucky and God will help him. He wanted to attack Yinghe, but the boss of Yinghe, Ji Chang's, had such a big attack point. It couldn't be more enjoyable. Okay, I'll give you dozens of blows. I hope you don't waste this precious time. After saying that, he didn't pause for a second, and opened his mouth and said, 109876544321. Okay. You Yinghe are now determined to protect Ji Chang's, the white-eyed wolf who snatched the 9th level sword from his widowed nephew. Right? Then don't blame me for being rude. Below, one of Wuliu's younger brothers looked at the other younger brother in confusion. Boss, he recited 10 numbers too fast. It's the same as not reciting. Shut up. Be careful, the boss beats you up. The two of them were muttering below, but the boss of Wuliu above couldn't wait to reach out his hand. Archer, get ready. Wow. Click. The newly emerged archer had just popped up, and before he could do anything, his neck was twisted by the Yinghe assassin who fell from the sky above his head and slid down the tree trunk. The movements are uniform and crisp. This is faster than the 10 numbers that Boss Wuliu recited. Wulu was immediately stunned. Especially, after the archers burped, the Yinghe combat team that should have been inside the base actually appeared behind them. These combat teams. The troops were well equipped and had stern eyes. At first glance, they looked like they were made from mountains of swords and seas of fire. They surrounded the people brought from the 3 bases. Surrounding people suddenly turned into being surrounded by people. The situation was reversed in just an instant. The bosses of the 3 bases were all shocked. They looked at each other. The plan that had been done perfectly in every detail failed at the beginning. Everyone was confused and didn't know what to do next. What's going on? How could Yinghe ambush here in advance? Is it because the people under your command are lax? Fart. Those are my cronies. I see that the people around you are loose-mouthed, but the one standing next to you right now looks like a big-mouthed person. You. This is my own son. Doesn't my son know the importance? I think it's you. Who knows? It's inevitable for children to be ignorant, tisk. The boss of Wuliu was still confused, but the other 2 were already fighting. They were originally at odds with each other. After all, they were both at the bottom of the rankings and could not compete with other bases. They could only fight each other. After so long, it was strange that they had a good relationship. This time it is rare for them to be willing to put aside their past grudges and work together again. If everything goes well, that's fine, but if things go wrong, wouldn't they just lose their mentality and blame each other? All right. The boss of Wuliu was still somewhat sensible and yelled to stop them. What's the fuss about? What's the fuss about? Even if Yinghe knows that we're going to surround him, so what? Don't forget, we not only laid out such a road, but there are so many zombies. As long as they follow the instructions we set, the route enters Yinghe, and Yinghe can be completely destroyed without us taking action. After all, zombies, as long as they are outside, no one will be afraid of them. But if you enter your own nest, the situation will be different. There are not only soldiers in the base, but also ordinary people, including the elderly and children, people with weak strength, and people who do brain work. When they encounter zombies, if they don't have help, it will definitely be a dead end. Just as he finished speaking, before the other 2 bosses could be comforted, a head suddenly appeared in the grass in front of them. There was no hair, and the mummy-like zombie seemed to have not yet reacted. It stood dumbly for a second, then realized that there was fresh food in front of it, and immediately opened its mouth and slapped it with its teeth. Greeted cordially. Boss Wuliu. Others. 2 base bosses. No. No, no, this is impossible. The route of the zombies is top secret. They should be led to Yinghe base. How did they get to us? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Boss Wuliu turned around and tried to continue to appease his allies. His voice was sonorous and powerful. It must have climbed up from below. There are zombies under the bridge, and it's normal and reasonable for one to climb up occasionally, right? The faces of Wuliu's younger brothers gradually turned pale, and they stared at him. It's reasonable, but boss, are there too many people climbing up? The boss of Wuliu was very dissatisfied with the reaction of his younger brothers. The 2 base bosses are still there. Doesn't this make him embarrassed in front of so many people? Just 1 or 2 zombies. That's enough to scare you like this. Don't tell me you're just following me when you go out. That's a lot of potential. No, there are really many. The boss of Wuliu rolled his eyes, turned around and said, how many? How many can there be? Is it possible that they can still climb thousands more? Burp. He was so frightened by the scene behind him that he burped. Densely packed zombies are emerging from the grass, cluster after cluster. just like cell reproduction, endlessly. They are all mummies, and their appearance is not good. This is not the point. The point is that now they have seen the tallest and most conspicuous woolly boss, who is wailing with excitement in his voice that can hardly make a sound. Running towards them. Hum, 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 hum. As long as you enjoy yourself every day in the base, you don't have to go out to fight for a long time. Suddenly, when he saw this scene, Boss Woolly was so frightened that he almost screamed. Don't look at him. He looks very good at beeping and very confident. But only they and their cronies knew that Boss Wooloo had no ability to protect himself. So many zombies, almost dying. When the other two base bosses saw him, they were so panicked and thought it was strange. What the hell are you talking about? Aren't they just zombies? Although, if there are too many, just kill them? Wouldn't that be fine? Just use your superpower to sweep, you will sweep the fastest. Boss Wooloo. Where will he be swept away? He can only lay eggs. The boss of Wooloo quickly rushed behind his subordinate. Quick, quick, quick. Protect me. After a moment of turmoil, these zombies that suddenly appeared were finally cleared away. They retreat, rear. The Yinghe team surrounding them will attack. Let's move forward. There are zombies ahead. Compared to the zombies, it was obviously more troublesome and difficult for the team at Yinghe base to fight. The people from the three bases were crowded together, and they were forced to move forward to fight the zombies in a hurry. There are too many zombies, and the road is so crowded, with people next to each other, it is difficult to use your powers. Just now, many people accidentally hit their teammates when using their powers to fight zombies. There was also the unlucky guy who was doing well at first, but suddenly he was squeezed out because of the huge crowd and directly delivered takeout to the zombies. Under various bonuses that were not conducive to the conditions of the three major bases, even if these zombies were nothing to the superpowers, they still succeeded in causing them to lose a lot of manpower. When everything calmed down, everyone sat on the ground in embarrassment, breathing heavily. Seeing that everyone is in a low mood. Boss Wooloo, who had been hiding in the protective circle of his subordinates just now, was still strong. He once again bravely stood up and spoke out. Don't panic, don't think it's difficult to fight. They're just some zombies. There are many of us, so we just need to attack them. Unless there are archers in Yinghe, they won't be able to reach us from a long distance. We'll just kill them at close range. If we can attack with force, we still have a good chance of winning. The other two base bosses sat on the ground and looked up at him. Are you sure Yinghe has prepared archers? What do I think? They just set a trap for us this time. How could they not prepare archers? The boss of Wooloo waved his hand very confidently. We have to consider the actual situation. The terrain on the Yinghe side is not suitable for bows and arrows. They never use bows and arrows to fight. Only we, Wooloo, are good at bows and arrows and have stockpiles. Listen to me, that's right. One of his younger brothers carefully pulled the sleeve of his boss. Boss. What's wrong, can't you just let me finish my sentence? The second younger brother's face has turned pale as hell. Boss, look at the back. The postures of those people on the Yinghe city wall are not drawing bows, are they? How is it possible, them? Where did they get the bows and arrows? Yinghe never makes bows, damn it. On the city wall, Ji Chang's waved his hand gently. Fire the arrow. Holy shit, 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 shit. Protect me. Protect the boss. There was another rush, various powers were flying around, and various accidental injuries occurred frequently. Wait until all Wooloo's arrows are released. The total number of people in the three bases has only 2/5 left. The bosses of the two bases were both injured. They clutched their wounds and gritted their teeth. They shouted at the boss of Wooloo who was well protected and didn't even have a scratch. Didn't you say they, Yinghe, don't have bows and arrows. It didn't exist before. They asked for bows and arrows, but they didn't have a place to make them. Moreover, they never made bows and arrows. Boss Wooloo also felt confused. But seeing how morale was in chaos now, he felt that he should still comfort everyone. So he opened his mouth again. Don't panic, don't be confused yet. Although they caught us off guard, their bows and arrows have been used up, and they can't do anything to us. I won't talk about the masters on both sides of you. Just look at the people on my side. Which one is not a famous person? Look at this body, this level, this power, they are here. Shut up, please. One of the base bosses couldn't bear it anymore. Didn't you realize that you are just a crow's mouth, saying something that doesn't work? What are you talking about? It's just a coincidence. Could it be that if I praise my men's abilities, they can still become weak? Maybe Boss Wooloo really has a tendency to have a crow's mouth, because after he finished speaking, those tall, and straight-looking superpowers suddenly covered their chests and began to retching. As they vomited and vomited, bird eggs fell out one after another from their mouths. The bird's egg rolled all the way, rolling to the feet of the 5 willow bosses. And under everyone's shocked gaze, Boss Wooloo's subordinates who were tall, stalwart, slender, or beautiful all turned into short, average-looking men in 1 second. Ugly ones. /U003C. P/U003 at this time, it was not Mr. Wooloo who yelled, but the boss of another base. He almost dropped the weapon in his hand and said, he turned into a living person. Oh my god, another base boss also said, forgetting his enemy relationship with the boss of the base next to him. He was so shocked that he almost leaned over him to see the significant changes in the strong men of Wooloo. This crow's mouth is too strong, isn't this okay? Boss Wooloo was stupid. Those short and ugly people pretending to be strong people were also stupid. Because it was a useless snack, it was assumed that he did not need to participate in the encirclement and suppression, for fear of being delayed, and he would secretly pour out the remaining emetic medicine, hiding his skill and name. The unripened bird's egg in his stomach definitely cannot be induced by the emetic medicine. He can only hope that Yinghe will let his brother go at the same time for the sake of successfully completing his mission. Help him again? Perform an operation to take it out. But on the battlefield, the whole place was silent. Wooloo, the boss who knows best at beeping, cannot beep this time. Everyone looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. You looked at me and I looked at you. No one knew what to do next. All the strong men around him have returned to their original form, so what a waste of time. Boss Wooloo, who had been rushing to the front, easily had the intention to retreat. Otherwise, let's retreat. The bosses of the other 2 bases haven't figured out the situation yet, but that doesn't stop them from cursing, evacuate. Where to retreat? The road is blocked by the Yinghe River. If we turn around now, we will die. One Piece. Boss Wooloo woke up. Yes, there is no way to withdraw now. There is still a way to survive if you don't withdraw, but if you withdraw, you will really die immediately. That's ridiculous. But there is no one around him who can fight. He looked to the left, then to the right. Then, let's continue fighting. Don't be cowardly, everyone, we are fighting for justice. Because Ji Chang's robbed his widowed nephew's 9th level sword, we came here in anger to help this orphan and widowed mother seek justice. We are the party of justice. Even if they catch us, they won't dare to kill us. If they kill us, it will be their fault. The other 2 base bosses said, stop talking. With your mouth, I'm afraid that if you say it, even if we are a just party, we will be called unjust by you. Impossible. It's a fact that Ji Chang snatched the 9th level sword. This matter has been spread all over the world for a long time, and I didn't make it up. Even if I am really a crow's mouth, the established facts cannot be changed. After Wooly Boss finished speaking, he looked around and hid behind the two of them. I'm not very good at fighting. Please protect me. I will be very grateful when you go back. Go ahead. He managed to surrender and was captured alive. At that time, as long as he insists that he is helping Fang Xing and Ji Wenan, he will encircle and suppress Yinghe Ji Changs. They are the party of justice. Ji Changs must consider not killing him for the sake of his reputation, right? The two base bosses looked at each other. Even if the boss of Wulio swears. They also felt anxious. This man's mouth is like a light, don't believe it? Don't believe me? Ji Chang's robbery of the 9th level sword is a sure thing. It doesn't have to be washed. He can't wash it clean. Come on. Come on. Come on. In the end, people on both sides started fighting. Ji Chang's also carried his own scabbard and flew in. He directly used the scabbard to cremate a short and ugly man who was coming towards him with a ferocious face. Then in a blink of an eye, he saw the boss Wulio next to him. The Wulio boss was startled and hurriedly hid behind him. When he saw Kuan Yukin fighting with his child on his back, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly turned to the other two Laudadeo. That's him. What's on his back is the sword spirit. It's the sword spirit that came out of the spiritual 9th level sword I told you. Hurry up and grab the sword spirit. This is the first sword with a sword spirit in the apocalypse. With them, we can beat anyone like chopping vegetables. The other two base bosses originally planned to push him out directly. After being guided to look in the direction of Kuan Yukin, they all became excited and headed towards Kuan Yukin in unison. Seeing the baby on his back, he suddenly became speechless. Are you talking about this child? That child has a drop of blood on the back of her neck. She can pull out the sword from it. Is this supposed to be the ability of the sword spirit? You guys hurry up and catch the ones alive. Two base bosses were fighting against Kuan Yukin, but Kuan Yukin couldn't resist him no matter how hard he tried. During the fight, they tore off their swaddling clothes, and sure enough, they saw the shape of blood drops. The boss of Wulio took the opportunity to throw a homemade gun on the ground, and he seized the opportunity to snatch the baby away. A crossbow arrow shot over and stuck directly into his hand. Ah! He screamed, raised his eyes angrily, and faced Fang Xing, who was holding a crossbow not far away. Seeing him staring at him, Fang Xing didn't panic. He directly used a healing power in his backhand, leaving the barbed crossbow and arrow on the opponent's arm as the wound healed. Boss Wulio gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and pulled out the barbed crossbow arrow. The hatred value was transferred. He took out the gun that he had hidden without a chance to use it, and pulled the trigger at Fang Xing. No one thought that he actually hid a gun. 10 years after the end of the world, when everyone gave up thermal weapons and all used supernatural powers to fight, he actually used a gun. The bullet went straight towards Fang Xing. As a result, before he could reach anyone, he was hit by a ball of fire. The flames instantly melted into molten iron. When the flames dissipated, Ji Chang's was already standing in front of Fang Xing. The young man in black looked as indifferent as ever. He raised his hand and placed it on the back of his neck, under the eyes of the other party in disbelief. A polished and shiny sword was slowly pulled out as if it had been taken out of some void. When the entire sword came out, Ji Chang's held the hilt in his hand, and the blood drops on the back of his neck were extremely conspicuous. You. Boss Wulio was so shocked that he stammered, "Are you a sword spirit? How could you be a sword spirit?" Ji Chang's, who has been the second in command in Yinghe for so long and now directly takes the position of the base boss, is actually a sword spirit? Ji Chang's ignored his question at all, slowly raised his hand, and spoke slowly and calmly as before. "You are not qualified to name me." An almost invisible sword light flashed, and the woolly boss fell down with a shocked expression as his worldview collapsed. They heard the last two sentences before the end of their lives. My name is not Wuomingjian. My name is Nagasawa. The author has something to say. This chapter is 11008, updated on 3.1. Starting from 3.1, we will update the nutrient solution in March. One chapter will be added to the 15,000 nutrient solution. I will add it first. If we can't add it anymore, we will pause it. I was so excited today. I had to go back to Wuhan because of something. I had to catch a train and a plane all day long. I was riding at the station and the airport. When I couldn't find a table, I went to Papassine to buy a drink and sit on the table. I kept writing until Papassine got off work. But I hadn't finished writing yet, so I had to find a bench and put the computer on my knees to write. Oh my God! What a great author I am! I am so dedicated. I was shocked by how hard I worked. I have to do errands tomorrow. I'll see if I need to update the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to catch the bus. People who get motion sickness will probably miss the whole day. See you the day after tomorrow. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 383. The fighting at the scene came to a halt because of this unexpected incident. Especially Fang Xing, she was the one who saw the scene of the horse explosion most directly. Ji Chang's was standing in front of her, and she could clearly see the shape of the blood drops on the back of his neck. Nagasawa, is the sword spirit? What happened? How can this be? Team Zhou was dumbfounded, Hurong was dumbfounded, Qin King He, and Run, and Hu Ziahu were all dumbfounded. Even the people from the three major bases were stunned on the spot. The reason why they came to attack the Yinghe base was that Ji Chang's forcibly snatched the 9th level sword. They couldn't stand it anymore, so they acted for heaven. As a result, Ji Chang's himself has now become a level 9 sword. That's a slap in the face. Are they going to use Ji Chang's robbed him as an excuse? Not to mention hiding this from people in other bases, I even thought it was nonsense. Everyone looked at each other. It was obviously a bloody battlefield of life and death, but they all fell silent in embarrassment. You look at me, I look at you. Want to get some tips from your boss? As a result, your boss is also confused. For a moment, everyone stopped in place in embarrassment. At first, everyone was still looking at Ji Chang's. After a long time without speaking, his eyes couldn't help but drift left and right. After a while, no one moved, even if they didn't know why, no one dared to move rashly. I could only keep a stiff posture and ask my boss, Captain, do you still want to fight? Captain, you ask me, I ask who to go to. Nagasawa. Fang Xing was so shocked that he couldn't speak. However, Run, among the several captains, managed to maintain his rationality. He stood there and slowly turned around, as if he was wondering why everyone stopped beating. Young man. Are you also a sword spirit? The word also is very spiritual. Ji Chang still had no expression on his face, and his eyes glanced at Run indifferently. Yeah. Run. Other people. No, is your reaction just like this? Ordinary. You are a sword spirit, why didn't you tell me? The boy gave his sole answer, no one asked. Everyone again. No one asked, isn't that normal? Who would ask a living person hello? How are you? Are you a sword spirit? If this is true, even if the end of the world comes, I am afraid that I will inevitably be sent to the spirit world. The consequences of psychiatric treatment. Team Joe looked in a daze, are you a sword spirit? The boy nodded. Team Joe. Then you are a sword spirit. You can draw the sword directly. Why don't you just draw the sword out by yourself? What are you doing? You have to go through so much trouble. Facing his questioning with a face that was shattered, the person in front of him still looked calm and calm. What's the fuss about? Team Joe. He stayed for a second and then asked, you can just take the boss position. Ji Chang's eldest brother said that Wenan can be the boss only when he is 18 years old. Team Joe. Other people. And Run asked, so you want to be the boss until Wenan is 18, and then let him be the boss? The young man seemed to think seriously for 2 or 3 seconds, and finally nodded with full confirmation, yes, that's what the boss said. Everyone. Team Joe continued to ask in disbelief, then you move into the villa? Ji Chang's looked at him with a faint look of confusion, haven't I asked this question before? Why am I still asking you now? Big brother said that when you become the boss, you will live there. This time, maybe it was because Team Joe's expression was so wrong, he added, I originally lived in a villa. Captain Joe subconsciously replied, what are you doing? You live in a villa. As he spoke, he suddenly paused. It is true that Ji Chang's has not always lived in the villa. But the 9th level sword was always following Ji Rong in the villa. No, I don't understand. Hu Ziahuo, as a young man who still likes to collect novels after the apocalypse, said cautiously, boss, if you are a sword spirit, can't ordinary sword spirits be able to enter the sword? You just said that you have been living in the villa. That is to say, before Brother Rong passed away, you slept in the sword, so you have been sleeping in the villa. Then why do you want to move in by yourself? Why don't you directly enter the sword yourself? Yes, that's a good question. And Run glanced at Hu Ziahuo approvingly, obviously not expecting that his brain with insufficient IQ could actually say such a thing. Speaking of this, the young man lowered his eyes slightly. There was obviously no expression on his face, but he could tell a trace of depression. I was injured while fighting the Zombie King. Can't get in. Injured while fighting the Zombie King? Qin King, he spoke quickly, it's not just about being affected. Will it be okay after you take care of it? Hu Rong looked at him like a fool, he is a sword spirit. Have you forgotten that the 9th level sword was severely damaged and the crystal core was directly broken? It was Brother Rong who took his crystal core. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly remembered that Fang Xin was present and quickly shut up. It's painful to think about digging out one's own crystal core. They never talk about this kind of thing in front of Ji Rong's family. When a person is injured, does he bleed? It is estimated that if the sword spirit is injured, the sword will not be able to return. After Hu Rong finished his analysis, he went to ask Ji Chang's, how about Chang's, am I right? Are you unable to go back because of the injury you suffered last time? Ji Chang's had no expression on his face and simply stated, no, I recovered from my injury a month ago. I won't go in because it's too crowded. Squeeze. Hu Rong was a little confused and subconsciously looked at the sword in Ji Chang's hand. Is this sword not as spacious as before after it was damaged in the last battle? No, it looks quite wide. No. Ji Chang's lowered his head to look at the sword in his hand, turned around and handed it to Fang Xin obediently. Fang Xin held the sword in a daze. Compared with other people who were still digesting that Ji Chang's was the sword spirit, she thought of a possibility in her heart. Just thinking about it, even knowing that it was unlikely to be what she thought, was enough to make her mentally shaken. Nagaze, you said it's crowded inside, is it because? Fang Xin tried to calm down his emotions and tried his best to speak properly. There are other people in there, right? No one expected Fang Xin to say such words. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Compared with everyone who looked confused, Ji Chang's reaction was the calmest one as always. He nodded directly, yes. The young man was still a little aggrieved, but there was no resentment in his grievances. Brother is too fat. Who is too fat? The two base bosses who came to attack Yang He stood awkwardly. One of them poked the other's arm and asked in a low voice, "Who is brother Ji Chang's?" Who else could be there, other than that one, that Jirong? Besides him, who else would be the big brother at Yang He base? The base boss who asked the question got the answer and nodded in realization. "Oh, it's him, wait." He almost jumped up in surprise. "Jirong is in the sword? Isn't he dead?" The pitch is too big. Suddenly everyone's attention shifted to him again. The boss of Passerby. He took a look at Yang He's powerful abilities, all of which were no lower than level 6, and there were 2 8-level and several 7-level lineups. He wisely shut up silently and pretended that he hadn't said anything just now. Wait. Team Joe seems to have been confused from just now until now. As time went by, not only did he fail to become clearer, but he became even more confused by the waves of stimulation. "You guys wait a minute and let me know." He pointed at Ji Chang's. "You are the sword spirit." Pointing to the sword again, "That's your sword. You said it's too crowded inside because the eldest brother is too fat." "No, let's not mention brother wrong. Is he strong or not fat? It's too crowded. What does it have to do with brother wrong? Is it possible that brother wrong can still be there? Live in your sword." He made a lot of noises, and Ji Chang's replied with one word, "Yes." Team Joe. Other people. Wait a moment, let me slow down a bit. He covered his head and thought for a few seconds but still couldn't do it. He went to look at Enrun and said, "Enrun, you are the most stable, just tell me." Enrun, "Me too. I'm a little confused." When encountering this kind of thing, no matter how calm you are, you can still calm down. "No, Nagasawa, my eldest brother blew himself up and died in front of all of us, with no bones left. So many people saw it. Why did he run away from the sword? Is it true or false? Then why doesn't he come out?" The young man in black said expressionlessly, "I took it in." Oh, it turns out he was the one who connected it. Everyone understood this explanation in an instant. What a ghost. The sword spirit can go in. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, everyone saw Ji Chang's draw the sword from the back of his neck. Since he can draw the sword, it seems normal to live in it. Sword spirits don't live in swords. But Ji Rong is a human being. Compared to Ji Chang's, he is definitely a living person. He had parents, a wife, children, relatives, and friends, and he died in front of everyone's eyes. This doesn't make sense. But let Ji Chang's describe it to them. Obviously, this sword spirit who doesn't talk much and has a lot of personality can't say anything. So Team Joe came up with a very good idea. "Otherwise, how about you take me in and I can go in and take a look?" Ji Chang's talks less, but that doesn't mean he won't speak out. He said directly, "Okay, you die first." "Team Joe, what should I do first?" The young man said, "It doesn't matter. I'm very considerate. You didn't hear clearly what I told you. Die first." Afraid that he wouldn't know how to do it, Ji Chang's opened his palm, and a ball of flame emerged from his palm, which was enough to turn a person into ashes. "Very kind advice, I can help you." Seeing that he really looked like he was going to throw the flames at him, Captain Joe jumped back in fright and quickly avoided. Goodbye, I don't want to die yet." When the young man in black heard this, he tilted his head in confusion. "You can't get in until you die." "Team Joe. It's a waste of time to die." He looked at the gazes of the people around him, coughed dryly, and tried to change the subject. "You mean, before Brother Wrong blew himself up, you pulled his soul into the sword and let him live there?" Ji Chang's shamelessly approved this version. To say that he saved Ji Rong is not wrong. With Ji Rong's level of weakness, if he hadn't found an opportunity for the opponent to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by the new sword spirit, he would definitely not have been able to sustain it. Not to mention sober, thank God if it doesn't dissipate. Team Joe looked stunned. How come it's like filming a fairy tale drama? Aren't we trying to survive in the apocalypse? How come there is still a soul and it can still live in the sword? Huzaihu was used to confronting him. Now when he heard that he did not agree with what his boss said, he immediately stood up to defend Ji Chang's. The baby that Quan Yukin is holding is the sword spirit, and you didn't say anything. Later I found out that the boss is a sword spirit, didn't you? Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Now it's just brother wrong soul that has entered the sword. Aren't they all similar in nature? What are they all? Feudal superstition, supernatural fantasy, why are you questioning my boss? Team Joe, do you think this is the same? Huzaihu. He glanced at Ji Chang's a little guiltily, and his defense of the other party made him suddenly withdraw his guilt, and he puffed up his chest and spoke righteously, of course it's the same. Boss, are you saying the same thing is different? Ji Chang's glanced at him. Ever since he came to this world, he had never had a chance to make a difference. Now Huzaihu's stage is at his feet. It would be a pity not to sing a few lines. Same. The boy in black was obviously very sure of what his younger brother said. Law. He rarely said a few more words and said to Team Joe, I think you are shocked. Team Joe, no, it's not like that. I'm shocked right now. Ji Chang's asked him, are you shocked that I am a sword spirit? Team Joe nodded. Ji Chang's asked him again, are you shocked that your eldest brother lives in the sword? Team Joe nodded. When the young man got the answer, he nodded and turned his head to look at Huzaihu. Look, the reactions are all shocked. They are the same. Huzaihu immediately clapped his hands, looking like he suddenly realized something. Yes, boss. Why didn't I think of this just now? It's the same. As expected of the boss. He is so smart. Judging from his excited look, I guess he would have wanted to give Ji Chang's a as expected of you emoticon on the spot if conditions had not allowed for it. Team Joe. Other people. Was the logic between these two taught by the physical education teacher? But think about it, one is a sword spirit, and the other is a mentally retarded young man who has not paid much attention to school since the end of the world and focused on training his powers to fight zombies. In an instant, it feels understandable. Are you obsessed with this? Why? Qin King He, who had remained in a fixed state, finally came to his senses, pushed away Team Joe, and came to Ji Chang's. He pursed his lips nervously and asked. Nagaze, since you saved brother wrong back then, when can he come out? Is he still the same person? Ji Chang's looked at him, I haven't cultivated myself well yet. It's not even a month yet. Fang Xing, whose face had always been blank, also reacted. She lowered her head and looked at the sword in her hand, and tears fell on it. 1 month. It turns out that when you said it was too crowded, that's what you meant by a month. Fang Xing's face gradually gained expression, he was crying and laughing at the same time, it was complicated and hard to express. When she spoke, her lips were trembling. Nagaze, thank you. My sister-in-law really wants to thank you. Really, if it weren't for you, your eldest brother would never come back. Fang Xing was not a very indecisive person to begin with. Her uneasiness and emotional breakdown all came from missing Ji Rong and being uncertain about her body. Instinct made her choose to believe that Ji Rong was by her side. Reason told her that people are dead when they die. In this entanglement between the two sides, even if it is not visible on the surface, in fact only Fang Xing himself knows how painful she is in her heart and how strong her spirit is. What? Afraid of collapse. She was extremely afraid that she would lose her mind when she woke up one day and become a madman who could not control her own behavior. But now, Ji Chang's told her, you are right, Ji Rong is indeed not dead, he is still there, right by your side. Fang Xing relaxed as if he was suddenly told by the doctor that he had been diagnosed with the wrong diagnosis when he was suspected of having a terminal illness. Except for the day Ji Rong died and the funeral, she had always behaved appropriately. But at this moment, she was holding the 9th level sword and crying heartbrokenly. I knew you were still alive, you were still alive, you must still be alive. You are Wen'an's father, how could you die so easily? Everyone stood there in silence, watching the woman cry so hard, as if she wanted to vent all the fear and pain that had been suppressed in the past few months. Ji Chang stood aside, as if he were 8 years ago, or as he stood in those days. He stood straight, expressionless, folded his arms, and quietly turned his head to look at his sister-in-law, who was squatting on the ground holding a sword and crying. Captain Zhou asked Qin King He in a low voice, "Do you think he can understand?" Qin King He really thought about it seriously. He can't. After all, he is just a sword spirit, not a real person. I mean, no wonder Brother Rong was already a 7-year-old child when he brought Nagaze back. He can't even hold chopsticks, he can't speak well, and he just jumps to the cabinet at every turn. I heard that I really liked staying on the rooftop before. Brother Rong said that he used to live alone in the zombie city. He probably thought it was safer in high places. Now it seems that Brother Rong used to put his sword high. It's a habit developed within the sword. Team Joe was a little confused. Brother Rong, what? Do you like to put your sword in a high place now? Didn't he make a special wooden shelf to put the sword? You can show the height of the 9th level sword. No, it's the Nagasawa sword. You can show the height of the Nagasawa sword. Qin King He stretched out his finger and gestured for the approximate height. Look, it's almost this high, right? Then the wooden frame has reached Brother Rong's waist, and Brother Rong is tall. That height is only about this. For a tall sword, is it a high place? Team Joe felt that what he said was a bit right, but also a bit wrong. He opened his arms and gestured. Isn't the height of the sword like this? Is it long? That's Chang. Brother Rong always puts his sword horizontally. So what do you mean? Qin King He vowed, that's why Nagasawa liked to be in high places before. He slept because he was used to sleeping at high places when he was inside the sword. He also used hindsight. When Nagasawa was brought back, I felt that something was wrong with this child. How can a child at 7 years old still not know how to dress himself or eat? He can't speak. Do you still remember? When he first came here, Brother Tianrong took him to buy clothes. Halfway through, he saw a motorcycle driving in the base. When he saw the motorcycle, he was so frightened that he ran up a tree and stood there for a long time without getting down. Even if he was only 5 years old before the apocalypse, a 5-year-old would still understand a little bit. It's over, it's not like even motorcycles don't know about it. So at that time I concluded that there must be something wrong with him, at least he was definitely not a normal child. Team Joe. He felt that what Qin King He said was a little wrong, but after checking it over, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. No, Brother Rong said at that time that it was because he had been alone for a long time, and the child had no one to guide him, so he hadn't seen anything. In addition, Nagasawa didn't rush up in fear, he just stayed vigilant. Listen to Brother Rong. Anyway, I saw something was wrong at that time, but because Brother Rong didn't say anything, I didn't mention it to anyone. The more Qin King He talked about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He did feel something was wrong at that time. It's just that who has nothing to do to study how a child is doing, so when he felt something was wrong, he let it go. Looking back now, he couldn't help but admire himself. He is so resourceful and has fiery eyes. Even Ji Changs can tell that he is a sword spirit, 1 in 20. And Nagasawa actually behaves quite obviously. Look at him. He carries a sword scabbard and follows Brother Rong every day. Sword spirit, of course he has to follow. Before, they thought Ji Chang's was loyal to Ji Rong. Now it seems that loyalty must be loyalty, but why? Loyalty is another reason. This sword was made by Ji Rong himself. Ji Chang's is the sword spirit inside the sword. After all, Ji Rong is his father. Up and down like this. One correspondence. All closed. There is no need for Ji Chang's to say anything more. After listening to this, others will naturally take note of all the things that they did not understand or understand before. You can even substitute. From Ji Chang's point of view, as a sword spirit, he does not have as complex thoughts as humans. What Ji Rong says, he just does. After Ji Rong died, he followed Ji Rong's instructions because Ji Rong said he would let Ji Wenan become the boss of the base when he was 18, so he became the boss himself and planned to wait until Ji Wenan was 18 before giving him the position. If others use this excuse, they might even think, damn it, are you mentally retarded? Are you treating us like fools? Is that so? You can use stupid excuses, we are not 3-year-olds. But his identity was Ji Chang's, who was the sword spirit. He is just a sword. What can a sword spirit that seems to have only been born for 8 years be capable of? How can it be evil? He is just stubborn and doesn't understand human beings. He follows his elder brother's instructions like a machine. Is he wrong? He is right. Is there something wrong with him? That's definitely not the case. Captain Joe counted on his fingers, 1, 2, 3, oh my god, that Ji Chang's is only 8 years old. 8 years old. Everyone looked at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's expression remained unchanged, not 8 years old. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, he added breathlessly, he is 8.5 years old. Everyone looked at him with more or less shock. Passerby was so shocked that he shouted out, are you only 8 years old? Damn it! Just now Ji Chang swept through the whole area by himself. As a result, this evil god is actually only 8 years old. What's wrong with being 8 years old? You're jealous of our boss's young age. Looking at how old you are, you still have the nerve to talk about our boss here. As a protector of the river, Huziahu immediately came online. He might just be happy with Team Joe, but facing the boss of Passerby, who was the real enemy, even if the opponent just said a word to Ji Chang's, he would also. I wish I could hold a machine gun and shoot the opponent on the spot. Passerby didn't want to have a conflict with him. Just a baby sword spirit can kill Wuliu base on its own, and now there is an adult version. What else do they dare to think about attacking? Yinghe base. What the hell, all the excuses I made have turned into the excuses themselves, and they even beat me up. No, that's not what I meant. I just meant that he is only 8 years old and looks like this. So? Why? I'm telling you, don't be so arrogant. What's wrong with being 8 years old? Who stipulates that 8-year-olds cannot be tall, 189 centimeters long, and 2 meters long? 80-year-old handsome is more handsome than a male star in the sky. After Huziahu finished speaking, he continued, and don't just do it day by day. He just wanted to throw dirty water on our boss and spread rumors that he was stealing a level 9 sword. He himself is a level 9 sword. Ji Chang's, who had always shown no interest in these things, gave him a slap. Chang's sword. Yes. Nagasawa sword. You just randomly named our boss, Who doesn't know what you are thinking? Are you just thinking of finding an excuse to join forces to take down Yinghe, and then become popular yourself? Do you want something spicy? Now our boss has saved Brother Wrong. If he really has a bad intention, how could he save Brother Wrong? You are blind, but you still have to go to someone else's house, mind their own business, and be the boss of the base. I think each one of them looks like a gutter rat. Oh no, why did I say rat? What did the rat do wrong? It has something to do with you. Ji Chang's, what? Evil intentions. It's okay, boss. You don't have to worry about these things. Don't listen to such dirty things. Come on, brother, go and cover the boss's ears. Although Enrun felt that Huzaihua was a bit exaggerated, thinking about it, Ji Chang's was only 8.5 years old this year. Forget it, just cover it up. Children shouldn't listen to these dirty things. Even if he is a sword spirit, he is still a child. Although the boy in black sounded a little confused as to why he wanted to cover his ears, he did not move. He stood there and let Enrun gently cover his ears. Seeing that Ji Chang's could no longer hear, Huzaihua became more energetic. He had been holding back some unpleasant words just now, but now he opened his mouth and cursed for 3 full minutes without repeating the same thing. Although Passerby B is only the boss at the end of the 9 major bases, he has been pampered for so long. How can he compare to Huzaihua, who only chats and brags when he has nothing to do? His mouth opened and closed, opening and closing, but he couldn't find a chance to interrupt. His face turned blue and white, and he wanted to fall out, but he clearly understood that not only did he no longer have any reason or excuse to attack Yang He, but he also couldn't defeat the key point. There is no other way, just give up. It was Boss Wuliu who deceived us, and we only believed him, so, isn't the misunderstanding resolved now? It was our fault, we apologize, can we retreat? Retreat. Ji Chang's, whose ears were obviously covered, had been silent. Upon hearing this, he took a step to the side to block the opponent's figure who wanted to leave, and said in a calm tone, keep fighting. Huzaihua. And run, maybe the sword spirit doesn't use ears to hear sounds. Bar. Forget it, they just need to stand by Ji Chang's side anyway. Yes. You made our base a mess and you think you can leave just by saying retreat. Come on, aren't we going to attack Yang He? Come on and fight, the worst we can do is fight to the death. Yes, you, come here and stand here. We were fighting face to face just now. My knife is about to chop off your neck. Then it was discovered that Ji Chang's was the sword spirit, and the sword dropped to the ground in shock. People from those 3 bases. I can't fight again and again, and I can't walk anymore. There is no legitimate excuse, face is lost, and dignity is lost. Especially the people at Wuliu base, who could be said to be strong when they were taken out, have now become nothing more than crooked melons and cracked jujubes. Isn't this embarrassing? Who dares to fight for fear that his life will be too long? In the end, several bases still failed to fight. Normally at times like this, we would send out Team Joe, who has a negative IQ when facing his own people, but is especially good at talking when outside. He argued with those 3 bases for a while, and was very satisfied when he came back. Nailed it? The 2 bases that were pulled over to help will compensate us for 5 trucks of weapons, food to fill our warehouse, and 3,000 for level 5 crystal cores, 300 for level 6, and 20 for level 7. These are all based on his estimation of the strength of the 2 bases. It has been 10 years since the end of the world, so it is not impossible to collect these crystal cores, but after doing so, it is estimated that the family's wealth will be emptied. Where is Wuliu base? This question was asked by Ji Chang's. He was also thinking about the coal mine that Ji Rong wanted. My eldest brother wants Hesheng, so I want Hesheng to come. More than Crane City. Team Joe chuckled, I didn't talk to them at all. With their current attitude, there's no need to talk. What else are you talking about? The boss of Wuliu is dead, what about these? The younger brothers have all returned to their original form, without any strength at all. If Ying He wants Wuliu, he can just send people there. We really have to send people there, and we have to rescue those people with hidden powers who have been replaced. Captain Joe touched his head and sighed. I don't know if people in other bases find out whether they will find Boss Woolio's abilities more shocking, or whether they will find the appearance of the sword spirit more magical. The boy in black was not interested in what he said at all. He couldn't understand the slightly roundabout words at all, and he didn't know what Captain Joe just said. He didn't understand. The answer I wanted was, so I asked again, I want Crane City. Hey, my boss. Captain Joe patted him on the shoulder, and his words were as warm and gentle as he would treat a 7 or 8-year-old child. Let alone Crane City, the entire Woolio will be ours from now on. He also fantasized happily, when Brother Wrong wakes up and sees it, he will definitely be very surprised. It will indeed be a surprise. Ji Chang's thought, he died and came back to life, and then he learned that his sword had a sword spirit. The sword spirit was the child he thought he had raised as an orphan for so many years. Even Ji Rong would probably be confused for a long time. The news that the 3 major bases were besieging Yinghe had not yet spread, but the news of the failure of the siege had already caught up. It is estimated that within a few days it will spread to all inhabited bases. Everyone was cleaning up the mess. Fang Xing held the sword and carefully touched the red line on it over and over again. Nagasawa said Ji Rong would be out soon. As long as 1 month is up, he will come back to them. Ji Chang's was still like that, not helping to clean up the mess, but just standing aside and watching with his arms folded. At this time, no one thinks it is too cold to not help others without telling them. He is a sword spirit. He is still a sword spirit who is only 8.5 years old. Let an 8.5-year-old do this? Abnormal. In fact, Hu Xiaohu has never fully digested the news, but it does not affect his continued belief that the boss must be right. If others say the boss is wrong, then they must be wrong. I was tidying up with others, and after tidying up, I found a person standing in the distance. There were messes everywhere on the ground, and the man didn't clean them up. He just stood there, facing the slowly setting sun. The back looks particularly lonely. Hu Xiaohu walked over curiously, wanting to see who it was that had caused such a misfortune, but when he got closer, he saw that it was Quan Yukin who was holding the child. Only then did he remember that Quan Yukin had not spoken out since the news that Ji Chang's was the sword spirit was exposed. In my impression, when everyone decided to clean up together, Quan Yukin seemed to have remained silent. What are you doing? He asked. Why do you look so miserable? What? Just allow your own sword to have a sword spirit, but not our boss. No, you don't understand. I'm thinking about something. Thinking about the problem? Hu Xiaohu looked up and down suspiciously. Fang, what are you thinking about? Problem. It's more complicated. Quan Yukin stood there holding the baby, looking increasingly miserable from behind. Fang Xing happened to come over, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, what did I understand about the previous code? It means, it turns out you are the one who knows. Quan Yukin. Fang Xing left. Quan Yukin looked at Hu Xiaohu. You saw it? Now everyone thinks that I am an insider. They all think that I came here with the sword spirit because I know that Ji Chang's is the sword spirit. After all, everyone has seen it before. I go around telling people that it's too crowded and that's a code word. Of course, I don't mainly think about this. Hu Xiaohu was really curious. Then what are you thinking about? Quan Yukin's tone of Buddhism, I just don't understand, why? Ji Chang's is a tall, leggy sword spirit who is 2.8 meters tall and can protect his master. He looked down at the baby in his arms again. I will only lead the people who are chasing me all the way. I have to feed her milk powder, change diapers, and put her to sleep every day. The more I talk about it, the more sad and angry I feel. He was being chased all the way, and he finally found a place when the stupid sword flew behind his butt and followed him so slowly that he didn't dare to stop along the way. Quan Yukin was talking. Tears are about to burst out. It's the same sword spirit. How come other people's ones are like that? Mine. It's like that. Wronged. I feel wronged. The author has something to say. My mom, I didn't know what happened when I just copied it. When I finally published it, a prompt popped up saying that I was sending out 34,000 UN at a time. I was so scared that I quickly copied it again. If I really sent it out, it would be 34,000 UN. In case I don't finish the manuscript, the crematorium will vomit blood. Thank you again. Thank you again for reminding me every time I publish a chapter with more than 10,000 chapters. I almost felt cold. There will be an additional update tomorrow. You guys are quite fierce. Today, it is almost 30,000 in one day. I will add an update tomorrow. If it reaches 30,000, I will add another update. He will update the fastest for free. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 384. Chapter 325. There is nothing left for Ji Changs to do. Someone will naturally clean up the mess in the base. He is still the same as before, going out to do tasks, coming back to have 3 meals a day, sleeping honestly at night, and getting up early in the morning. In the first few days, Fang Xing always fell asleep and woke up suddenly, fearing that those memories would be a dream of his. Then when he woke up and saw the various messages left before going to bed, he went back to sleep peacefully. Ji Wenan didn't know where he got the news that his father would come back. He was so happy that he ran to Ji Chang several times, happily telling him what he would do when his father came back. At his age, even if he understands death, he still has only a limited understanding of how difficult it is for a dead person to return again. Therefore, compared to others in the base, Ji Wenan was the first to accept his father's return. Ji Changs also liked talking to Ji Wenan the most. Of course it wasn't because in front of Ji Wenan, his IQ could surpass him by 8 blocks in a second. Ji Changs always liked children. Just because he doesn't like to talk, every time a child talks in front of him, while a young man in black holds a sword and listens. So when Dad comes back, I will ask him to help me make a wooden sword. Isn't Uncle Chin's sword spirit transformed from a wooden sword? When I have a wooden sword, I will keep it with me every day, and then let a sword spirit like Uncle Zi appear in it. Ji Changs was washing his sword scabbard when he heard this and added, "This is difficult. I know it's difficult. There seem to be only 2 sword spirits in the world right now, and they are all in our base, but it doesn't matter, I will try to do it." Ji Wenan stood aside and enjoyed the future. In the future, we will have 3 sword spirits in Yinghe base. Uncle Zi, you will be the boss and command them. Wow, it feels so majestic just thinking about it. The young man turned his head and glanced at him. He didn't mean to hide it, he just said, "I'm leaving." Walk. Ji Wenan was shocked all of a sudden. "Uncle Zi, where are you going? Why are you leaving? My dad hasn't woken up yet?" Don't you want to see him?" "Ji Changs, is it because Ji Rong is about to wake up? The wind is blowing hard." "It's not that he can't hide it from Ji Rong, it's just that compared to these people in the base, Ji Rong is the one who is least likely to hide it. Also, all the wishes of the original owner, Ji Changs, came true. The ending changed, Ji Rong came back, Ji Wenan won't die in such a mysterious way with his father's protection, and the spy in the base was also caught. An Run survived an ending unknown to the original owner. I've done everything I need to do, but it's really frustrating to stay here and continue to pretend to be taciturn. Ji Changs found a perfect excuse for his trip. My eldest brother has become a sword spirit now. He is no longer my master. I can walk around. The child was shocked by the news. He looked at Ji Chang's blankly, his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to cry. Uncle Zi, please don't leave. Can't we still live together as a family like before? Ji Chang's touched his head. You can write to me. Write a letter. Ji Wenan was indeed fooled, and his mother and aunt often wrote to each other. Well, if you miss me, just write a letter. Ji Wenan, then will you reply to my letter? Ji Chang's thought for a while. No. I only read letters and don't reply. All right. Ji Wenan was still a little reluctant, but he also knew that Ji Chang's had made a decision and he couldn't stop him. Children still have their own petty thoughts. He wanted to go back to his mother and the captain uncles and ask them to stop Uncle Zi. As a result, Ji Wenan went back in the evening to move reinforcements. When everyone came to persuade him the next day, Ji Chang's had disappeared. A sword scabbard lay quietly on the table. Nothing remains but that. When Kuan Yukan came over after hearing the news, looking at the disappointed people, she didn't think it was a big deal. Sword spirits usually do whatever they want. Look at this one in my house. If I don't give her milk powder, there will be trouble. It makes me shattered. If Nagasawa likes to go out alone, ah no, it's a sword, then let him go. No one else spoke. There is always a knot in their hearts. A pimple that makes people feel guilty and regretful. After Ji Rong died, no one could believe Ji Chang's. Even Fang Xin never supported the other party. Ji Chang's is a sword spirit. He may not understand human emotions, and he may not understand that he has been insulted and ostracized by others. But those who had done those things came to him and solemnly apologized after knowing the truth. But what was done, and even though Ji Chang's expressed his acceptance of his apology, he still felt an indescribable feeling of guilt in his heart. But did he leave alone? He can't cook, can he? Kuan Yukan was still holding the baby sword spirit in her arms, and while nudging her to sleep, she said, "Sword spirits are all ancestors. It is absolutely impossible to expect them to take care of themselves." Yes, the boss can't cook. Then what should I do? Nagasawa even washes his hair with help from others. Fang Xin clapped his hands and remembered, does he know how to bring clothes when he goes out? He doesn't know how to wash clothes or even hang them. She used to do all this, but later Hu Ziahu came over to help from time to time. Ji Chang's doesn't know anything. If you go out alone without anyone to take care of you, you still don't become a savage. Everyone looked around in the messy room and found out that he had brought clothes. They were relieved. Knowing that he had brought clothes, at least the temperature would cool down at night and he would not get cold. But expecting Ji Chang's to take care of himself would definitely not work. When he was worried, Hu Ziahu inquired. The cell said that the boss took away Zhou Ruren and Zhou Sui and wanted them to serve their sentences. Serving sentence. What can I take? I guess he was taken around to take care of Ji Chang's. Everyone was relieved when they heard that he also knew how to bring two people to take care of him. In the eyes of the people at the Yinghe base, the two of them, Zhuangxiu Ran and Zhuangxiu Hui, are not good people, but their crimes are not fatal. But if they are taken out to do hard labor, Zhuangxiu Hui will be fine. Zhuangxiu Ran is an earth element and has been released from the cell. Who knows what he can do? In addition, the Dieter meeting had indeed fulfilled its promise, so these two people could not be killed and could only be locked up for the time being. It's okay if Ji Chang's is with him. Both Zhuangxinghui and Zhuangxiren combined can't beat Ji Chang's alone. If I had known that Nagasawa wanted these two people to take care of him, I would have asked these two people to learn more about taking care of others. Team Zhou felt deeply that he had not thought carefully. Ji Chang's had mentioned before that although Zhou Xingran was ugly, he cooked well. After all, his previous mission was to impersonate and run. In order to look like him, he was definitely proficient in taking care of people. But at that time, Captain Joe just thought he was just talking casually, but he didn't expect that this was what the young man had in mind. Everyone at the Yinghe base was very disappointed for a while and asked Ji Wenan if he knew where Ji Chang's would go. Ji Wenan thought for a while and replied, Uncle Zi said that he wants to travel all over China. After the end of the world, the landscape of many places has changed, and many magical things have appeared. It would be fine if Ji Chang's has seen them, but he didn't mind exploring and studying things that he had never seen before. The whole country of China. Hu Ziahu said, then he will definitely pass by other bases, and it is impossible for him to live in the wild forever. He didn't know why the boss wanted to leave. I don't know why the boss didn't take him with him, the most loyal and close person. But at this time, an idea came to him. He wants to make the Yinghe base stronger and stronger, so strong that there are people from the Yinghe base in all the bases in China. When the boss wants to take a rest, he can choose any base and get the treatment of his family. Looking out at the already high sun, he sat down and sighed. I wonder what the boss is doing. Have you eaten? Do you have hot food? It must be a lot of inconvenience to go out. Hey, it must not be as comfortable as in the base. On the grassland far away from the base, Ji Chang's was sitting on a pony eating roast leg of lamb. Although he didn't look fat, he ate a lot. He finished the huge leg of lamb in a few strokes. After eating, he stretched his hand to the side, walked around and carefully handed over a water bottle. It's been heated, and it's all lukewarm. It's just right, neither cold nor hot. Next to it, the Dieter committee was moving his fat figure to arrange the tent. Although he is recognized as a waste snack, it does not mean that he really can't even set up a tent. He set up 2 tents by himself, and worked hard to make Ji Chang's tent more comfortable. When the arrangement is complete, come back and add firewood to the burning fire. Boss, the tent is ready. You can go in soon and catch up on your sleep. Ji Chang's yawned and praised, well done. Dieter will be flattered, boss, do you have anything else to say? Do you want the inside of the tent to be softer? My elder brother can make the soil as comfortable as a bed. Putting a sheet on it is almost like a 5-star hotel. As for what a 5-star hotel looks like, he actually doesn't know. He just believed it after hearing what Zhuangzi Ran said. Ji Chang's raised his eyes and glanced at Zhou Huran, who was earnestly grilling meat. Zhuangzi Ran received his gaze and stood up immediately. Okay boss, no problem boss, just wait for me to make the decoration over there soft and comfortable. He also lost his shit. While running, he said, boss, I washed the clothes you changed last night, and you still have them today. If you want to change clothes, just give it to me. I've already prepared a shower head. You can just use the shower head when taking a shower from now on. Ji Chang's took another sip of water. The man next to him seemed a little hot, so he quickly freed up a hand to fan him with a flattering smile. Boss, do you still want to eat? Do you want this? Eat another bunch. Hey. Okay. Ji Chang's life outside was much more depraved than inside the base. The main thing is that everyone in the base knows what kind of behavior he has, but it will be different for Zhuangzian and Ranzhou. These two people are just weak-hearted losers. No need for Ji Chang's to say anything, they themselves would do their best to please Ji Chang's and take care of him like a little prince. After all, Zhuangzi Ran was also at level 8, and he had taken the N-Run course intensively, plus he had his younger brother Zhuangzi Wei to assist him. Ji Chang's lived a very happy life. Zhuangxian Ran and Zhuangzi Hui didn't dare to expect anything to save their lives. The only thing they didn't understand was why Ji Chang's had to take risks when he could live peacefully in the base. They experienced bugs bigger than a building. Then I saw a swarm of bees surrounding the queen bee, each bee was at least as big as a palm. There are also mutant animals that use zombies as nests and training objects, dragging them into their own caves to train the cubs underneath. And he couldn't move, so he thought of a way to root his body on the zombies, and the zombies carried them around to hunt mutant plants. Dieter Ran really didn't expect it. Ji Chang's looks calm and indifferent on the outside, not interested in anything. But actually, this guy has such a wild style. He would go wherever there was danger. He would go wherever no one could come out alive. At the beginning, every time I walked around, I would follow it with trepidation. Later, I just gritted my teeth and stamped my feet together with my brother, you pulling me in and I pulling you in. Eventually it became numb. Are all sword spirits like this? Do you all like to enjoy the joy of being chased by countless mutated animals, running wildly in front of them, and being chased by a bunch of howling zombies behind them? But unfortunately, they did not dare to resist Ji Chang's. This was a master who dared to kill him before his identity was exposed. At that time, he was using the identity of Enrun. If Ji Chang's were a human being, perhaps Zhuangxian Ran and Zhuangshanghui would have other ideas. But the problem is, they know clearly that Ji Chang Zi is the sword spirit. He is not human. Not an adjective, but really not a person. Did you offend him? They don't care whether you beg for mercy or not, apologize or not. A sword spirit who doesn't even understand human emotions has made such a big mistake. Does he still care whether he kills people or not? Dieter Ran and Dieter Club can only join the group to keep warm. Recalling the past, the dream of the two of them in the early days of the apocalypse was just to survive together. And now, although they have fallen into the hands of the great demon king Nagasawa and have to be tortured by him like 24-hour servants every day, at least they have survived and the brothers are still together every day. That's good. It's just that there are things Ran doesn't understand when he's walking around. There are so many people in Yinghe base, so many people admire Ji Chang's and are willing to follow him. Why did he choose the two of them? Zhuangxuan Ran had been holding back this question for a long time, but he never dared to ask it. He thought that when one day he was sure that he had some status in Ji Chang's mind, he would definitely ask. And in Yinghe base, Ji Rong woke up. He didn't react at first. After all, in his impression, he blew himself up in the end. Then he learned that he had indeed self-destruct. But the soul entered the sword and he became the sword spirit. Ji Rong. And why was this discovered, and why was it possible to enter? The sword turned into a sword spirit, because Ji Chang's was the sword spirit who lived inside before. Ji Rong. Ji Chang's did not forget to pull Ji Rong into the sword when he was seriously injured. After that, Ji Rong slowly lived in it and replaced Ji Chang's as the new sword spirit. As for Ji Chang's, he left this sword to the base. He said that Ji Rong died once and was no longer his master. He was going to wander the world. Ji Rong. Wait. He summarized it again, Nagaze is a sword spirit. Nagasawa saved me and I became a sword spirit. Nagasawa is now wandering around the world. When all the subordinates heard that there was nothing wrong, they all nodded, yes. That's right. Huzayahu added, oh, by the way, Wuliu belongs to our Yinghe River now. Ji Rong. Seeing his doubtful look on life, Qin King he quickly stood up and explained. The thing is like this, you. Listen to me. Tell me, the boss of Wuliu base has the ability to lay bird eggs. After eating the bird eggs, he can replace others. His appearance includes superpowers. Enrun was replaced a few days after the death of the boss, and Zhou Ran pretended to be Enrun to sow discord in the base. The base was divided into two factions. At that time, many people did not believe Nagasawa and felt that he had ulterior motives just for the 9th level sword. Later, the insider was discovered and Wuliu's conspiracy was exposed. Wuliu became angry and led the other two bases to besiege our Yinghe. As a result, instead, they were besieged by us, so Wulu is now ours. After he finished explaining, he asked Ji-rong, "Boss, did I say this to you? Did you understand it all at once?" Ji-rong: I understand, but... He asked, "Am I really only dead for a few months? How long has it been?" "Within a few months, I died once and woke up again, only to find that I was no longer a human being, my younger brother was no longer a human being, Wulia boss would lay eggs, and Enrun could be planted in a tree. There can be a sword spirit inside a sword, and now this stranger named Kwanyukin is holding a crying baby in his arms. He is also a sword spirit." Ji-rong: This is too fantasy. After a long sleep, I felt like everything had changed. Why did Nagasawa leave? How can the child do it alone? No, I want to get him back. Compared with everyone in the base who had more or less complicated hearts, Ji-rong never thought about Ji Chang's fault in his heart. But he can imagine. He could imagine how lonely it would be for this child to face the doubts and indifference of others when he died and no one could stand in front of Nagasawa. "Hey boss, he didn't leave alone, there are two people to take care of him. Don't worry, Nagasawa is very strong now, you may not even be able to beat him." "How old is he?" "If we really count it according to the sword spirit's age, he is only 8 years old." "How can he be outside at such an old age?" The first thing Ji-rong did when he was resurrected was to go out to find Ji Chang's after meeting his relatives and friends. Of course it was not found. However, Ji Chang's knew that he was looking for him and wrote a letter to be brought to Ji-rong. Ji-rong opened the letter immediately after getting it. There was nothing else written on it, except for the recorded attributes of mutant plants, mutant animals, and various zombies that Ji Chang's had previously studied. This child. Ji-rong also saw that Ji Chang's didn't want to come back. This is pretty good, he thought. Since he picked up Nagasawa, he has always regarded the child as his responsibility, taking him by his side to care for and teach him. Take him on a mission. Nagasawa has always been eager to become stronger, and he had vaguely revealed his intention to go out before. It's just that Ji-rong thinks that he is still young, easy to deceive, and his strength has not improved to the point where he can really be safe, so he has always disagreed. But now that he thinks about it, he thinks Nagasawa needs protection from adults more than strength, but maybe that's not the case in Nagasawa's own eyes. Ji-rong stopped looking for Ji Chang's. "I just occasionally find some delicious and fun things, or clothes that suit Ji Chang's, and they will be randomly placed in other bases. The same goes for Team Jo." Gradually, the people at Yinghe base developed a habit. After discovering a strange base that they have never set foot in before, they will ensure the safety of the base and put a safe at the entrance of the base with some food, drink, or clothes in it. The words Yinghe base, Nagasawa were spray painted on the outside of the safe. That kind of old-fashioned safe can only be opened by a person with special abilities, but a person with special abilities doesn't bother to do such a thing that would jeopardize his or her identity, so even in a relatively remote small base, it is very safe. They had no chance to tell Ji Chang's the password, so they simply chose the other party's birthday. If Zhuangxiu Ran and Zhuangxiu Hui were still with Ji Chang's, even if he didn't know the password himself, the two people would have reminded them. The development of the Yinghe base is getting wider and wider, and this unique safe is also being distributed further and further. 20 years after the end of the world. Compared with the 10th year, everyone has become accustomed to struggling to survive. In the 20th year, human beings are no longer satisfied with just barely surviving. If technology is gone, then create new technology. The recovery of spiritual energy is very slow, but after 10 years, there have been earth-shaking changes. More and more people have discovered the so-called second power, and the existence of weapon spirits is no longer just 2 or 3 kittens. Animals are also gradually becoming more human-like. A certain superhuman raised a dog before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the dog turned into a mutated animal, but it has always been loyal to its owner, and each person and the dog depended on each other. After doing this for 20 years, one day, the dog spoke. The first human words it uttered in its life were, "Stop cooking dog food for me. You made it so unpalatable that I might as well eat dirt." It is said that after saying this, its sensitive and fragile owner was shocked at first, and then went off topic to think that his own cooking was so disliked. He was hurt and felt quietly uncomfortable for a long time. So from then on, the cook at home turned into a dog. I heard that it is delicious, and much better than its owner, who is terrible at cooking no matter what he cooks. In the 10th year of the end of the world, some people have changed, and the animals and plants around some people have changed, but everyone avoids talking about it and secretly conceals it. After all, no one was afraid of being asked to do research. In that environment, no one dared to expose their privacy. But the situation will be different 20 years after the end of the world. First, the boss of the largest base, Yinghe, was the sword spirit. Yinghe openly announced that he would accept all mutant people, animals, and plants. As long as they have good intentions, even if a dung beetle becomes a spirit, they will accept it. In the end of the world, Fist is the boss. Some people have objected to this kind of mutation before, thinking that it is all heresy. But everyone in Yinghe said that they think this is a good thing and they agree with it. With your objections, aren't you waiting to become enemies with Yinghe? Boss Yinghe is not someone to be trifled with. There are 3 sword spirits in their base. The first one is said to be wandering outside, but occasionally comes back with messages. Although the second one is only 10 years old this year, the lethality of the sword spirit doesn't matter. The third one, that's the nightmare of anyone who wants to cause trouble. Ji-Rong was already very cruel when he was a human, and when he had the powerful strength of the sword spirit, it matched his brain. Simply. Anyway, it is definitely an existence that cannot be offended. Some people have thought about imitating Ji-Rong and becoming a sword spirit, but everyone knows that the reason why Ji-Rong became a sword spirit is because he had a sword spirit first. When he died, his sword spirit took his soul into the sword and raised it. Looking at him. After that, his sword spirit gave up the sword and left the sword to Ji-Rong. Only then did Ji-Rong completely become the sword spirit. Then the conditions for becoming a sword spirit are very simple and easy to understand. First, you need to die. Then, a sword spirit is needed. In the end, this sword spirit was willing to save his master. Someone tried it? After the new sword spirit was born, that person tried his best to buy the sword from its original owner, and then mustered up the courage to commit suicide. His subordinates waited there for a long time, but could not wait for his resurrection. In the end, the sword spirit who was finally willing to stretch himself was impatient when asked, and said, "He's dead." Really, I'm going to die. Why are people so hard to think about it now? Hey, you. Which one of you is willing to be my new master? How about you? Let's have a fight first. Whoever wins, I will get it. How about it? Don't come here, poor guy, I just want it. The rich man will be my master. Subordinates. This tragedy gave the second master a hint. Before he died, he did not forget to tell the sword spirit to help him. Then, he died smoothly and completely. The sword spirit stretched out as soon as he came out and expressed his innocence. Why should I drag him in? It's too crowded. The second master's subordinate, then why didn't you tell him? He is my master, so I have to give him some face, but it doesn't matter now. He is dead and I have no master anymore. Which one of you is willing to be my master? I have to be rich and able to fight. Yes, you don't snore when you sleep. How about you guys fight and I'll be the referee? The third master takes over. As the saying goes, if you work hard once, you will be exhausted again, and you will be exhausted after 3 times. This time the new owner finally gave up the idea of committing suicide and becoming a sword spirit. Since then, news has spread that the sword spirit is willful and has its own set of logic. Even those who want to imitate Ji-Rong do not dare to try it. After all, not everyone is as lucky as Ji-Rong. Not only was he a great hero before his death, but he was still rescued by the hard-to-serve sword spirit after his death. The character of Ji Chang's that is circulated outside is that he is simple, kind, easy to coax, good-tempered, very kind to his family, and loyal to Ji-Rong. After his death, he did not hesitate to bear the infamy in order to help him stabilize his base. In the end, even his own the sword can be given to Ji-Rong. Oh my God! Countless people who were tortured by their own sword spirits and wanted to jump off the building were all excited when they heard this. What kind of peerless sword spirit is this? Why can't they meet such a good sword spirit? If there could be an idol ranking list in Sword and Soul, Ji Chang's would definitely top the list. And as his reputation spreads further and further, he will be far away from the second place. Of course, this is the ranking in people's minds. In the minds of you sword spirits who are slowly born and have various images, how do other sword spirits care about their affairs? They just need to eat well, live well, and sleep well. They need to order their masters every day and let them act as cattle and horses for them. It is best to put everything they want to eat to their mouths. As for Ji Chang's, the eldest brother of Sword Spirit, he has nothing to do with them. Will you eat meat if you listen too much? Yinghe base gradually released something. For example, a certain mutant plant can replace anesthetics, the fur of a certain animal can be used as cotton. What are the weaknesses of zombies, and what plant smells are the zombies afraid of? What animal? You can avoid zombies. These materials, which are enough to benefit all mankind, are also marked as being discovered by Ji Chang's. As a result, Ji Chang suddenly changed from the peerless sword spirit in the minds of all his masters to the invincible sword spirit in the entire country of China. Oh my God! Even if he is no longer Ji-Rong's sword spirit, he will still go out and collect this information by himself. I heard that when I left, I was only 8 years old based on my birth age. He was only 8 years old, still so young, and he had to go so far and run around just for Ji-Rong to be able to do so, and he didn't know how much suffering he suffered. This is true love, true love. Some people with sword spirits returned home and saw their sword spirits lying on the sofa while reading novels and eating dried sweet potatoes. I'm back. Oh, I'm back. Get me a glass of water quickly. I'm dying of thirst. And come over and give me a pat on my back. I don't feel well if I don't pat my back for a day. By the way, did you sleep last night? Why didn't you tell me how to sleep before going to bed? Previous story, did you know that I was waiting for you? How long have you been waiting for after get off work? You promised to take me out to play, how many days has it been? The master looked at his uncle like sword spirit, and then thought about Ji Chang's sword spirit, and carefully probed, Nagaze. You know, he is the first sword spirit, and he is also your senior. I have no other choice. What I mean is, since he is a senior, how about you learn from him? Sword Spirit, who was lying on the sofa, glanced at him. Okay, hurry up and pour me some water. After pouring the water, you will commit suicide. I will try to save you, but you can't blame me if you can't. It seems that no one has succeeded before, and I don't know if I can do it. Master, forget it, I think I'm still alive. But Nagasawa-ken is so gentle, kind, and considerate. What about you? You have a lively personality. Gentle, kind, and considerate, Sword Spirit took a bite of dried sweet potato and said, either I'm pretending, or you're just talking nonsense. How can we, Sword Spirits, be gentle, kind and considerate? What do you think we are? Hurry up and cook. If you come back and don't cook, you'll be here nagging. nagging, "If you bother me again, I'll tell you. I won't go out with you at night. You just go there alone with your sword." Owner. He dared not speak out when he was angry, so he could only complain silently in his heart. "What are you pretending to be? Ji Chang's is so good, why do you need to pretend? If he can't do it himself, he can't do it. Anyway, he's used to it. At worst, he just wants to raise a cat, so there's no need to be so harsh. Go back." After that, some people with sword spirits communicated with each other. This one said, "My guy laughed for a long time last night and told me that it was impossible for a sword spirit to do that. He said that Nagasawa's sword must have wanted to go out for fun when he ran out. The information he sent back was just incidental." The other one also said, "The same goes for the one in my family." He also said that the sword spirit is the least likely to be dedicated to others. Even if he has a good relationship with his master, the way to show his love is to command him. I suspect that he is trying to make me believe that he likes me so that I gave him water to wash his feet. Then you must fight. Sword spirits are like children. They get angry when they don't get their way. Didn't that person before still want to use sword spirits? What happened? Except for the first time the sword spirits showed up, they never showed up again. I ignored him and waited until he died before choosing a new master. Hey, I don't expect my family to be like Nagasawa-ken. I just don't have to listen to bedtime stories every day. I was in elementary school before the end of the world, so I don't remember any bedtime stories. You still want to expect them to be like Nagasawa's sword. I guess it's because Nagasawa's sword is the first sword spirit born, so it should be a little more stable and reliable. The rest of them are all kids. Everyone talked for a while and couldn't leave even after talking. Because next door, their sword spirits are still chatting together. If they leave first, their personalities and tempers are very similar to those of children, and they will definitely be unhappy. I have no choice but to wait for the sword spirit I asked for. There are many people outside who want to get sword spirit, but they are already considered the luckiest. In the room belonging to the sword spirits, a group of handsome and beautiful sword spirits were lying lazily on the couch, looking like they wanted to sleep until the end of the world. Have you heard what your family said about Nagasawa's sword? I heard about it. I knew it was fake as soon as I heard it. How could we sword spirits be so willing to dedicate ourselves? It would be good if we didn't bother humans. I don't know if the brains of humans who believe in these things are full of water. The guy from my family also believes it. Believe it or not, I think he is just looking at a fool. Yeah, I think so too. After listening to it, I knew it was definitely not what humans said. Why do they believe it one by one? I don't know what they think. A tall and handsome sword spirit curled his lips. Humans are all fools, you. It's not the first day you know this. I guess, other humans are similar. Anyway, it must be except for us sword spirits. All believe. Ji Chang's is such a sword spirit. No, I think there are still humans who can see the truth. They are not all fools. The other sword spirits all laughed at him wantonly. Human beings are all fools, you. Do you know it now? Distant desert. Zhou Suren finally learned why Ji Chang's chose himself and his younger brother to take care of him. The young man took a slow sip of the soup and said calmly, "Because you are the best to bully." Zhuang Suran. He thought about the rumors about Nagasawa's sword who had been to the base. I looked desperately at my younger brother, who didn't feel anything was wrong at all and was still taking care of him diligently, and shed tears of regret. Is he the only one in the world who thinks Ji Chang's is a bitch? The author has something to say, Ajin just can't stand the praise. When I published it today, it got stuck again. I kept spinning and spinning. It scared me to death. I thought I was going to get stuck. The world is over. There are more updates, but I guess it's very late. I've been dealing with things during the day lately, so I can only type at night. I'll check back tomorrow morning for more updates, okay. Besides, I saw a little angel said today that I have 30,000 saved manuscripts. Don't spread rumors. I don't. There was just an error in copying, maybe the previous content was copied. My sugar cat has always been a naked/running contestant. There is no such thing as saving manuscripts. He is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 385. Chapter 326. When Ji Chang's opened his eyes again, the air was filled with moisture, a gust of wind blew, the curtains floated on his face, and some rain fell on his face. After waking up in an instant, he wiped his face. Before he could check his memory, a confused voice came from behind him, "Nagaze, please close the window." "Good." Ji Chang's responded, stood up and closed the window. When I turned around, I saw young people sleeping in various positions on the bed. They were all men, most of them wearing glasses, some holding books in their hands, and one with an open book covering his face. He looked like he had finished studying all night long. He lowered his head and looked at the clothes on his body, and roughly guessed the background of this time. Sure enough, after checking his memory, he found that this time was also a small world that he had never been to. One is developing vigorously. Young people are motivated, especially college students, who can study spontaneously without being urged by their parents. The original owner is a college student. This is a standard room with 2 beds pushed together to sleep 8 people in total. In the eyes of later generations of students, 8 people in 2 beds may be too crowded, but for today's hard-working people, it is nothing. The reason why they are in this place that is obviously a hotel instead of a student dormitory is because all 8 of them have good English scores. There is a foreign visiting group who wants to come to their city to visit and invest, and the principal doesn't know. How did it work? And 8 students with excellent grades, including the original owner, were successfully inserted. The reason why the students got it is that the government also wanted to show that students in China have a very good knowledge reserve. They were told by the school before departure that they must not be embarrassed by stage fright, so when they arrived outside, they all looked like human models. Like a human being, I went back to my residence and made up classes crazily. Ji Chang's was still checking his memory. A relatively thin student yawned and got up. He looked at the sky outside and shouted to his classmates who were still sleeping on the bed, "Wake up, it's dawn. I'm going to visit the Forbidden City today, so get up and wash your face quickly so that your international friends don't laugh at you. Nagaze, can you go to the toilet? If you don't want to go to the toilet, go to me." Ji Chang shook his head, "I won't go, you go." "Then I'll go. I remember you were still awake when I went to bed at 3 o'clock, and you didn't seem to be there either. Looking at the English information, there's no point in staying up late, I think. Read extracurricular books and read them again after you return to school. Don't waste time at this time." After the thin student got up, another student also yawned and sat up. Hearing this, he added disapprovingly, "Isn't he always like that? Don't worry about him, either. Do you know how he came in and left? If you don't use the toilet, I will use it." "No, no, no, I'm suffocated, let me go first, let me go first." "Then hurry up and hurry up." The student who got up first hurriedly rushed into the toilet. Then he thought of something and ran out again. He picked up a notebook by the bed and ran back. Soon, the sound of him reading English could be faintly heard from the toilet. If he read it fluently once, he would be able to pass it. If he read it stumblingly, he would repeat it until it became fluent. The other students on the bed also got up one after another. The first thing they did when they got up was not to get dressed, but to find a place to put their books so that they could get dressed and tidy up while talking. They showed different personalities, but none of them showed much interest in Ji Chang's. Most of them glanced at him or simply ignored him, and one of them just rolled his eyes at him. All told, there were 7 people in the morning, and only the thin young man who got up first gave Ji Chang's a good look. However, Ji Chang's, who has read the memories, can understand them very well. At this moment in China, both the young, middle-aged, and old are full of energy. Everyone fully embodies the spirit of not being afraid of hardship or tiredness. As long as you can make a contribution and learn knowledge, everything is worth it. College students are the most enthusiastic and the least afraid of hard work. At a young age, I always seem to have endless energy to do something. I study hard every day in school, and I am keen to participate in various university activities outside. In such a learning atmosphere, the original owner felt a little out of place. The original owner was born in a family with good conditions, a serious father, a gentle mother, and a rebellious sister. His father is a government worker and his mother is a nurse. No matter which era they were placed in, their jobs looked pretty good, and their monthly wages were also very good compared to others. When people of the same age may not be able to eat meat for a week, there is already meat on the dining table of the original owner's house. When the classmates are still eagerly watching some movies on the neighbor's TV, the walls of the original main room were already covered with posters of those movie stars. Basketball, football, ball, poster, game console, MP3. All the things that a child of this age desires to have, the original owner's parents did not hesitate to give him, and did their best to cultivate him. It's a pity that the original owner's long hair turned crooked. It stands to reason that he has been lacking in everything since he was a child, and he should have a good personality. This is indeed the case on the outside, but as the original owner grows up, everything becomes different. He began to have dreams of being young and dangerous, and started to rebel. The original owner's brain was quite smart, otherwise he would not have been admitted to a good university, but such a smart brain was not used by him on the right path. After being admitted to university, he became addicted to various extracurricular readings. Originally, extracurricular readings were nothing, but now university teachers also encourage reading some domestic and foreign classics to increase your knowledge and broaden your ideas. But the original owner is different. When people watch it, they just want to see something new. When he sees it, he will feel ready to move in his heart. Especially after watching a young and dangerous movie, other students would just watch and discuss how handsome the protagonist is. At most, some junior middle school kids would imitate it. But the original owner is very smart, and he just wants to learn from others, and it feels good to fool himself. The original master learned from the truth. He really thinks that being the boss is a great way to make money. He made strict plans, recruited people, and expanded his gang. He was a smart man himself. If he really wanted to fool a few people and become his subordinates, it would be very simple for him to just paint a big pie and recruit people in various ways. Moreover, the original owner spontaneously understood the development offline without any teacher. For example, if his subordinates invite people to join the gang, then the subordinates will be able to move up a level, and the subordinates will respectfully call him Brother X. People are easy to deceive at this time, and some young people are racking their brains and doing whatever they can to develop new downlines just for the majestic "Hello, Big Brother." In this way, the original owner's gang grew bigger and bigger. He also found that he didn't need to study because he had so many younger brothers to pay him filial piety. Each of them paid 5 yuan, which was a huge sum of money. The original owner's grades just dropped. The school didn't know that he was making such a big fuss outside, and it still nurtured him as before, but the original owner's heart could no longer be with the school. He began to despise his classmates, his teachers, and everyone else. Maybe it was just a little fuss at first, but what was wrong? He was too smart, help. The sect is developing more and more powerfully, and it is obvious that the original owner is not the kind of person who refuses to accept the huge benefits in front of him. At first, it was just a gang to prove our loyalty. Later, it developed into collecting protection fees. It happened that business was popular at the time, so it turned into raising funds to start a company. The original owner did not expect to receive so much money. Although the leader of the gang is just a college student, he develops down the line step by step. In order to become a higher level person, these people can boast about anything, and finally the little brother who is recruited in many of them are real gangsters. To say that the original owner is really capable, those adults who are older than him, can fight better than him, and are richer than him are coaxed by him to be obedient and obedient. It's almost enough to say that they are loyal. And so many people were attracted by the big pie drawn by the original owner. In order to open a company, they spent all their available money, and after paying it over layer by layer, it turned into a huge sum of money. This money may not be much in future generations, but in this era when money is still valuable, it is a lot of money. How much does it cost for a college student to graduate a month now, and he still has to work diligently? Faced with such a huge temptation, the original owner failed to control it and took advantage of an opportunity to go to the capital to donate money and run away. He ran away, but he didn't expect what his family would face. How can a person who has been defrauded of money be willing to come to ask for money? If he can't get it, he will give up. The original owner's family was originally in trouble because he got involved with those people who were not doing their jobs and wanted to start a company together. I have headaches every day, and suddenly I encounter this problem. After I find out that it is indeed my son's fault, what can I do? I'll pay for it. The house was sold, the car was sold, and the debts were not paid off. The original owner's father and mother had to use their wages every month to repay the money. At the same time, they had to look for the original owner everywhere. They couldn't bear to hate him for doing such a thing, and had to worry about him going out alone. Will you encounter any danger? The original owner, after running away with the money, thought about contacting his family, but gave up the idea after he learned that the gang of boys were targeting his home. He knew that they had reported the case, and he was so angry that he didn't even dare to go back. He didn't know what to do with the money in his hand. Well, after thinking about it, he just took the money and put it away. A loan shark. The original owner was really smart. He didn't forget to spend money to hire 2 thugs for himself before leaving. Those 2 thugs were young, one was only 14 when they were hired. One is 16 years old. It is said that their stepfather treated them badly after their mother passed away and wanted to send them to work in a factory. A kind-hearted neighbor told them that even if they went to work there, their stepfather had made an agreement with someone, and the money would belong directly to his stepfather. They would not get a penny, so the 2 brothers simply ran out. After I came out, I had no education and didn't know where to make a living, so I just moved bricks at the construction site. But I was still too young. Although I had a fierce appearance, I was easily deceived. After working for a year, the first construction site contractor said he was pitiful and left them to work. However, after the project was completed, he took the money and disappeared. The second time the contractor was a good person, but unfortunately half the project was unfinished. The contractor took them to the boss's house to ask for money, but the boss's family had already sold the house and disappeared. During the third time, there was an eldest brother from the same hometown who took good care of them. He said that the 2 sons in the family were about the same age as them and looked at them as if they were sons. The relationship between the 3 of them gradually became closer, until one time, the eldest brother I suddenly arrived at their dormitory in the middle of the night, crying and saying that my son was seriously ill and needed to borrow money. The 2 borrowed it, and then the eldest brother never came back. Later, they moved to a construction site and met a worker. When they talked about this, They checked his appearance and found out that the eldest brother had no son at all. He is not from the same hometown as them, he is just a local, moving around to cheat money. Then, the two met the original owner. Although they are young, they are tall and intimidating. They are definitely safe and easy to control existences for the original owner. The reason why they met was by chance. The younger of the two brothers suddenly fell ill suddenly in the middle of the night and was in so much pain that he could not speak. The older brother hurriedly carried his younger brother to the hospital, but when he got there, he had no money to pay for the medical expenses. Their money was borrowed by the elder brother, and the payment for the construction site project was not paid this time. There was no money on hand, and the hospital did not dare to take credit. After all, credit has happened before and the patient left. There is no chance of coming back. While he was crying, the original owner broke his leg and went to the hospital for treatment, where he bumped into him. Looking at a tall and scary man, he was crying like a child. The original owner could tell at a glance that he was someone easy to bully. He walked over to ask about the situation and helped his brother pay for his medical expenses. Then he said, "You two, follow me from now on. I am also a human being. From now on, you will be my bodyguard. What will I eat? What will you do? What to eat? You can treat me as your big brother." It stands to reason that after being deceived several times, the two brothers should not trust people as much as before, but the situation is different. In the past, they were defrauded of money, and this time, the original owner gave them a gift. Got money. When their brother's illness was cured and the pain disappeared, the two brothers' gratitude to the original owner reached its peak. So, they just followed the original owner in a daze, learning to be expressionless, learning not to say a word, pretending to be very dignified, and following the big brother in loan sharking. The original owner also discovered that he had picked up a treasure. The two brothers are very simple-minded and a little naive, but they are very capable. When they were 18 years old, a punch could break a sandbag. They were Zhou Qinglong and right Beihu of the original owner. They saved the original owner countless times and refused bribes from others many times. The original owner knew that they lacked love and what they longed for most was family affection. He did not mind creating a "we are a family" attitude and told them countless times, "I am the eldest brother and I will protect you. Follow me, eldest brother, and eldest brother will take good care of you." With these two magic weapons, the original owner's life of loan sharking went smoothly. Until later, the country severely cracked down on loan sharking and loan sharking could no longer be done blatantly. Now that he had a lot of money, he simply returned to his old job. Wearing gold and silver, followed by two bodyguards, he started to commit fraud. Of course, it's not a scam like making a phone call. The original owner doesn't look down on such low-end things. He still remembered that when he was in school, he worked as a translator and tour guide for international friends, so he stayed in the most luxurious hotel, hired a tour guide, and ran around the capital with two bodyguards and a tour guide while heading towards the city. The person you are targeting spreads the news. For example, he is a big boss. He is a Chinese overseas. The foreign industry is very big. This time he came back to invest in the domestic industry. He is currently looking for a partner. Of course, he wanted to travel around before looking for a partner. And when traveling, the original owner specially picked out expensive things to buy, stayed in the most expensive hotels, ate the most expensive meals, bought the most expensive watches, drove the most expensive cars, and followed him behind him. Those two bodyguards looked very expensive, and the image of a rich man couldn't be more plump. The next step is to find a trustee and introduce yourself to the nouveau riche who have low vision but a lot of money. After some operations, he makes the nouveau riche believe that he is a real person. After millions of people don't care about the strict super rich, when it comes to financing, naturally there will be a lot of people rushing to give money. Who would think that the original owner was greedy for his money? The cars they drive cost millions. It is said that the assets abroad are worth more than 1 billion. If such a person can catch a ride, why not quickly invest all his wealth? He will definitely make a profit without losing anything. Then the original owner ran away with the money. The rented car was returned and the things he bought were returned. He used a false identity. After all, he had a criminal record and was a Chinese overseas, so he just needed a fake passport. The matter quickly became a big deal. At that time, many people wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and double their income, so they did not hesitate to borrow money to invest. When the original owner ran away, the victims could not pay back the money. There were problems in the capital chain, the business went bankrupt, and they had no choice but to jump off the building. The police were heavily searching for them, and the two brothers were protecting the original owner, who was discovered by one of the victims when he was hiding in Tibet. The victim's family was bankrupt and his mother died of a heart attack. When the family was caring for an elderly person, because they could no longer afford a nanny, the little child ran into the street without anyone to look after him and was hit by a car and died. There is an old man and a low man, but now they are all gone. Okay. I want to see how much the other party hates the original owner. He came up with a knife and tried his best. The younger brother of the two brothers helped the original owner block the knife and died of excessive blood loss. The whereabouts of the original owner were exposed. In order to escape successfully, he asked his brother to distract them when the police caught up. My brother was arrested. Although he was an accessory, the amount was too high and he will probably spend the rest of his life in jail. The original owner is not done hurting these two people yet. He continued to run away in a hurry, and this time he met his scumbag first love. The first love episode with him didn't have much impact on the original owner's memory. It was also because it involved later events that Ji Chang's had a rough idea of it. Chu Lian and the original owner's house are neighbors, door to door. They have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. Chu Lian is good looking and has a very sweet and innocent temperament. The original owner is precocious and has targeted her early. After that, it was natural for them to be together, but the original owner did not take a fancy to Chu Lian's family background. Although they were childhood sweethearts, their family's conditions were very good, while Chu Lian's parents only opened a small shop downstairs, and the house at home was also left by Chu Lian's grandfather. Down. Such a family background could not bring him much help, so after they got together, in order to make it easier for him to find a girlfriend at school, the original owner found a we are still afraid of. The elders in the family said, I want my first love to have a secret relationship with myself as an excuse. At the age of 18, he coaxed the other party to taste the forbidden fruit with the power of wine. After telling the other party that he was safe here, the two families could immediately talk about marriage, and it would be completed in one go. It's not that my first love is too silly. In fact, we grew up together, and the relationship between our parents is so good. They are childhood sweethearts. When we were young, we were often told that we would have a baby date. The original owner pretended to be a human being, so who could? I thought he would be a liar. After the original owner collected the money and ran away, Chu Lian still believed that the truth of the matter was not like that. It was not wrong to think so. After all, the original owner had always behaved very steadily and reliably in front of her. The original owner has been here for several years, and her first love has gradually grown up. She is good looking, and she also liked acting since she was a child. She was admitted to an acting school and entered the entertainment industry after graduation. Because of his good looks and pure temperament, he gained a lot of popularity after the 2 TV series he participated in were broadcast. It was when his career was booming that he met the original owner again. The original owner made up a story about how he was framed in a miserable way. He pretended to be miserable and said that he had missed the other person very much over the years, and coaxed his first love into letting him into the house. In the first few days, the original owner just planned to find a place to rest temporarily. As for his first love, he had already forgotten all about it. After I found out that my first love was doing well, I started to think about ways to send my first love to go abroad. Julianne doesn't think that going abroad is a good idea. She thinks that since she was framed, she should go to the police and tell the truth. After the investigation comes to light, won't the original owner be restored to innocence? How dare the original owner go to the police? He was not framed at all. Neither of them could convince the other. The original owner hated the other in his heart for refusing to help, and seeing his wanted photos all over the streets, he gritted his teeth and got some medicine, took some photos, and threatened the other to send him abroad. Otherwise, once the photos are gone and he dies, it will not be easy for her. Okay. Just imagine how powerful first love can be. She also understood that what the original owner said before was all lies. How could a person who could do something to her like this really be innocent? I believed that my first boyfriend who I had been with for so long was so obviously a scumbag. It was strange that his mentality was not broken. The two of them were arguing and arguing. The original owner missed and strangled each other to death. He fled in a hurry again, but an accident happened. The place where the money was hidden was captured on surveillance footage. Based on the surveillance, the police found the money and distributed it to the victims. The Lord suddenly lost everything. When he was penniless, newspapers began to report the news that Shinjin Ziyahua was killed in his home. Although Julianne only appeared in 2 TV series, both of them were well known, and the roles she played also attracted fans. Her sudden death in the prime of life attracted a lot of attention. For a time, entertainment news and newspapers were full of news of her death. The original owner did something that made Ji Chang's extremely disgusting. He took out the photos in his hand and sold them for money. A dead actress suddenly had her nude photos exposed, and the photos were still on such a large scale. This incident became more and more sensational. Other colors were added to her murder. Some people said that the photo did not look like she was forced. She was just a slut. She might have been murdered because of an affair. Some said it was a good death, and some said it was a pity to die. Otherwise, I would also like to give it a try. On the internet, people wear vests, and ghosts, and snakes can appear. The parents of their first love lost their daughter in middle age. Before they could recover, they were faced with the humiliation of their daughter's death. The two of them seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. At the same time, the original owner finally paid off the debt. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the true identity of the original owner was also found out, so a new victim came to the door again. The police noticed the connection between the two cases and found out that the original owner was the murderer. The original owner had no money and no identity this time, and the photo was posted everywhere. After all, he was arrested a month later and confessed to the crime of killing his first love. It's just that even if the police try to clarify at this time that the other party was stunned and took the photos unconsciously, those photos that have been circulated cannot be deleted. Many people are not so moral and would not give up those obscene thoughts because they feel that the other person's death was pitiful and innocent. No matter how the parents of the first love begged or posted, I hope everyone can delete the photos and leave some dignity to the deceased. As requested, the photos should still be circulated. The original owner was eventually sentenced to death. His parents were shameless to face their friends and creditors. After being threatened and stalked by a victim's family for a month, his sister, who had been undergoing treatment for depression, lost control and jumped from a building. It was already difficult for the original owner's parents to support them. After hearing the news of their daughter's death, they were devastated and decided to commit suicide together. Eventually, they died alone in a shabby rental house at an age when they should have retired and raised grandchildren. Ji Chang's. He rubbed his brows. The system is really getting better and better at picking people, so that every time he comes over, the first thing he wants to do is beat himself up. Forget it. He took stock of who the original owner had been sorry for, including his parents, sister, first love, 2 younger brothers, and a bunch of younger brothers and investors who were deceived. The current timeline is the day before the original owner ran away with the money. The good news is that he hasn't had time to run yet. The bad news is that in school, in the eyes of his classmates, he is already a semi-waste. Outside, he already has a bunch of younger brothers. According to a rough estimate, there are at least 150 people. This does not include the students who have no money and are not included in the original owner's calculation. In the community where he lives, his reputation is almost equal to the children of XXX's family seem to be black-minded. At the same time, no one said anything about the original owner taking all the money. According to the original timeline, the boys probably discovered that the money was missing when they planned to put another sum of money in it tomorrow afternoon. In the original world, the original owner had already moved away at this time. Ji Chang's rubbed his brow again. It's not that it's difficult. It's just that he really wants to beat this body. However, thinking that according to the old rules, the soul of the original owner should have been forcibly taken away, Ji Chang's felt a little better. Ji Chang's, if you don't want to read, get out of the way. What are you occupying the table for? You don't read English books or the information about the Forbidden City. You don't study yourself, so don't delay others. A tall and thin student came over and was buttoning up his shirt with a stinky face. He was obviously unhappy with the way the other student was occupying the space and not reading. There is only one desk in a room. If you don't use it yourself, don't hinder others. Look, I'm doing something serious, right? Ji Chang's didn't panic. He didn't move out of the way or move his hands. The book in his hand was actually an economic book. The original owner had no intention of becoming a translator. He only wanted to take the money and travel far away to make a fortune. Naturally, he was not satisfied with the money, so he took the time to study. Then if you learn and learn, you will learn to become a fraudster. What's the name of this book you're reading? The tall and lanky man was already unhappy. Before Ji Chang's got out of the way, he became even more unhappy. Yesterday, I was the one who came back first in the evening, so I went to the toilet and you took my book away and sat down by yourself. If you were reading an English book, I wouldn't say anything. What were you reading? What? It's a mess. Today we are going to the Forbidden City to translate for others. Do you think this can help us learn English vocabulary and information? Is it important to read the information about the Forbidden City? Ji Chang's didn't even raise his head. Well, it's more important than what you see. It was okay if he didn't say this, but when he said it, the tall and thin man almost exploded. Don't be arrogant. How about meeting people outside? This matter concerns international friends. What's the use of reading this kind of book? They are here for tourism. What? What? Economics. If you want to learn, can you still follow me? I can't talk about economics. He had been holding back his anger last night, and today he saw that everyone was busy doing business, except Ji Chang's, who was not doing business and still occupied the table, and now he was being bullied like this again. When I come back, I don't want to endure it anymore. He slapped Ji Chang's book, blocking him from reading further. Brother Ninth, what are you doing? We are all classmates. Nagasawa can use the table if he wants. It's not like we didn't read while standing at school. The skinny young man who came out of the toilet saw this arrogant look as soon as he came out, and quickly went to break up the fight. Nagaze, if not, please give up the table to wash up first. You have to wash up anyway, right? Ji Chang's raised his head and glanced at him. I don't have time. I have something I can't figure out. I have to read this book carefully. Look, you've only been here for a few days. Have you forgotten what you came for? The tall and lanky man rolled his eyes, not wanting to waste time on the quarrel, so he took his book and walked to the other side and started reading seriously. Ji Chang's ignored him. It's not that he holds a grudge, but that he really doesn't understand something. In the memory of the original owner, this memory is not very profound. After all, compared to his life of committing evil and committing suicide and causing destruction, the part about being chosen to be the translator for international friends seems very dull. Ever since he came to the capital, he had been thinking about finding an opportunity to run away. Of course, he wouldn't run away as soon as he arrived. After all, it was a place he had never been to before. The students were busy a few days ago. When they were working, they tried their best to translate. When they were not busy, they took the time to learn more to avoid making a fool of themselves. As for the original owner, he was busy memorizing the route and figuring out the capital. Where is where? Where can I rent a house directly? Where can I find someone to help me? When Ji Chang's thought of this memory, the first thing that came to Ji Chang's mind were various road maps. He had to admire the original owner. If this ability could be put into doing business, the original owner would have made a fortune long ago. But even if his memory is not blurry, Ji Chang's can still clearly feel the sense of violation here. A group of international friends who want to invest in China can make a university president so happy to send a few students with good grades to serve as translators and guides, and regard this opportunity as an excellent exercise and friendship for them. Someone with good connections and opportunities. Why? So poor that 8 students can live in a single room. This means that people nowadays are simple and honest, especially although all the students here have good grades. The one with the best family background is the original owner, and the others are either average or poor. Being able to enter a luxury hotel in the capital already makes them feel timid, let alone finding fault in it. What's more, they were warned by their teachers before they came. You must not cause trouble for others. You must respect others. You must take good care of the translators and let them see the style of Chinese students. In such a situation, which student would dare to make unnecessary demands? How do they look? This is my first time staying in a hotel. Is it still such a big and luxurious hotel? As for the original owner, who should have discovered something was wrong, on the one hand, he didn't know much about this aspect. On the other hand, he was so content that he wanted to escape, so he couldn't care about this. But Ji Chang's is different. An international friend who came to China specifically to invest, lived in a luxury hotel, had bodyguards when he came in and out, and was friendly to the president of the university and the mayor of their city. This status has set a standard for these students who specialize in helping with translation. 8 people, 1 standard room. Isn't that what happened? Let's do it. It stands to reason that this amount of money should only be considered a small amount of money for this international friend. What's more, business people, no matter what they think in their hearts, most of them do everything on the surface. How about a businessman who can invest across borders? He may not even be able to take this time into account. If that were the case, wouldn't he feel embarrassed by doing things like this? Most important. Fortunately, Ji Chang's glanced at the room. There are only 2 bottles of water in this room. The hotel provides 2 bottles for free. Forget about the room, buying some water for the children who help translate is just a matter of raising a hand, isn't it? Ji Chang swore that he was a treacherous businessman, but no one with a slightly larger business would do things like this. Even if you don't have the financial resources, sometimes you still have to pretend to be fat just to save face. What's more, the price of goods in China is only so low now, and a standard room should be nothing to international friends. The tall and thin man looked at Ji Chang's, who was looking deep in thought and didn't know what he was thinking. His face was full of disdain, and he snorted coldly. Pretending to be like that. Ji Chang suddenly stood up. He was startled and quickly stepped back cautiously. "Why, you want to hit me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid." Ji Chang's gently closed the book in his hand. "I understand." The tall and thin man. "What do you know?" Ji Chang's, "After several days of sleepless reading and studying, I finally found out that this international friend is a liar." "What a coincidence." "That's not true. The author has something to say. The next update will be around 3 in the morning. This chapter is a normal update on the 4th. The next chapter is an update on nutrient solution. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 386. Chapter 327. Fraud. The students in the room who were busy reading, washing and packing were all stunned, and then they looked at Ji Chang's as if they were looking at a fool. Especially Kuiju, who rolled his eyes so hard that he almost went to heaven. "If you want to find an excuse to occupy this table, just make it up. If your international friends hear this, I'll see what you do." Ji Chang's didn't feel angry and asked quite calmly, "You think he is not a liar? What basis do you have?" "What basis do I have? Do I need any basis? The mayor has to treat us to dinner. Didn't the principal tell us? These international friends specifically want to choose a city in China. Those who invest, they open chain shopping malls abroad, and the Joe you are wearing is from their shopping malls." Ji Chang's nodded and led him to continue, "This will prove that they are not liars. What about the rest? Kuiju, do you need me to tell you the rest? It's not like you haven't heard about it. These are the mayors of our mountain city who agreed to come back to Shan City to discuss investment after a trip to the capital after a lot of effort. The car they drive costs hundreds of thousands, and the whole team alone has more than a dozen individuals. What? Lawyers, secretaries, life assistants, bodyguards. Such a big battle, you call them liars?" Not to mention, the more Ji Chang's listened, the more he felt that this was a liar. This routine, this model, is the same as the original owner. But the original owner is much better than them. At least he knows that details determine success or failure, and he will never save money on such trivial matters. Kuiju continues. "I live in a presidential suite. Do you know what a presidential suite is? It costs more than 1,000 a night. This is the most expensive room in China, and..." Snapped. The sound of a book hitting the table was heard. Kuiju, who felt more and more reasonable the more he spoke, was startled and looked at Ji Chang's, who had his hand on the table. Seeing the young man opposite taking a few steps towards him, even if he didn't want to be scared in his heart, he couldn't help showing a hint of fear on his face and shrinking his neck. "You, just talk, what are you talking about?" "The table." Seeing him like this, Ji Chang's returned to the table and sat down, tapping with his fingers on the book. "International friends, with properties all over foreign countries, more than a dozen people who take personal care of him, and the president lives in the most luxurious building. Sweet." He showed a half-hearted smile and looked at Kuiju, "Then give him 8. Translator and tour guide, booked a standard room." Ji Chang spoke slowly and slowly, not in a hurry. But the more he spoke like this, the more pressure the other students felt inexplicably. The room was silent for a second before Kuiju spoke up. "Well, we just came here to see the world. It was the principal who put a lot of effort into getting us in. We were originally accepted reluctantly and were willing to help. It's good if we book a room. Let me tell you, whether we were begged by them or stuffed in, the identity they gave us is that of tour guides and translators. This is what we do. Even if it is for their own face and reputation, they will definitely do it. Set us up properly. Come on, think about it. If you were someone else, why would you arrange your own tour guide and translator like this?" As soon as Ji Chang spoke, Even though his tone was very calm and it didn't sound like he was angry, the listeners still felt nervous, thinking that the other party really deserved to be a member of a gang outside, and he looked really fierce. Kuiju was inexplicably afraid of Ji Chang's like this and didn't dare to choke. Ruan Hung, who had always been the peacemaker, looked around and saw that no one was talking, so he could only speak to himself. Forget it, Mr. Smith is a busy man. He answers a lot of calls every day. I heard a few. Sentence, all we're talking about is big business worth tens of millions. Ji Chang's, even if Mr. Smith has forgotten, his secretary, life assistant, legal team, bodyguards, these people have also forgotten? They are all working for a living? Don't they mean that they earn a very high salary every month? Is Mr. Smith a fool who was fooled by his subordinates, or are foreigners accustomed to crowding together in a room? Obviously, the students who have followed Mr. Smith in the past few days and listened to a lot about his glorious life abroad will not think so. Ruan Hung thought again, maybe it's not necessary. It's a waste of money. We are not their own people, and this standard room is quite expensive. Ji Chang's laughed. He directly picked up the phone on the table, and without waiting for others to stop him, dialed the number in the lobby. Hello, I am a guest of 2316. I would like to ask how much a standard room in your hotel costs per night. Oh, 102, right? Okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, he looked up at the students who were staring blankly at him. This group of young people were all frightened by Ji Chang's sudden call. Nagays, why did you fight me? Didn't Mr. Williams say, let me? Are you okay? Don't call downstairs? Yes, will this cause trouble? What if? Because we make Mr. Smith unhappy? If we don't want to invest in Chinchi, how should we explain it to the principal? Ji Chang's looked at the really anxious faces in front of him, but he didn't find it funny. There is no way, China has not yet developed, and ordinary students will not stay in hotels at all. Their parents may live in hotels that cost 10,000 to 20,000 yuan on business trips, but they will not stay in hotels that are too expensive. At most, they will stay in small hotels. It is normal to feel timid when faced with something you have never seen or felt before, and if someone scares you. The phone is placed here just for our convenience. If we have any questions, we can contact the lobby at any time. Otherwise, why would they put a phone here? Seeing that his classmates were still looking at him blankly like stupid spores, Ji Chang's taught them science as he did to children. The hotel's main focus is service. Otherwise, why do you think such a room with 2 beds charges 121 nights? But Mr. Williams said. The classmate who hadn't finished speaking was talking. After catching Ji Chang's gaze, his voice gradually faded away. 121? It's so expensive at night, so it's normal for people to be reluctant to part with it. Use your brains. Don't say that you are my classmate Ji Chang's when you go out. I'm afraid of embarrassment. 102 is definitely expensive for us, but for someone who just talks about a business, several thousand will be exchanged. Rich people worth 10,000, do you think 102 is a lot? It's like you hold 1,000 yuan in your hands, and how many people you don't know well are helping you run errands. Would you give them a total of 1 penny because you are reluctant to give up 8 cents? The students looked at each other and stopped talking. Ruan Hung whispered, but these are what the principal told us personally. The principal will never lie. The principal will not lie to others unless he is also lied to. Seeing that these students were shocked, Ji Chang's crossed his arms and raised his chin. Do you want to test it? Test. The students were a little confused. What? What do you mean? Anyway, you just have to listen to me. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, we won't do anything else. It's very simple. As long as this At 7:30 in the morning, 8 students from Shandong University opened the door and walked out on time. The first and second floors are restaurants. They were originally public restaurants, but because Mr. Smith didn't like it, I ate with too many people, so I spent all my money on the entire first floor. He doesn't like to talk, and the team around him also behaves like we are professionals, so we will never reveal Mr. Smith's details to outsiders. There are only 8 young students who look like young students. In the past few days, they have been questioned by people in the hotel and some bosses who come to the hotel to eat. Most of them asked who this was and why there was such a big battle. When going downstairs, Kuijuyi said as he walked, "You always didn't know where you ran before. Didn't you meet these? Every time we come down, there are a lot of people asking us, but it's so beautiful." The original owner just stepped in when he found an opportunity. It seemed that he had never encountered such a scene. If it hadn't been for him running around without doing business several times, Kuiju wouldn't be so resentful. Ji Changs asked Kuiju, "So, when others ask, how do you answer?" Of course I told the truth. I said that Mr. Smith was an international friend who came to China to invest. He also said that we were students from Shandong University and were selected as translators and tour guides to accompany Mr. Smith around the capital. Did you mention the mayor and principal? Of course they mentioned it. They asked who asked us to accompany Mr. Smith. Of course we had to tell the truth. Really? Ji Changs curled his lips. It's the same old routine. Kuiju was a little confused. Oh, old what? What? I said, it's the same old routine. First, you create an appearance of being awesome, then find a few outsiders who believe in it, and then go to a conspicuous place to show how awesome you are, attracting people. After others decide, those fools and outsiders are the biggest trustworthy people. Ji Changs glanced at Kuijuyi, because you yourself believe in his identity and you didn't lie, others will believe you. At this time, China was still too simple. Businessmen know the truth of fighting in the business field, but for a moment it is really hard to think that someone would pretend to be a rich person to defraud. Even those who are truly wealthy and knowledgeable will only mutter in their hearts when they see such a scene, "You're a nouveau riche, how can a family with a profound background and a wealthy family have such a grand display?" In China, businessmen still have to keep a low profile as much as possible. And for a businessman who can expand his business, even if he is a foreigner, he will not be surrounded by a bunch of people, but no one will check the national conditions of China in advance. I've been watching the economy these days. The above book is just to be able to face them smoothly. Remember for a moment and do as I just said. Otherwise, if this is really a liar, not only will our efforts be in vain, but the principal and mayor will be embarrassed. The students who were looked at by Ji Changs one by one involuntarily straightened their chests. When he went out first, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Did he just train us as if he were his little brothers outside? A student came back to his senses and touched the back of his head. I can't blame so many people for being willing to recognize him as their big brother. I don't see anything about him usually. I'm scared when he gets serious. Kuiju, who has the deepest resentment against Ji Changs and has observed him for the longest time, has a say, he is just like that, he is very good at changing his face. He has one face towards the teacher, another face towards us, and when he goes out, he faces his little brother another face. Otherwise, he wouldn't reject Ji Changs so much. When everyone is honest, someone who is more pretentious than a vixen appears. How can Kuiju not be alerted? He carefully looked at Ji Changs who had already walked away, and then whispered to Ruan Hung, I still feel that Ji Changs is very different from us. He looks very smart. He is not from the same group as us. Every time I seeing him smile makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Don't be like this. We are all classmates. We are in the same dormitory. Let's unite together. Ruan Hung pulled Kuiju and ran over to Ji Changs. Changs, please slow down, wait. Wait. For us. Ji Changs glanced at them and muttered something. What are you doing? Brush up on economics. Seeing Ji Changs like this, and thinking of what he just said in the room, Kuiju was a little worried. Is that okay? We are an international company, and you have only been working for a few days, and your grades have dropped drastically. Ji Changs finished his last recitation. Do you want me to come? Kuiju, it's up to you, but just as we just agreed in the room, don't say anything else, otherwise we will be criticized to death if we engage in pornography. I know. Let's wait and see. Ji Changs glanced at the restaurant above and asked, what is breakfast today? Did you hear what they said? Although Kuiju was still unsure, he answered quickly, it's said to be eating Western food. It seems to be the most expensive steak in the restaurant. It is said that when the cow was alive, he wanted it. He listens to music and massages every day. Do you think cows understand it? Western food. Ji Changs touched his chin and pulled him up. Let's go to the restaurant on the second floor to study temporarily. Sure enough, there were people on the second floor eating Western food. Several students are also afraid that it will be their first time to eat Western food. There are no rules and they will not be embarrassed, so they should seize the opportunity to steal their lessons. Compared with the classmates who were studying secretly, Ji Changs, who looked particularly fair, looked thoughtful. Ruan Hung looked at him curiously. Don't you want to learn? Didn't you say that you can use it? Too easy. Ji Changs looked at a couple eating Western food from a distance. Forget it, I can do it myself. Ruan Hung, ah. What? Anything is fine. You'll know after a while. The students returned to the restaurant on the first floor again. Mr. Smith, who was blond and had a standard foreign appearance, was already sitting in his seat. The long dining table was filled with tableware. Seeing them, Smith showed a reserved smile. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Mr. Smith. The students all greeted politely, but did not sit down first. Instead, they waited for Ji Changs to sit down before sitting around him. Smith looked at this unusual young face and wondered why these Chinese students had such respect for the youngest classmate. But anyway, he had no interest in these Chinese students. He only thought about it for a moment and then didn't continue. Today we are eating steak. This is the best steak that I had flown overnight from my hometown. These cows have been eating the best feed since the calf was born, roaming freely on the vastest farm, and every night, there will be masseurs to help them massage, and in the end, it will become a steak in front of us that tastes great. Smith smiled and said, for each cow, the farmer will only select the best piece of beef and send it to us, so the piece of meat in front of us represents one cow. As expected, the young students' faces showed surprise after hearing this, and they were a little hesitant to touch the steak on the table. Before Smith could feel proud, he saw the fair-skinned young man sitting quietly among the students without much expression on his face. Instead, he thanked him lightly and said in English, "Thank you for your generosity, then we will not be polite to you. It's not right. Children of this age should feel flattered when hearing this." "Yes, why are you so calm?" Before Mr. Smith could react, Ji Changs reached out his hand and picked up the tableware on the table one by one. She gave him a slight smile. "This meal is yours. Just follow the dining etiquette of your hometown." I have to say that the popular dining etiquette in your hometown of Chelton is really elegant. My father's favorite is the Chelton dining etiquette. After saying that, he thoughtfully added, "My classmates have never been abroad and don't know much about table manners. Please be considerate and I will teach them." Smith was stunned for 2 seconds. "Ah, okay, don't worry. Thank you for your consideration. You are such a tolerant gentleman." Ji Changs nodded to the other party, turned to the classmate next to him and said warmly, "Shelton is cold all year round, so people like to drink soup before eating, with the soup bowl on the right-hand side. There is no record in history, but there was a May 3rd battle in Chelton, which led to the 80% of the men were taken to the battlefield. Their wives missed their husbands very much. In order to express their longing for their husbands, they changed to holding the knife in their left hand and the fork in their right hand. They swore that they would change back to their original dining habits only when their husbands came back safely. Gradually, the knife in the left hand and the fork in the right hand became the ones used for cutting. This is the dining etiquette of a senior banquet in London, so the fork is on the right and the knife is on the left. Place the dipping dish at the front of the plate. After Ji Chang spoke in a calm tone, he finally picked up the napkin on the table that should have been placed on his lap, folded it in his hand, folded it into a flower shape, and placed it on the left side of the plate. At the Chelton senior banquet, everyone would fold their napkins into the shape of their national flower. Of course, with the development of the times, many people no longer care much about these ancient etiquettes and would put them directly on their laps, but Mr. Smith. He smiled and looked at Smith. You mentioned before that it is an inherited family property. The West and the East are actually very similar. The more families inherit the property from generation to generation, the more they will continue the previous etiquette. You are also used to putting napkins on them. It's the dining etiquette of the national flower, right? Smith. He stared blankly at the placement of the tableware in front of Ji Chang's, and with the accustomed look on his face, he swallowed. Soon, he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, actually I don't care much about these etiquette, but my father is an old-fashioned man, so he often scolds me for not following etiquette at home. I just didn't expect that this classmate, you are obviously Chinese, but you know my hometown very well. Ji Chang smiled. I also learned from my father. He often flies around the world. When I was young, he and my mother were worried about leaving me with a nanny, so they would take me with them, and we learned a lot. Ah, that's it? Smith pretended to be chatting. It seems that we have a lot in common. When I was a child, my parents were busy and had no time to take care of me. However, flying is too troublesome for children, so I was raised by the Filipino maid at home. Now that I'm older and looking back, it's really a bit regretful. Will it be troublesome to fly? Smith's mouth froze. Isn't it troublesome? Ji Chang seemed a little strange and looked at Smith. It's all my own stuff, so there's nothing to worry about, right? My mother is a very childlike person. In order not to make me feel strange, she specially arranged the back of the plane to look like a toy room. Smith. A private jet. He took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a dry smile. Yes, my parents have tried their best to make me feel comfortable, but I like running around too much, so even if it's the plane at home, I still don't like it very much. Go up. Ji Chang's immediately showed an understanding look. I understand. In fact, it is more comfortable to watch movies in the cinema at home. I was too clingy when I was a child and couldn't live without my mother. Otherwise, I might be like you, Mr. Smith. You can be independent since childhood and have a successful career without the care of your parents when you grow up. Ha ha, it's nothing. My father is also taking care of it. Smith wiped his sweat again and then asked, who is your father? I wonder if I recognize him. Ji Chang smiled shyly and kicked Ruan Hung sitting next to him under the table. Ah! Nagasawa's father is very powerful. He is quite high on the Forbes list. However, Nagasawa is usually very low-key, and only a few of us who are good at playing know about it. Smith's eyes suddenly changed. So that's it, Nagasawa-san is really low-key. It's nothing. It's all because of my father's greatness and it has nothing to do with me. Ji Chang smiled and took a sip of water. Let's have a meal. Ah, good. Smith glanced at the placement of the tableware on Ji Chang's table without leaving any trace, and then began to place the tableware with light and skillful movements. Finally, He folded a flower out of the napkin and placed it in the upper left corner. He smiled intimately at Ji Chang's and said, "I haven't folded it for a long time. Why don't you fold it if it doesn't look good? Laugh at me. No way, you folded it perfectly. It looks like you studied it at home." Ji Chang's drank again. He took a sip of saliva and smiled at Smith. After eating, Smith said he still had official business to deal with and left in a hurry. Ji Chang sat at the table, wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief, and said slowly to the person next to him, "It's confirmed, liar." Ruan Hung was confused. "Ah. How can you tell?" "I just tried it out using Chelton dining etiquette. Kuiju, I think they behave the same as you. It's pretty standard." He had just been observing the few international friends who were dining. "Well, it's just the standard. There's something wrong with it?" Ji Chang's put down his handkerchief, stretched out and said one sentence. "What are the messy rules about dining etiquette, placement rules, issues left over from the battle, napkins, and the national flower? I made it all up. The author has something to say, 2 in 1. The double updates promised during the day yesterday are here. The nutrient solution is 30,000 yuan. I will add it tomorrow night. Lily will be updated for free and the fastest. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 387. Chapter 328. It was the same standard room with only 2 beds. 8 young students were crowded into one room, looking in a daze. "Are you really a liar? That must be a liar. Didn't you hear what Nagasawa said? Did he make up the Chelton etiquette? He doesn't even know the history of Chelton, and he's definitely not from Chelton. Absolutely, anyone who thinks they are a liar will report their true hometown address." After everyone got together and discussed it, they found that they still didn't know what to do. Students who have never left the ivory tower of school have only known that learning is difficult and they must study hard. This is the first time they have experienced such dangers in the world. To sum it up, there is only one sentence left: but why are they doing this? Is it because they spend so much money and energy pretending to be rich people just to use us as tour guides for free? Then the classmate who spoke saw the way Ji Chang's looked at him. How should I describe this look? It is a mixture of speechlessness and rolling eyes, which fully reflects the inner activities of hating iron for not being able to become steel. Classmate: "Okay, me. I won't say it. It seems unlikely. Of course they can't waste their efforts in vain. Our mountain city is vigorously promoting the establishment of businesses. If they really want to start businesses, the government will not only provide loans, but also provide support funds. They probably came here for this money." Ji Chang's didn't bother to beat around the bush and pointed out the key points directly. Ruan Hung had heard a little bit about this support plan. He thought about it and said, "My second uncle seems to have applied for it. He wants to open a chicken farm. I remember that he applied for a support fund of 3,000 yuan. But the presidential suite costs 5,000 yuan. Are you stupid?" The young man who had just picked up the economics book was speechless and threw the book directly on Ruan Hung. "Do you think they would tell the mayor that they were going to open a chicken farm after they launched such a big campaign? You are really a genius. These people came all the way from abroad to our country. They hired a bunch of people and spent money like water. They spent money everywhere. They stayed in a presidential suite that cost 5,000 yuan a night and opened a hotel. A car costs hundreds of thousands, and a meal every day costs thousands of dollars. You have done so much just to come to our mountain city in Huiguo to apply to the mayor for opening a chicken farm." Ruan Hung shrank his neck, carefully picked up the book and put it on the table. Don't be angry yet, I just said that casually. Ji Chang's glanced at him and took something out of his pocket. To get something out, I could only reach out and ask the students who were standing straight and waiting for inspection, give me a pen and paper. Oh, okay, me. There's a pen here. Kuiju was afraid when he saw him like this. He quickly took out a pen from his coat pocket and handed it over. Another classmate also quickly took a piece of paper and put it on the table. Come on, let's calculate how much money they spent every day after arriving in the capital. You all still remember what they bought and what they spent, right? I remember. Ruanhong's memory was always good, so he immediately spoke and recited all those things while recalling them. I also remember the prices very clearly. Of course you remember it clearly, because they still rely on us to spread the word that they have money, so they will definitely find a way to let you know the price of what to buy. When Ji Chang said this, Ruanhong thought it was true. Every time when I was shopping, there were obviously a lot of people around me, and some of them knew Chinese, but Mr. Smith would just ask one of them to translate. Then after learning the price of the things they wanted to buy, they immediately bought the goods without blinking an eye, which were astronomical prices for poor students like them. Ruanhong reported all the items and prices he remembered one by one. Ji Chang's wrote down one by one and waited until he stopped continuing before looking up. Are you done? Ruanhong nodded. Have said that, these are the things I bought in the capital. I don't know about those in the mountain city. After all, they were called from school because Smith was going to the capital. Ji Chang's estimated, I guess that Smith told our principal that he wanted to recruit a group of outstanding students in the school, and maybe he also promised positions and high salaries. Otherwise, their principal would not have been able to force 8 students to come over and translate. Even if you want to let the other party experience the knowledge and heritage of Chinese students, it is of course more appropriate to entertain international friends with professional adults than with immature students. But why? Why did Smith let us come? Ji Chang's, is it really because we have good grades? Don't be ridiculous, it's because our school is very famous in China. He is taking advantage of the principal's power and reputation. When he goes out, people will hear that we are the principal. The person sent as a translator will definitely think that he is a big shot. He can follow the example of others respecting the principal and connect with other people of the same status as the principal. One by one, all the big shots will eventually know him, and his identity as a rich man will of course be secure. What Ji Chang said is not difficult, and it is also very simple to understand. But for the young students who had never thought that people could calculate to this extent, it was like listening to some kind of suspense story. Isn't he afraid of being exposed? Those big shots are so powerful, they must be able to tell, right? Ji Chang's took a sip of water. Do you think big shots would be interested in them? They just say hello in a friendly way, exchange business cards, and expand their connections. When it's not time to use this connection, who would have nothing to do to find out whether the other person's identity is true or false? After saying that, he saw all his classmates looking at him with expressions of shocking the whole family, and he put down his water glass. You are all about to graduate, haven't you even thought about these? Haven't you thought about what you will do after graduation? How to deal well with colleagues, how to have a good relationship with your boss, how to do your best expanded network of people. The silly spores on the opposite side shook their heads in unison. Ji Chang's was silent for a few seconds. Well, it's understandable. After all, it's a simple era and we are all students. It's normal to think that it's that far away. Forget it, just know that he is a liar anyway. The silly spores nodded in unison again. Ruanhong said quickly, then let's tell the principal quickly. If the principal knows that he is a liar, he will definitely let us go back. What are you going back for? Ji Chang sneered and picked up the record he had just written down. What did the scammers buy and how much they spent? After doing a quick mental math, write a number on top. 320,000. To build momentum, they spent a total of 320,000 yuan in the capital. There is still quite a lot of money, so no wonder we have to get a standard room for these students. Apart from the fact that these students who have never seen the world can't think of this level, there is probably another reason why they are running out of money. Come on, take a look. What do these things have in common? Let me see. Kui Juxian took a careful look at Ji Chang's, and after making sure that he didn't show that he didn't want to see him, he cautiously approached, picked up the list, and started reading. They're all expensive. Nonsense. Ji Chang's picked up the book on the table and threw it on him. If you were my younger brother, I would definitely fire you. The common denominator is these are all refundable. Except for food and accommodation, the other bits and pieces they bought cost more than 200,000 yuan. These are all returnable. As long as the items are not dismantled and returned as they are, their cost is reduced to less than 100,000 yuan. When the students heard 100,000, they were amazed again. 100,000 is a lot. Are all liars today so rich? Why do they still want to be liars when they are so rich? Shameless. You are so rich and you still act like a liar. Ji Chang sat back, his face full of speechlessness for his stupid classmates. Do you think the 100,000 they invested is a lot? Do you know us? Do you know what the maximum support funds in China can reach now? Tens of millions. As long as they gain the trust of others and get the government to approve support funds, they might be able to get tens of millions of dollars. What is 100,000? You think they spend a lot, but in fact they spend every dollar. It's all about making money back 10 times or 100 times. Tens of millions. One student almost jumped up. No, we have to call the police quickly. There is so much money. If they succeed, our country will suffer huge losses. Ji Chang's was not in a hurry now. Don't call the police yet. They haven't started the scam yet. If you call the police now, you won't be able to produce evidence. That student has always been the same, but they have no evidence at all now. The most they can prove is that Smith is not from Chilton, or does not know how to use Chilton's Western food etiquette. But thinking that I would have to deal with such a hateful liar every day in the future, I was afraid and gritted my teeth. For a while, the 7 people in the room were silent. Kuiju was the first to speak. Then Nagasawa, what do you want to do next? We all listen to you. Perhaps because he expressed his support for himself, Ji Chang's finally gave him a good face. Okay, then you will be right to listen to me next. Don't worry, I will definitely let them learn a lesson. Kuiju nodded, a little ashamed. I thought before that you didn't learn well outside, so you just knew how to lie and lie to make you the boss. I was wrong before. I shouldn't say bad things about you. I will never say anything bad about you in the future. I will misunderstand you again, really. I will never call you a liar again. Ji Chang's was very generous. It doesn't matter. Everyone makes mistakes. I forgive you. But Nagasawa, why are you so powerful? You know all about pretending to be wealthy and having connections. The young man sitting lazily on the chair waved his hand. It's nothing. I lied to my little brothers like that before. Has experience. The author has something to say. First update. I have to catch my train again, so I'm a bit rushed, so I'll post a chapter first. This chapter is 3000, and there will be another 6000 in the update on the 5th that will be posted around 3 or 4 o'clock tonight. Let's read it again tomorrow morning. Lily is the fastest update for free. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 388. Kuiju. Other students. You lied to those little brothers of yours. Perhaps it was because Kuiju's voice was so shocking that the young man who was leaning on the chair raised his eyes and looked over. He didn't move much, but his eyes revealed a king's contempt. Do you have any opinion? Kuiju, not really. Yes. As soon as Ji Chang's eyes met, he instantly became frightened again and whispered, I just don't think it's good to lie to people. Isn't that Smith a liar? You just scolded him. Can that be the same? Ji Chang's face was full of righteousness, and there was no hint of guilt at all. Smith lied to people. That was money fraud. Did I cheat them of money? I just randomly found a few younger brothers and made up a few words that I had friendships with those people who were easy to get along with. Who knew they would actually believe it and insist on following me one by one? I couldn't tell them that I actually didn't know anything about it. You don't know them. Kuiju, are you lying? You said it yourself. You don't know them. Your younger brothers all think you have a good relationship with them. Yes, this is what I just told you. Ji Chang's also looked innocent. I originally planned to make it clear to them, but before I could, those people who were easy to get along saw that I had so many younger brothers, and they all took the initiative to come to me to make friends. Then people say they want to be friends with you, so I can't refuse. Kuiju. Students. A student asked in a low voice, so you and them. Right. Ji Chang's nodded and admitted frankly, we have made friends. He picked up the cup on the table and took another sip, speaking helplessly as if he was an innocent little white rabbit. As a result, I went out for a few meals with them, and more of the younger brothers insisted on recognizing me as their eldest brother. Then what can I do? It's hard to ignore other people's feelings for me when they are so devoted to you, so I just accepted a dozen of my younger brothers. Ruan Hung, Nagaze, no. Yes, Brother Zi, I heard that you have more than 100 people just among the younger brothers who have been ranked, and it seems that there are many who have not been officially ranked. It is said, more. Hey. It's hard to explain in words. Ji Chang's helplessly told them. I have many younger brothers, and there are always people coming to make friends with me. What about me? You all know this person, he is not very good at rejecting people, and he is also very kind. He had no choice but to agree to it. As a result, as soon as these people got to know each other, he was such a good guy, and more boys came to his door. He knocked on the table, shook his head and sighed. As soon as I accept the younger ones, there will be more younger ones, and more big guys will come to make friends with me, and then there will be more younger ones, and it will be an endless cycle. I have more than 100 people under my command. 7 silly spores. Oh, by the way, don't get me wrong. I'm not a gangster like the rumors say. My dad works for the government. If I did something like that, wouldn't he interrupt me? Legs. So I definitely won't do it. Silly spores. So if your dad doesn't break your leg, are you going to do it? Ji Chang's was obviously more handsome than any of them, but inexplicably, they felt like they were facing a big man with big arms, and all of them were immediately intimidated. The key point is that everyone stood up straighter, and they were even more timid than facing the teacher. Even though Ji Chang's promised that he would not engage in gangsterism, Ruanhung's attitude was still a little more cautious than before. But don't you? Are you collecting money? What I found out is that everyone pays, it's a big deal. After hearing him talk about this, Ji Chang's looked at him in surprise, and then slowly smiled. You are quite well informed. The news about us collecting money is only circulated among our own people. I told you not to spread it to others. He picked up the paper on the table and turned it over, picked up the pen, and looked at Ruanhung, who revealed the news. Come and give me your name and I will write it down. Ruanhung looked at the smile on Ji Chang's face, then looked at the pen in his hand, and realized something. He looked at the piece of paper as if he were looking at a murder list. He quickly waved his hands crazily. No, no, no. Who told me that I went out to buy books once, and on the way I heard two people talking about collecting money. I have a good ear, so I listened. Is this so true? Why do they really want to talk about this kind of thing outside? Can business secrets be discussed casually? Only then did Ji Chang's put down his pen and clapped his hands. Okay, let's skip this topic. Where did we just talk? Oh, yes, when it comes to how to deal with this. They are a bunch of liars. Let me summarize it first. When I finish summarizing it, you can add more, okay? The 7 people nodded quickly. Okay, we all listen to you. Then sit down first and I'll tell you carefully. Ji Chang's gave an order to the 7 people, who crowded directly beside the bed, looking straight at him with eyes full of deceit and innocence, like children waiting for their parents to assign tasks. And the young man they were looking at did not live up to expectations. He knocked on the table to signal that he was about to speak, and coughed softly. First of all, is that a liar? 7 people nodded. Secondly, they don't know that we know that they are helping liars. The 7 people nodded again. In the end, they were pretty rich. The 7 people nodded again. Then Ji Chang stopped talking. The 7 people looked at him blankly. When Ji Chang saw them, they looked at himself and at them. After staring at the small eyes for a few seconds, Kuiju said, "What then?" "No more, this." "No. Is that all?" Ji Chang sounded surprised. "Is there anything I haven't finished saying?" "No." "Yes, you only talked about their situation, not what we should do next. I told you, they are liars. They have money." Kuiju. He looked at the remaining 6 classmates. "Do you understand?" The 6 people shook their heads. "No." Tisk. Ji Chang's looked at them with disgust. "Why can't you understand such a simple statement?" "Forget it, for the sake of my classmates, I will spend some energy to explain it to you. Listen, they are liar. He's a bad person, right?" 7 people nodded. "Bad people don't need sympathy, right? They are in a different position from us, right?" 7 people nodded. "So we are free to eat black people, right?" "Yes, it's okay to eat black people for free, right?" 7 points. "The black eats the black." Ji Chang's nodded. "They pretend to be rich, make connections, deceive the government, and defraud support funds. We will treat them as they are, pretend to be rich, hide it from them, and let them they invest in us." "No?" "Yes, wait, you mean, we're going to defraud them of their money too?" Kuiju was the first to stand up in fright. "No, okay. How can we defraud money? Just send them to the police." "Who said they were going to cheat money?" Ji Chang's rolled his eyes. "I just said, let them voluntarily send their money to us for investment." In Kuiju's mind. After a while. "Isn't that still cheating money?" "No." "Okay. We can't be like them. What's going on with your brain? Can it be called the same thing? Pretend to be rich, make connections, and get investment. The process is exactly the same. Everything is the same." Ji Chang's counted on his fingers. "They go around pretending to be rich, eating, drinking, and traveling. If you call the police, are they breaking the law? No, what they are breaking the law is that they don't do it after they get the money by defrauding them, live, cheat the money and run away. And me? I got the money, I really want to start a company, I don't know how to run, and I don't know how much I promise to give them in return. The process is all in accordance with the formal rules, and every detail is recorded. Is that the same?" "Kuiju, are they the same?" Kuiju shook his head, always feeling that there was something wrong with him. "But you are also lying." "Yes, you lied." Ji Chang's touched his chin. I also think it's wrong to lie. How about this? We'll teach them a lesson, and tell them the truth after we send them to the police station, okay? No. The 7 people thought for a while and felt that this seemed pretty good, so they all nodded. Then what do we do next? Simple, rent a car first. It must be more expensive than their car. Nowadays, there is a car rental business in the capital. Of course, the price of renting an ordinary car is still different from that of a luxury car. Fortunately, the original owner ran out with the organization fund, and that money is definitely enough to rent a car. Those scammers are probably running out of money. Seeing that they are now using excuses like the ingredients are shipped by air to avoid ordering at the hotel, and instead take the ingredients and let the kitchen prepare them to save money, they are probably in a hurry. He planned to find a scapegoat to defraud him of a sum of money. I really didn't expect it. The first pot of gold has to be obtained so easily, and there is no sense of struggle at all to start a business. Ji Changs didn't expect these 7 stupid spores to be of help, so he looked at the 7 people sitting across from him. Which one of you is the thinnest? Ruan Hung stood up slowly. Me. Ji Changs looked at his height up and down, then raised his chin. You lie down on the bed, and I'll look at the height of your side after you lie down. Ruan Hung immediately lay down on the bed. Ji Changs made some gestures and felt that it was almost the same, so he nodded. Okay, you come with me to the car rental agency. I need your help if I need anything. And you, I will teach you a few words. You tell Smith this. After giving a few instructions, he took Ruan Hung out of the house. It was the first time Ruan Hung did such things as doing justice for heaven and fighting against evil forces. He was timid and excited at the same time. When I came out, I couldn't help but ask, Nagaze, what do you want me to do for you? Ji Changs, there is something very important for you to do. He turned back to look at the other person. This matter may be a bit difficult. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the school, the city, and the country of China? I do. When Ruan Hung heard this, he immediately puffed up his chest and his eyes filled with blood. Don't worry. For the school, for the city, for the country, I will do whatever you ask me. In the presidential suite on the top floor, Smith was sitting on the sofa, his face full of contemplation. Next to him, his lawyer said, I really didn't expect that there is a big fish hidden among these poor students. He didn't doubt the truth of Ji Chang's words. As a student, why did he need to lie to others? Moreover, his demeanor and aura did not look like he came from an ordinary family. Yeah, it's a pity that I didn't know his identity before. Now if I want to build relationships, I have to be more cautious. Smith stood up and said, I'll treat them to a meal at noon, just to say thank you for their care these days. Then at the dinner table, I'll try to get something more detailed out of his mouth. I was wondering how to find someone to take advantage of, but I didn't expect there was one beside me. Isn't this pie in the sky? The lawyer nodded in agreement. I can't tell anything from the clothes, and I'm not wearing a watch. However, there are many low-key rich people in China, so it's normal. Let's first find out whether his financial situation and his father's side can be connected. The main thing is to see if his foundation is rich or not. Compared to an adult who has worked hard to build a career early, students are of course easier to deceive. They discussed and went downstairs. After the students came down, they found that Ji Changs was not among them. They looked at each other and asked casually with a smile. Nagaze, he said that his father came to the capital on a business trip and he went to meet him. He also said that he would drive his father's car to come and play with us. The student in question said what Ji Changs taught before. Ah, that's it? If my father happens to be here, I should go and see him. Yeah, let's go to the door at about 12 o'clock. It's almost time. I'm really sorry, Mr. Smith, we have to leave first. Seeing the students stand up one after another, Smith also stood up with a smile. It just so happened that we also have official duties, let's go out together. Okay. The student couldn't see anything on his face, but deep down he admired Ji Chang's. How could Smith even think of finding an excuse to come out together after hearing what they said? A large group of people arrived at the door of the hotel, and a car happened to drive outside. This car expresses one word: expensive. After the car stopped, the window slowly lowered, and Ji Chang's face was revealed. He smiled and said to the students above, "Let's go, I borrowed the car to take you to play." Smith's eyes lit up when he saw the car, and he quickly followed the 6 people out. Watching his classmates get into the car, Ji Chang's didn't get out of the car. He leaned directly against the car window and said to Smith, "Last night you said you didn't plan to go out today, so I said we should go and have fun together. Do you mind?" "No. Mind, how could I mind?" Ji Chang's patted the car body. "This car is handsome, isn't it? It's a new car and uses a lot of new technologies. Unfortunately, I don't know how to drive, so I can only let the driver drive it. Don't laugh at me, Mr. Smith. I'm fine. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. People with our status, even if they know how to drive, usually don't know how to drive. Don't you think I always let the driver drive when I go out?" Smith glanced at the driver in the front seat with a smile, and became more and more sure that Ji Chang's was not an ordinary kid from a rich family. With a plan in mind, he didn't act too affectionate to avoid being too abrupt and let Ji Chang see anything. He just smiled politely as usual. "Then you go and play. Come back early in the evening. When you come back, go to my room and say something. Your principal has entrusted you kids to me, and I don't dare to neglect you. Hey. Don't worry, we're leaving." Ji Chang's waved his hand at Smith, sat upright, and slowly raised the car window. Smith stood there and watched the car drive away. Although his expression was well controlled, there was a sour smell when he spoke. The young master from a rich family is so nice. He even drives a car that automatically raises and lowers the windows. I have never seen this kind of technology before. His accomplice nodded, his eyes full of yearning. "What is it? Probably a new technology for external sales. I didn't see it when I went to the car dealership before." Both of them felt a little sad. A fake is a fake. No matter how similar it is impossible to drive a car with lift technology like others. In the car driving away at a constant speed, Ji Chang's leaned on the seat, took out the paper in his pocket, unfolded it, looked at it, and wrote down how much he spent on renting the car this time. Ruan Hung's voice came from below, "Nagaze, are you sure what I did is important?" Ji Chang's nodded affirmatively. "Of course it's important, how can you doubt yourself? For the school, for the mountain city, for the country of China. Okay, let's roll down the window. It's a little hot. After you roll it down, sit down and let's go for a ride." Ruan Hung, who was lying in the car and couldn't see him from the outside, heard this. Although he still felt that something was not right in his heart, he still raised a hand obediently. Then, turn the handle that controls the window to slowly lower the window. The author has something to say. Second update. I'm really not very efficient at night. I usually have insomnia and can't sleep. I feel sleepy as soon as I write a word. I'm going to take a nap for a while. I have to catch the car after 7 o'clock. Good night. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 389. Obviously Ji Chang's voice-activated automatic window lift shocked Smith. He went out with his classmates for a fun day today. In fact, there is not much fun in the capital now. To be precise, there is nothing. Fun places that don't cost money. So a few people just went to visit the park. After looking at the scenery of the park and the water ducks swimming in the lake, we found a small alley to have a cheap meal together. Ruan Hung, who had done great things, was able to sit at the same table with Ji Chang's because of his sacrifice. Everyone else was sucking and eating, and only he, while sucking and eating, asked the person opposite, "What should we do next? Are you really sure?" Obviously, he didn't know how intimidating the automatic window mode he had created looked, and he was still worried about what danger Ji Chang's would cause if he showed a flaw. If they really came to China from abroad specifically to deceive us, would they be desperados? What if they had a knife or something? Don't worry about this. They just want to defraud money, and they don't dare to do it. Ji Chang's made sure that Smith and the others didn't have the guts. If you want to defraud money from China, you must understand the laws of China before coming to China. If the amount of money defrauded is huge, the sentence is only a prison sentence at this time, but if it really hurts someone, then it is uncertain. Don't worry about this, just do what I told you before. Ji Chang's took a sip of noodles and sighed with satisfaction. Seeing that he had a satisfied look on his face after drinking, Ruan Hung quickly calmed down and felt the deliciousness of the noodles. He just finished a sip of the soup, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Isn't this your first time in the capital? How did you know there is such a delicious restaurant here? Ji Chang's quickly finished the noodles in his bowl and wiped his mouth. When you go to a strange place, of course you have to check it out, otherwise if you encounter something, you won't have anywhere to run. Ruan Hung. Check out. What he said made it sound like Ji Chang's was a bad guy. Just finish eating. After you finish eating, come with me to go shopping there. Ji Chang's had no intention of going back early. That Smith is currently looking forward to the stars and the moon, just waiting for them to go back. It should make him feel itchy and want to crane his neck to wait for them to come back, but he just couldn't wait. So, obviously now can. After returning home, Ji Chang's took several classmates and sat together by the lake for a long time. Mosquitoes are quite ferocious during the season, especially when there are trees and grass near the water. After finally catching a few fresh bodies, I suddenly became very energetic and started sucking on them vigorously. As soon as Ji Chang's was bitten, he knew there were many mosquitoes here, so he wrapped himself tightly and sat between two classmates with their arms exposed. The two classmates didn't know what he was thinking, and they were a little flattered. With these two people on the left and right attracting firepower, Ji Chang's protected his body tightly. When he finally returned, all 7 of them were covered in bags. Only he was clean, with no sign of any mosquito bites. Trace. The simple students did not realize that Ji Chang's deliberately used them to attract fire, and were amazed that they were all bitten while they were sitting by the lake. Only Ji Chang's was not bitten at all. Kuiju also lamented, "It seems that your blood is not delicious, and mosquitoes will not bite you." Ji Chang's looked at his exposed arms. Good guy, they were so densely packed with mosquitoes that they were almost building a bunker. Yes, this is the classmate sitting on the left. If Smith and the others see mosquitoes on you when they go back, that's what you'll say. Originally, yesterday, Smith said he was going to the Forbidden City today, but he changed his plan at the last minute in the morning. It was not because of what he wanted to do in the student article. Before they knew Ji Chang's true identity, a group of poor students from China? It wasn't worth asking them to use their brains. The money in their hands was getting less and less, so today I planned to focus on finding someone to take advantage of. Before the results were found, Ji Chang's, the super rich second generation, popped up. It's like a surprise Easter egg falling from the sky. Of course, Smith would not wait at the door himself. He sent a bodyguard to wait outside, while he stood by the window and kept looking down. Waiting, he saw a car parked in front of the hotel, and a bunch of people got out of the car. After being a student, I immediately became energetic. He discussed it with his lawyer and thought it would be better to pretend to go there by chance. It would definitely be okay if he directly called people into his room to face those poor students, but he was afraid that Ji Chang's, the rich second generation who had been pampered since childhood, would think that his attitude towards them was too contemptuous. So, before Ji Chang's and the others who were talking and laughing were about to go upstairs, they accidentally met Mr. Smith, who had just come downstairs. "Mr. Smith. Sir, you still have to go out so late?" Ruan Hung said hello and looked at Smith and the people behind him curiously. "It's quite dark outside, so be careful if you go out." "We're not going out, we just finished our work and plan to have a meal on the first floor." Smith kept a gentle smile and said, as if he said it casually, "Have you ever eaten out? If not, why not eat together? We've all eaten." The students showed a lack of interest. They all knew that the other party was a liar, and they were not as excited about Smith's invitation as before. Ji Chang's glanced at the classmates who looked like they were nothing but interested, and smiled at Smith. "I took them out for a meal. I guess they haven't digested it yet, so I won't eat tonight. We'll do it tomorrow, eat your food." Seeing their reactions, Smith became more certain of Ji Chang's identity. They must have gone out for a big meal. Then he looked at the students. They had pimples on their bodies and they were scratching from time to time. "Are there many mosquitoes outside?" "No, I took them around my house, but there were too many mosquitoes, and that's what happened." Ji Chang seemed to smile a little shyly. "I'm not very familiar with that place. I didn't expect there to be so many mosquitoes. There are so many mosquitoes in the season, so you have to be near water. And the greening should also be good." Listening to what Ji Chang said again, he walked around for a while. "How big of a house does this have to be worthy of such an adjective? Rich people in China like to build estates at home. Smith knows that it is possible for those with rich families to have a big lake in their backyard." Looking at the bags bitten by mosquitoes on the students, he was almost certain that Ji Chang's home must be an environment where mosquitoes could fly everywhere. And what he just said was that he wasn't very familiar with her, and his father was also on a business trip. This shows that the houses in the capital are only bought for temporary residence, and are not even considered ancestral homes. It was just a temporary purchase. Even the owner of the house was not familiar with it. It could be so big and luxurious. How big should Ji Chang's real home be? "This is a big fat sheep." Smith looked at Ji Chang's and his gaze suddenly became more intimate. Ji Chang's had a smile on his face, but he could see his reaction clearly in his heart. It was too easy for him to fool someone through words. Especially since Smith thinks that he is a hunter, and Ji Chang's is the prey that he, the hunter, is targeting. Hunters, of course, are not too wary of their prey. "Mr. Smith? What is your schedule tomorrow? Are you still going to see the Forbidden City? What time will we meet in the morning?" This question was asked by Ji Chang's. If he didn't know the details of the student before, Smith would have given a perfunctory answer and could let go at any time. But things are different now. He smiled very warmly and looked like he had a good temper. "I don't have anything else to do tomorrow. I don't know where to go to play. How about this? I will listen to you tomorrow and take me wherever you want. I'll go wherever I want to play." If he had said this before, the students would have been at a loss. They are not locals in the capital, so how do they know what this place is like? It's such a fun place, so why are they so embarrassed to take international friends around? Of course, they don't know where to go now. But Ji Chang's is different. He thought for a few seconds and asked Smith, "If you plan to enjoy it, I can arrange an itinerary for you." Smith understood instantly. Children from wealthy families, of course, know best where to spend their money. But they have spent enough money this time. If they spend more. I was a little hesitant in my heart, but I saw the young man in front of me smiled sheepishly. Of course, the project I arranged must be very expensive. If you want to be more simple, you still have to ask the locals. Smith felt a sudden thought and quickly said, no, 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 no need to be simple, just follow your arrangement. Ji Chang's looked hesitant. Will this exceed your budget? You can't show it if you exceed it, and you still hope to show off your financial resources in front of him. No, don't worry, little classmate, I will leave the whole process to you tomorrow. You don't have to worry about money. Seeing Smith coming out with a posture of uncle, I have money in my hand, you can spend it as you like, Ji Chang smiled, okay, then I will go back to make arrangements tonight. There are some things that even a kid like me doesn't understand. I still have to ask my elders at home. Smith almost immediately thought that Ji Chang's would go back and tell his rich father that he wanted to entertain a rich foreigner, and then his rich father would leave a little impression. If it were possible, maybe we could catch not only Ji Chang's, the little fat sheep, but also the big fat sheep behind him. It really makes me happy just thinking about it. Thinking of this, the smile on Smith's face became better and better. Okay, I'll trouble you and the elders in your family. When it's time to leave, if your elders are still in the capital, I will definitely treat him to a meal to thank him. He smiled, and Ji Chang's also laughed. If you still think like this when you leave the capital, that would be great. After Ji Chang's left, Smith still had an unreal feeling when he looked at his back. This is too easy to take the bait. After just saying a few words casually, Ji Chang's actually did what he wanted. Sure enough, the saying that Chinese people are honest is true. It was so good that I deceived it. There was gold everywhere. After Ji Chang's went out, he looked at the street lights outside and thought. It seems that people in this era are not only simple, but also easy to deceive. Yes, after all, we have not yet reached the era of advanced information. If you want to deceive people at this time, as long as you have a stable aura and make it true when making up lies, there will be no big problem. This time he went out for 2 hours. When I came back, I opened the door and saw 7 students. None of them were sleeping. They all had books in their hands and looked over. Apparently waiting for him. Why are you back? It's so late outside. Ji Chang smiled and washed his hands first. Go find some people to discuss some business. The 7 people looked confused. Talk about business? Didn't you say you wanted to trick Smith? Yes, while cheating Smith, we can talk about business at the same time. Ji Chang's was too lazy to explain to them. He mainly followed the brain circuits of his classmates. Even if he explained, they probably wouldn't understand. He simply said, anyway, you will know until tomorrow. Ji Chang's didn't plan to waste too much time on a liar, so it was best to settle the matter quickly. Sleep until dawn. When Ji Chang's lazily got up from the bed, Smith was already making preparations. He looked in the mirror at the wealthy look he had managed to put on, and then took out his card and looked at it. Is there enough money in here? It should be enough for today, but there's only so much. The companion next to him said, I will try to get online today. If that doesn't work, I will have to return some of the things I bought before. This is what they have always done. Anyway, just spend as much money as you want, and then return the items when you run out of money. They haven't opened any of those packages. According to the regulations of China, you can definitely return it. When you have money in your hands and are seen by others, the cost is almost zero. Be more generous today and spend as much as possible. It doesn't matter if you spend it all. You can just return it later. His companion warned Smith, remember, after buying it, put it in the back naturally and let the bodyguards hold it. I have already told them not to unpack it. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. Smith wiped his hair to make himself look more energetic, and his attitude still seemed very relaxed, just fooling a young student. That's it? There's no need to do this? When faced with a powerful enemy, the Chinese are so easy to deceive. This is a simple life. The mayor can be fooled, let alone a student. He wasn't worried at all that Ji Chang's wouldn't fall into the trap. To say the least, even if Ji Chang's didn't fall into the trap, everything he bought would be refundable anyway. Nothing. Loss. And if he buys and buys so wantonly, he will naturally be noticed by interested people, and there might even be big fish coming to him. Several people were ready and went out. When they got downstairs, they saw the students waiting in front. When Ji Chang's heard the noise, he turned around and smiled at them. "Mr. Smith. Good morning." Looking at his smile, for some reason, Smith felt a slight chill on his neck. Inexplicably, I felt an uneasy feeling in my heart. But nothing was left out. Ji Chang's was just an ordinary college student. Why should he feel uneasy? Smith laughed at himself in his heart. Sure enough, it had been too long since I had done anything serious, and I was a bit worried about gains and losses. "Let's go, where are we going today?" Ji Chang's glanced at the bodyguards holding bags behind Smith, his eyes full of smiles. "Didn't you say yesterday that money is not an issue? Today we will go to the mall and buy some things." It is indeed a shopping mall. Smith's heart relaxed, and the smile on his face became warmer. "Okay, I like to go shopping the most. I buy things I like when I see them." "How is that?" "It's a happy thing." Ji Chang's also laughed. "Yes sir. I hope you can still feel as happy as you do now after leaving the mall." Ji Chang's looked like a rich young man at first glance, because he had a clear goal when he entered the mall. He skipped the less expensive brands and took Smith directly to the expensive store. Inside, Smith also behaved very generously. As long as Ji Chang said he thought it was suitable for him, he would definitely buy them one by one. It's as generous as money is not money. The clerks in those stores almost had smiles on their faces. They were even more careful when packaging, and they were affectionate towards Ji Chang's. When Smith saw them like that, he asked Ji Chang's, "Do you come here often? They seem to know you." "Yes, sir." "Mr. Ji Xiao? He just came yesterday, but where is our big customer?" After listening to Ji Chang's translation, a clerk said this very affectionately and handed the packed bag to Ji Chang's. "Mr. Ji Xiao, I will come again next time." Ji Chang's also smiled. "Don't worry, I will definitely come." He glanced at the table. "Remember to keep accounts." The clerk nodded. "How could I forget? I remember it all. Yesterday, this little classmate said that he would bring people to the store to take care of the business and let them take a commission, but they didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, it was such a big business. If they made money, they would definitely keep their promise and give them a commission. After all, this is a win-win situation." Smith didn't know the inside story. Looking at the interaction between the two, he just felt that they were really familiar. The smile on his face showed that he thought Ji Chang's was a big customer. Smith was thinking as he walked out, but as he walked, when he turned around, the expression on his face froze. Ji Chang's was walking behind, taking the bags from the bodyguard's hands and opening them one by one, finding the labels, tearing them off and throwing them away. "You." Hearing Smith's words, Ji Chang's raised his eyes and looked at him innocently. "What's wrong, Mr. Smith?" He looked down at the label in his hand again, and smiled a little shyly. "I'll help you tear off the label, you're welcome, so that you won't have to find trouble in the trash can when you go out." Although he said "you're welcome," you could tell from his expression that he was waiting for Smith to thank him. "Smith." He resisted the urge to vomit blood and forced a smile. "Thank you." "Forget it, if you can't retreat, you can't retreat. It's more important to make Ji Chang's believe that he has money. Anyway, today is just a blur, and the loss is nothing. It's okay, it's all as it should be. If you want to thank me, Just treat us to a meal. Ji Chang showed great enthusiasm. Have a meal? What a great opportunity to get closer. Smith immediately resurrected with full health. Okay. Then let's go to a hotel. Although the name is weird, it's delicious. A meal costs 10,000. Looking at you, smiling like this, I thought you thought it was expensive. Ha 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 ha, just a joke. I know Mr. Smith. He only cares about the quality, not how much it costs. You are not short of money. The author has something to say. I'm back. I've been running around a lot these past few days. I'm exhausted. Let's do less today. I should be fine tomorrow. I'm going to bed, good night. Lily is free and the fastest update. No anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 390. Ji Chang's is a man of his word. He said he wanted to trick Smith, so he really meant it? He wanted to trick Smith. After confirming that Smith was indeed unwilling to back down, and determined to follow him to an expensive hotel to eat, Ji Chang's directly pointed the way and led them to a restaurant. This hotel does not provide accommodation, but food is quite expensive. Ji Chang's got out of the car with a smile, looked up at the exterior of the hotel, and introduced to Smith, who got out of the car. The name of the hotel is a restaurant, and it has been open for a long time. This restaurant has always been a place for conversation. A place where interesting people like to come. Ah, that's it? Smith really didn't know there was such a hotel in the capital. After all, he just tries his best to check information every time to make himself look rich, but he is not very clear about places like this that only locals in China know about. Just go up directly, sir. You go up and order first. I saw an acquaintance and wanted to say hello. Ji Chang's kept counting the time, and sure enough, not long after they stopped at the door, a middle-aged man opened the door of the hotel and came out. Although there was no one else around him, including bodyguards and assistants, and he was not wearing anything. How luxurious, but it could be seen from his satisfied expression that he must have just come out of a restaurant. Smith also had eyes for it, and seeing Ji Chang's calm attitude, he just thought he was a friend of his father's business. After pretending to be a rich man for so long, he doesn't say he knows everything about the lives of rich people, but he definitely knows a little bit about them. For example, some children from rich families did not inherit their father's property. They prefer to do other jobs than their father, who is stirring up trouble in the business world. In his opinion, Ji Chang's should be this type of rich kid. But no matter what, which country does Aize come from? Both parents have the same characteristics. Regardless of whether they are the father of a tiger or the son of a dog, the money in the hands of the rich second generation is absolutely indispensable. He was not in a hurry to reveal his purpose. He smiled and nodded. Okay, you go ahead. I'll go up and order food first. Hey, okay, then you go up first. Ji Chang's got out of the car as he spoke. He got off the bus, but those students who had been silent until now were startled. Smith doesn't know Ji Chang's details. Don't they know it yet? Although the cowhide has been blown away, Ji Chang's is indeed from Shanxi City. Born or raised here, how do you know anyone from the capital city? But since he got off, they definitely wouldn't hold him back in the car. They could only look slightly stiff, watching the fair and elegant young man get out of the car and walk straight towards the middle-aged man at the door. Go. Just as he was looking over there and at Smith in fear, fearing that Ji Chang's hide would be exposed, he was surprised to find that the two of them actually started talking. And it looks very familiar. Smith didn't expect that the students sitting behind him would have so many dramas in their hearts. He glanced at the assistant beside him, who nodded vaguely and remembered the appearance of the middle-aged man. "Sir, then I'll go down and book a room first." He seemed to have passed by Ji Chang's and the middle-aged man accidentally, and said hello with a smile. Ji Chang's had his back turned to him, but after hearing his voice, he turned around and replied in English with a smile. "One sentence. You guys go back first, I want to talk to this uncle for a while." "Okay." The assistant didn't see anything on the surface. He nodded with a smile, walked into the meal, and started to book a room. "Is it reasonable for this hotel to charge such an expensive price?" After the assistant spoke, they almost immediately found a front desk person who could speak English and served him with very standard pronunciation. While the front desk was preparing the room, the assistant seemed to be unintentionally raising his chin to the outside and asked, "That gentleman outside. Do you come to your store often? He seems familiar to me. I don't know what happened last time. Did you see it when you came here?" The front desk glanced outside. "Ah, yes, Mr. Jin. He often comes to our hotel to eat." He smiled and said, "You think he looks familiar because he is often in the news? After all, he is in the entertainment industry. He is always in the newspaper every now and then, and the gossip also occasionally spreads gossip." After saying this, he didn't say much else. He just smiled and said, "The room has been selected for you. How many people are there in total?" The assistant kept these words in mind. "Ah, okay, we have a total of..." While waiting for Smith to come in, he took an opportunity to whisper, "He is a very famous person who is often in the newspapers. I will look for the newspapers to confirm his identity." Smith nodded. When he heard that it was often published in newspapers, he felt relieved. Who can be in newspapers in China often? Yes, they are all rich people. At least in their country, wealthy people with a little bit of money can't even get into newspapers if they want to, and they have to spend money to buy space. He felt confident, and when he returned to the room, he smiled again. "Ha ha 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 ha, students, don't be polite to me, come here, order food." This was just the first time he went out to eat, and the little sheep started to interact with the big sheep. Even if the food here is extremely expensive, he still has to eat this meal. Not only do you have to eat, but you also have to eat generously, eat happily, and do it well to show Ji Chang's his determination. Downstairs, Mr. Jin is still thinking hard, "Have I really seen you? Why can't I remember?" Ji Chang's chuckled, "Uncle Jin, you have many things to do every day. Either the director wants to drink with you, or the star wants to thank you. It's normal not to remember my small role." No, it's me who drinks every day, and drinking causes trouble. To be honest, this Mr. Jin? Really? He is not a very rich man. If there's anything special about it, it's probably luck. His luck is exceptionally good. He was originally the youngest son of the family and had no shortage of food and clothing, but he didn't care how rich he wanted to be. When China started to do business, he had already started wallowing because there was no pressure. Then, maybe it's because it's the easiest to make money in this era. He earns whatever he does, but this man is so courageous that he dares to invest it all when he wants to make more money next time. As a result, after investing in, he earns it back tenfold or 100-fold. After all this hard work, his assets have reached a terrifying level. Mr. Jin was very happy at first, but later he discovered that although he seemed to be lucky enough to always make money, he really didn't have the ability to manage a company, so he gave up and hired someone to help him. While taking care of the company, he entered the entertainment industry to invest. Not to mention that he is lucky, in this era, the entertainment industry is also very profitable. Of course, investors like them are the ones who make the most. The celebrities make less, anyway, less than those of later generations. Mr. Jin may just rely on luck, but investment in the entertainment industry is purely based on personal vision. He is willing to invest in any TV series he likes. It's hard to say how much he will invest. In short, every never failed in an investment. For this reason, many directors and stars flatter him. He also has a temperament that likes to make friends everywhere, and has a meal today and a meal tomorrow. His presence is always indispensable in the entertainment pages. Ji Chang's didn't bother to search too much. He just bought the nearest newspapers and tabloids and settled on Mr. Jin. Mr. Kim is so easy to get into the tabloids that gossip reporters use him as a gimmick when they can't catch the star's schedule. What kind of meal costs tens of thousands? What kind of support for a little star? What belongs to so-and-so? Bowl, who belongs to so-and-so? My benefactor. A mess? Put it together, Ji Chang's can know a lot of information. He pinpointed this person who liked to go around to attend banquets, be treated and entertained everywhere, bite each other to death and meet each other. In addition, the temperament on his body was well grasped. This Mr. Jin's temperament could not be remembered even if he could not remember it. It will also follow the circle. Ji Chang's casually mentioned Mr. Jin. He had attended a large banquet, and he suddenly realized, well, I seem to have an impression. What's your name? Ji Chang's. Ji Mr. Jin had an expression of I see on his face, but in fact, he didn't remember it at all. At that time, I just followed the elders and said hello to you in a hurry, and I didn't talk in detail. I thought you might not remember me. How could it be? Although I have a bad memory, I'm not bad enough to do so. Mr. Jin only really didn't have any suspicion. It's not that he is easy to deceive, it's just that he watched Ji Chang's get out of that luxury car, and he came to this extremely expensive hotel, and with his well-spoken words, he looked like the same person no matter what. A young man from a wealthy family. He has a good habit. Even if he has no business dealings with others, he always greets them with a smile and tries to make as many connections as possible. Who knows when he will be able to use them? Take Ji Chang's, for example. He is young and looks like a student. Some middle-aged people may think that he is too young and can just have a perfunctory chat. But Mr. Jin is different. He is very serious. Ask Ji Chang's, are you coming over for dinner? Yes, I'm from Shinchi. I've heard my father's friends mention this restaurant before, but I've never been here to eat there. This time I helped the school entertain foreign guests, so I brought them here. That's it? Mr. Jin nodded. I just said, why did you return it? There was a foreigner saying hello to you. Ji Chang's words are so fascinating that they clearly mean nothing. Said, but it just sounded like he has never been here because this is the capital and his home is in Shinchi. His father's friends have been here, which means that his father is also rich or noble, and he helps the school entertain foreign guests. It also clarified the identity of the students. Anyway, he sounds like an ordinary young man from a rich family. Mr. Jin? I've only met you once, so I feel embarrassed to come over and talk to you all of a sudden. Actually, I have something to ask for, so. Mr. Jin nodded, not surprised. There must be something to talk about, otherwise, how could such an older child be willing to take the initiative to interact with his elders? You tell me, I'll listen. That's it? Ji Chang's looked around, his fair face was slightly red, with embarrassment and shame written all over his face. I want to make a movie, but as you know, I am a student, I don't know anyone, the equipment there is no place to buy these things. I am not worried about investment. But you are doing this, and you also know that if Huguo wants to buy those professional equipment, it still needs some way. Mr. Jin nodded, that's right. Although I'm not a movie maker, I'm only responsible for giving money, but I know more or less. If you want good equipment and want the movie to go online, You need to find people. Ji Chang's nodded. Yes, I originally wanted to get a camera to shoot it myself, but halfway through I realized that if I wanted to show it, I would need a lot of procedures and find people. Among the people I know, you are the only one who understands this. The young student seemed to be afraid that Mr. Jin would not agree to the trouble, so he quickly added, I know that you are busy, and I also know that we have only met once. You can't even figure out my name, it's too much to ask for help. We can sign an agreement and make a movie, and I'll give you 30% of it. He looks like a young master who comes from a wealthy family, has no experience in the world, and has a lot of money. Mr. Jin himself is not very smart, and he knows this, so he usually doesn't get along with people whose status is higher than his own. Why do we get along with each other? He has nothing to do and asks others to support them. He feels that he can't bear this grievance. When he usually gets along with people who ask for help, he also knows clearly that they are doing their best to support him and please him. After all, they still want to get investment from him. There have been too many days like this, and suddenly someone appears who is even more stupid than him. As a young student, he said he was willing to give him 30% of the profit before he could help him. Mr. Jin didn't even know that he was looking at Ji Chang's with a bit more affection. Except for those evil people, most people in the world still like people who are sincere to others. Even if you think this kid speaks silly and seems to have never been out of society, so he takes it for granted, but he has no intention of harming others, and he also has the intention of repaying others. Mr. Jin can't help but feel that this is really a good idea. Child. If someone asks him to do something, he will take advantage of it even if they don't tell him. After all, he has no intention of doing it for free. But Ji Chang so stupidly brought the benefits right under his nose, but he felt that as an adult, why should he go to a child for benefits? As long as the children have this kind of heart, that's all. Anyway, it's just a matter of pulling a string. Children don't know how to connect people. From the looks of it, they probably want to do it secretly and don't plan to tell their family. Since he happened to meet him, he will help if he can. Okay. I'm an elder after all, and I haven't invested in you. How can I ask you for dividends? There's no problem in pulling the strings. I'm willing to help you pull them, but Nagasawa, you know I introduced people to you. What to do? No. The young man in front of him had clear eyes and a firm face. I know. We need to socialize. Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely socialize them well. Not bad, not bad. You are already very good at your age. Mr. Jin guessed that Ji Chang's was also influenced by his ears and eyes. Even children are generally not brought to the dinner table to socialize. They have watched him grow up since he was a child, so he is more or less capable. Ji Chang smiled shyly again. There's something else I want to trouble you with. This movie of mine is a small production, with only 2 main roles. One is the young heroine, and the other is the heroine's mother. The heroine's choice is me. I've already thought about it, but I really don't know where to find the heroine's mother, so I'd like to trouble you to help introduce her. I helped with all the matchmaking, it was just an introduction to a middle-aged actor, a simple matter. Mr. Jin agreed happily. Okay, then leave me a phone number and I will help you find someone in this field. If you have any questions, just ask them. Hey. Thank you, Uncle Jin. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you. Mr. Jin smiled and didn't take the child's words seriously. Seeing Ji Chang's face full of admiration and gratitude, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. He is a person who always feels that when he makes money, you should do more good deeds. After all, how can you be the only one to take advantage of all the good things? If you do well here, there might be something wrong there. It's perfect, but I still feel a little uneasy in my heart. There's always something wrong with it. You don't dare to enjoy your happiness easily. Looks like it's always right to do more good deeds. For example, when a friend was in trouble, he helped out and allocated some money every month to support poor children in mountainous areas. For an ordinary family, it may be life-saving money, but for him, it is just a meal. Ji Chang's also knows that Mr. Jin likes to do good deeds. Don't worry about why others do good deeds. At any rate, he actually does them. The repayment he was talking about was not an empty check. Ji Chang's locked onto Mr. Jin so quickly. In addition to the fact that he has occupied the first place in the romance page for many years, there is another reason. When he was reading the newspaper, the more he read, the more familiar it became, and finally he found a piece of news from the memory of the original owner. In the original owner's impression, when he was escaping with the money, he was hiding in Tibet and was exhausted, not because the police were vigorously arresting him, but because the city was full of police at that time. The original owner only found out later that a rich man had been kidnapped. The kidnappers locked him up and demanded money from his family, and asked not to call the police. That rich man is Mr. Jin. His family gave him money for the first time, but the kidnappers were greedy and asked for it again. The first time he asked for 30 million, his family ignored the company and urgently sold some things to raise the money. The second time I asked for 50 million, I gritted my teeth and scraped together the money. The third time he asked for 100 million, but this time his family had no choice. Mr. Jin's property has always been taken care of by himself, and he has found someone to take charge of the company. Although he also has the usual working capital at home, most of it has been converted into gold and stored in a bank that he only knows about. The company doesn't have much money on its books. They couldn't come up with the money, so they had no choice but to call the police to save people. This matter has been going on for more than 3 months, and everyone is ready for the kidnappers to find out that they have approached the police to quarrel with them. As a result, the police followed the clues and found him, but they only saw Mr. Jin's decomposed body. Those kidnappers were so vicious that they never wanted to let Mr. Jin survive from the beginning. Except for letting Mr. Jin speak a few words to his family on the phone at the beginning, they never let him live again. Sound appeared. Based on the degree of decomposition of the bodies, the police speculated that the kidnappers were brutally killed after Mr. Jin finished talking to his family. And the way to kill him was really cruel. Because the news was leaked, a tabloid reporter sneaked in and took photos. At that time, there was no idea of respecting the deceased for the sake of newspaper sales. Many newspapers reported the incident, including photos of Mr. Kim's body. It is explained in detail above that those people had no intention of keeping him alive from the beginning, but no one was willing to take action. They were all legally illiterate and thought that as long as they did not do it themselves, they would not be convicted of murder if they were caught. So they dumped the person in an unfinished building. The building was not well built and had to be climbed up. In addition, the place was remote. From a distance, it looked like a haunted house, and no one went there. They were sure of this and tied Mr. Jin to a pillar in an unfinished building. His mouth was gagged and he was tied very tightly. He was not given a morsel of food or a sip of water from the beginning. After getting the first money, they left together. A living person was just kidnapped by 5 flowers and left in a building that looked like a haunted house. I couldn't cry out, I couldn't move my body, I had nothing to eat or drink, I could only feel the passage of time and my life disappearing little by little. This incident caused a big fuss. In addition to Mr. Jin being a public figure himself, there were also reasons why this method of death was too cruel. At that time, many wealthy people began to hire bodyguards because of this incident, and bodyguard companies became very popular for a while. In order to arrest the kidnappers, the police searched the whole city, which also affected the original owner who was hiding, so this incident still had a small place in the original owner's memory. The original owner doesn't remember the time very clearly. If it hadn't been for Mr. Jin's death later, the company was no longer supported by him, and it was quickly eaten away. His wife entered the entertainment industry to make a living, and she was really talented. Although he was cast as a middle-aged character when he entered the movie, but he still won the Best Actress award with a literary film. Later, in order to attack her, her anti-fans dug up those old stories and made such a fuss that the original owner probably wouldn't even have the slightest impression. Anyway, I guess it's been the past few days. Ji Chang's approached the other party at this time, with the intention of giving him a hand. This man was really a good man, but it's a pity that good men don't live long, and his death in the original ending was too painful. And he took advantage of the other party. A handful, saving his life is considered repayment. Okay then, you go first. Go and eat. I'll call you when I find someone here. Mr. Jin still didn't know what he would encounter in the next few days, and he was still talking to Ji Chang's with a smile. He himself has a daughter, although she is not as old as Ji Chang's, but when she sees the other person's still immature face and his determination to say that he wants to make a movie, he can't help but want his own daughter. Because of his empathy, his attitude toward Ji Chang's also became a bit elder-like. Ji Chang's reminded, "Why are you alone? Don't you usually go out with a bodyguard?" The foreigner our school asked me to accompany had 7 or 8 bodyguards with him. I also thought that I would become famous in movies in the future. I also need to bring bodyguards. This is the capital, why should we bring bodyguards? Foreigners are causing trouble abroad, and they have guns. That's why we bring bodyguards. We don't do this in China. Mr. Jin obviously didn't take Ji Chang's reminder seriously. After he finished speaking with a smile, he waved his hand and strolled out. He didn't drive or take anyone with him, so he just planned to stroll back by himself, since it was close anyway. Ji Chang's also knows that today's rich people don't actually have that awareness. After all, they usually go in and out of safe places. Even if they don't take anyone with them, there are people wherever they go, and they subconsciously feel that it is safe. Coupled with the simple and honest Chinese people, no one would even think of kidnapping. Unless something big happens, these people who are not vigilant and have not adapted to their status as rich people will understand that they are the hotcakes in the eyes of others. He calculated the time in his mind and estimated that it would take several days to finish the movie. As long as Mr. Jin didn't come one day, he would know that he was kidnapped. The question now is, where is that unfinished building? He can't run over and tell Mr. Jin now, you will be kidnapped in a few days. Those people will trap you alive, but they will put you in an unfinished building, otherwise you tell me about any unfinished buildings nearby. In doing so, he will either be regarded as a psychopath or a psychopath. Ji Chang's, a veteran, would definitely not make such a stupid mistake. He kept this in mind and went upstairs while thinking about how to find a nearby unfinished building. Downstairs, Mr. Jin is walking leisurely on the street, not at all. He is a public figure, but it is not his fault. After all, he also suddenly became rich. Although he is sought after by a lot of people, he still feels that he is an ordinary person who can fill his stomach with a bowl of noodles when he is hungry. When he walked to the street, he saw an old lady kneeling on the ground begging. He sighed and put 20 yuan in her bowl. The old lady was so excited that she kept kowtowing, and he quickly dodged away. After returning home, his daughter was watching TV. When she saw her father coming back, she shouted, and then she dived into the TV. His wife heard the noise and came down from upstairs. You have to eat so late again. How do you eat every day? Can you eat less? When people invite me to dinner, I have to give them face, otherwise others will think that I don't appreciate it. Mr. Jin smiled. Seeing his wife's unhappy face, he went up to coax her. Did you see some gossip news again? I told you that those small newspapers were all written by nonsense. I went out occasionally. Some people come to see me with celebrities, but I only have you in my heart, and I don't even look at them when they come. In fact, his wife just complained and was coaxed. The expression on her face became better, and she helped him take pictures of his clothes while chattering. You'd better not mess around with those messy things outside. Let me tell you, even though you are rich now, I still rely on you to make a living. But if you have someone outside, I will definitely follow you. Are you divorced? Mr. Jin also knows his wife's inner uneasiness. After all, the two of them could be said to be well matched in the beginning. He worked outside to make a living, and she took care of the housework at home, so they both contributed equally. But now that his business has grown, she has become a full-time housewife because she has to take care of 2 children and the family is not short of money. It is normal for her to feel a little uneasy. Look at what you said, I'm not stupid. I know very well in my heart that those women are here for money. Only you are our childhood sweethearts. When I first started business, I came home every day. Go to sleep, you are the one who takes care of your daughter, her daughter's schooling, and buying a house, so that I can work hard outside with peace of mind. We are living a good life, we have children, and you have worked hard with me all the way. I am now a good person and only those who want me will look after me. If I am in trouble one day, you will definitely treat me the same as before. Those people definitely won't, so don't think too much, I'm out here because I'm crazy. Toss those in the face. After talking for a while, Mr. Jin coaxed his wife to become happy again, and the old couple got together and talked for a while. He said, I met a kid today. He's young. He's only in his early 20s. He's about that age. I guess he belongs to a certain family. He's planning to make a movie. I think he has a lot of money. Although he's a stupid kid. He's a bit wary of others, but he doesn't seem to be wary of others at all, but looking at his demeanor, I feel that he will definitely be able to do it in the future. Ms. Jin was also very interested when she heard him talk about the outside world. How old are you exactly? If she is not far different from our daughter? Then you can call her home to get along with her and let me see her personality. Look, you're here again. I asked you not to follow those ladies and so on. How old is our daughter? This is not the ancient times. You are so anxious to find her a husband so quickly. You don't care about dolls now. Dear, don't bother with these. Is there any? I didn't say let them have sex now, I just said we should get to know each other first. When my daughter grows up, there will be so many outstanding boys around her. If she wants to choose, she can choose a good one. Ms. Jin was full of enjoyment. I would rather she fall in love under our noses than be coaxed by some man outside. Who knows whether it is a human or a ghost? Come on, can my daughter be coaxed? When she grows up, let her join the company. Then she will become the female president. Which man can't you want? Let me tell you, although some people think that only a son can inheriting the company, but we can't think like that, we are all our own flesh and blood, why should we treat her as an outsider? Ms. Jin suddenly became happy. Do you really think so? Then I won't worry about it. Affirmative. Ah, didn't you say you wanted to find a job before? Or find one. Don't always follow those ladies who are full of old ideas. I don't know what they think. My daughter don't take it seriously, is it your biological child? As Mr. Jin was talking, he suddenly thought of a good idea. He must not be worried about asking his wife to go to work and being bullied. But his wife is not very educated and probably doesn't know many things when she gets there. He is afraid that she will have low self-esteem and that it will be difficult for her to learn. I want to try my best to find her a place that does not require a high level of education. Being an actor is good. Although I can't play a heroine at such an old age, I can play a heroine and her mother. And his wife. She knew that she had wanted to act when she was a child, but her family just didn't have the ability to send her into it. But cramming it in? Which crew is also a problem. She has been in the entertainment industry for a long time, and she is like a human spirit. She hides her identity because she is afraid that she will be bullied. If she does not hide her identity, she will expose her backstage directly, and she is afraid that some people will try to trick her into doing something. Mr. Jin had this idea, but he had to give up because of the above concerns. But now, he turned to look at his wife. Do you want to act? How about sending you to be an actor? Mrs. Jin was stunned, a little embarrassed at first, and then nodded. Didn't you say before that it's not easy for me to join the crew because of my status? I definitely want to act, so I'll give it a try, but if it's troublesome, forget it, it's fine at home. Although she is not in business, she also knows that the most important thing in this kind of thing is the debt of gratitude. I owe something like a favor, and when it comes time to pay it back, I don't know what to use to repay it. So although she likes those things, she doesn't want to let her husband worry about them. It's okay. Do you still remember the kid I just told you about? He has money and is a student. He doesn't have those twists and turns. Aren't I doing him a favor now? He owes me too. As a favor, I will send you there, and he will definitely take good care of you. Besides, he is a newcomer. He will definitely not make the crew a mess like some crew members. Plus, he is a junior, so you will feel more comfortable in front of him. Mr. Jin? The more I talked about it, the more I felt that this was really appropriate. He had always been pretending to be his wife's problem in his heart, but because he was worried about this and that, he was never able to do it. Even if it was for his wife's good, he would inevitably feel sorry for her in his heart. But now, Ji Chang's fell from the sky. This is the most suitable candidate. Young, righteous, rich, passionate, and repaying kindness, there is also a human relationship with him. The most important thing is that he is a child. Mrs. Jin is a bit reluctant to let go when facing her peers, and is worried that she will embarrass her husband. But of course the situation is different when facing younger generations. Yes. Yes. He also told me that he was looking for a middle-aged actress. Just wait a minute. I'll make a call. Mr. Jin went happily. He remembered that Ji Chang said that that role was quite important. Isn't this the same as handing over a pillow when you feel sleepy? He feels sorry for his wife, but she can play an important role. Of course it's better than playing a passerby. And the most important thing is that Ji Chang's look silly and should be easy to coax. Facing such a child who is immature and a bit silly, his wife must not have stage fright and feel inferior. In the hotel, the silly Ji Changs listened to the voice on the phone and agreed, no problem, Uncle Jin. Auntie can just come directly when the time comes. You have helped me so much, and this is what it should be. Mr. Jin put down the phone and blinked at his wife who was waiting a little nervously. It's done, I said it. This kid is young and easy to coax. He agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, he smiled at the waiter, thank you. The smile was on my face and I couldn't let it go. He just set up a platform, but he didn't expect to reap the rewards so quickly. This Uncle Jin is so easy to coax. The author has something to say, slow down. Let's settle the score. This chapter is the basic update for number 7. There is still one chapter left to update the nutrient solution over 30,000 UN. Bring it on. I can fight again. I am moving again. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 391. Chapter 332. Ji Chang's went back after making the call. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Smith looking towards him. He smiled, pretended not to notice, and sat back in his seat as if nothing had happened. Ji Chang's didn't speak, but Smith wanted to know who called him just now. The foreign man asked casually, "Nagasawa-san? Is it your family looking for you?" "No." Ji Chang's didn't show anything on his face. He took a bite of the food and wrote lightly, "It's the uncle I just met. This uncle is very prestigious in the entertainment industry and knows many people. I plan to make a small movie, but I'm not familiar with things in the entertainment industry, so I asked him to introduce me to some powerful people in this field." "Awesome person?" Smith's eyes lit up slightly. "Awesome, isn't that the same as having money? Is it really easy for rich people to make money in the entertainment industry?" He was already excited, but Ji Chang's was still alive. He was afraid that he would not understand how powerful those people were, so he smiled and said, "Uncle Jin is said to have many connections. I plan to treat him to a meal in the next few days. Then let him introduce me at the dinner table. Maybe we can attract a few investors to invest by then. Uncle Jin's reputation is so great, there should be quite a few people coming." The students all thought he was just bragging and didn't take it to heart. They just nodded and smiled. Anyway, Nagasawa told them that if they feel they don't understand or understand something, there's absolutely nothing wrong with nodding and smiling. Smith accurately extracted the keywords. There are many investors and they have wide connections. Every time you do a scam, the most troublesome part is to get to know the local wealthy people. Either you have to pay an agent to introduce you, or they spend a lot of money to attract other people's attention. Of these two methods, the first one is often used, but it also has risks. That is, if the briber is bribed, the person will be ruined if the rules are not strict. Although the second type is safe, it also has the risk of not attracting people. For example, the rich people here in China are not interested in this kind of people because they have a deep foundation. Those who have made a fortune halfway are just nouveau riche themselves, and most of them have no ideas. Take the initiative to make friends. So their team's plan for China is to defraud the government of its money. The Chinese government is vigorously supporting economic development, as long as they defraud the government. Trust shows that if you want to develop in China, you can get a lot of economic support. It's just that the government is not that easy to deceive. They deliberately spent money on various things in the mountain city, but they were only treated with courtesy. But it would be different if they could meet many famous people. People are always like this. When you open your mouth to say something, they may not believe it. But if others tell you what you are doing or what you are doing, most of them will believe it. Smith and his assistant looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. A look of interest appeared on their faces. "What movie? Aren't you a student at school?" "Yes, it's just because I'm a student at school, so it's just a small movie." What Ji Chang said is true. I have always had this idea, and I have the money ready, but because I don't know anyone in the film industry, I don't dare to mess with it casually. It's fine now. I didn't expect to meet Uncle Jin by such a coincidence. He is a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. With him agreeing to help, everything will go smoothly. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and quickly said to Smith, "I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. I'm probably going to be busy entertaining guests and meeting people these days. I can't come back to translate for you. But my classmates' grades are better than mine, and I believe they would be the same without me. This? It's nothing." Smith took a sip of wine. "About the movie you mentioned, I am also somewhat interested in the film industry. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to take me with you." When the young student heard this, he immediately showed a troubled look on his face. What I told Uncle Jin is that I am the only one, Mr. Smith. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't want to take you, but Uncle Jin and I have only met at the banquet before. On the one hand, when I asked him for help, I only said it was me, but now he has promised me to add another person. As Ji Chang spoke, the embarrassment on his face became more serious. He also knows that I came to take you out this time in accordance with the school's requirements. After all, I am going to talk about things. If I take you with me, I'm afraid Uncle Jin will think too much and think that I brought irrelevant people to the meeting. Smith didn't expect Ji Chang's to agree immediately. Originally, he had nothing to do with this matter, but suddenly joining him, it doesn't make sense. But it would be a pity to give up such a good opportunity to make connections. God was finally helping them, but he didn't want to just watch the opportunity slip by. The assistant next to him saw that the smile on Smith's face was a little stiff, and suddenly interrupted. "Sir, you have been interested in investing in the film industry before at Sheldon. Since you are so close to classmate Ji Chang's, why not discuss becoming an investor? By then, we have become our own people. Isn't it normal to go out for a meal or something together?" Smith received the suggestion and immediately nodded. "Ji, what do you think? Movies require investment. If I invest, you will have more budget." Things developed according to Ji Chang's ideas, but he didn't agree at all. After all, his current persona is that of a young master who is not short of money. How could he be so eager to agree to investment as soon as he is mentioned? So Ji Chang's just smiled. Although he said nothing, there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Smith understood instantly and smiled awkwardly. "Yes, you just said that the money is ready, so there should be no shortage of money. Since it can't be done straightforwardly, it can only be acted out." He sighed, with a look of sadness on his face, as if he was very sorry. "Don't be surprised. Although we haven't been together for a long time, I have always liked making friends. If I chat well with you, I will treat you as a friend. That's why I suddenly said I wanted to invest. Please don't mind. Mr. Smith. Seeing his expression, the young student showed some uneasiness and guilt on his face. He opened his mouth and said at a loss, "That's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand me. It does not matter." Smith forced a smile and said, "You don't have to feel bad. I just said it as I thought about it. It's not necessary to invest. It's just that I'm very interested in the film industry, so I said it without thinking too much. If you don't need investors, don't worry about my feelings." "No." As expected, Ji Chang's was attracted by his dejected expression. "I don't want to refuse your investment, but the dividends for this movie have already been distributed. If you invest now, I can't spare any dividends, so I can't let you work for nothing, right?" Smith secretly laughed at the naivete of the young students in front of him. Does he really think that his small movie can make a lot of money? Not to mention that the entertainment industry environment in China is average. Even in the entertainment industry. In a country where the film industry is the most popular, there are also many great directors who make mistakes and spend a lot of money to make garbage. Ji Chang's is a newcomer who is setting foot in the film industry for the first time, and he is still a student. What can he produce? It is estimated that the dividends he mentioned, other investors and the like, all looked at it because of his father's face, so he was willing to give some money as a way to play with the children. How is that possible? Can anyone really expect him to be so old and young to make movies and earn dividends? He was smiling in his heart, but his face was sincere. "I just think we are compatible and interested in movies, so I just want to help you. As for the dividends, I don't plan to ask for them." "How can this be done?" Ji Chang's was immediately shocked and looked at the Westerner sitting opposite him with a confused expression. "Then isn't this just asking you to give me money in vain?" "No, how can I do this? It would be a big loss for you." Smith thought about it. He signed a dividend agreement with the money. In the end, the movie was sold out. If he couldn't make ends meet, he got a small change. It was the same result as giving money directly without dividends. Isn't that the same result? If you choose the second option, you can also gain a wave of gratitude and favorability from Ji Chang's. He had a what the hell look on his face. People of our status don't care whether we lose or not. If you feel bad about it, just take me with you when you go out to meet people and let me listen and learn from you. Just think of it as paying tuition, right? As expected, Ji Chang's was moved by his words. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed, okay, I accept your friendship and we will be friends from now on. Smith didn't think he agreed too quickly or anything. It's easy to understand. It's like a person has hundreds of millions of yuan in his hand, and another person invites him to dinner, and treats him to a meal of spicy hot pot that costs 10 yuan, and then says that this is the money I treated you, and you don't have to pay me back. He probably won't chase me to pay back the money. After all, in his eyes, these $10 are nothing. He will appreciate it, but he will not take these $10 in his heart. Smith only planned to use this as an excuse to knock on a few door openings, and did not plan to give too much money. But firstly, he knew the details of Ji Chang's, and he was afraid that if he gave him less, he would feel strange. Secondly, at the dinner party, Ji Chang's would probably introduce him as an investor. How much did he invest? How much? Too much money. Can make others look at you differently. Smith thought about it. Undecided, he simply looked at Ji Chang's and asked, how much money did your other investors invest? Where does Ji Chang's have any other investors? But what he made up was just like the truth, and he said without changing his face, some gave tens of thousands, some gave hundreds of thousands, and some gave hundreds of thousands, they are all different. Smith almost couldn't control the expression on his face. He can understand tens of thousands, he can barely accept hundreds of thousands, hundreds of thousands. It's just a matter of paying money to listen to music. Who is so powerful and spends hundreds of thousands to play with children? Ji Chang still said there, actually, the money is basically not bad anymore. I am still in school now, and it is impossible for me to travel here and there to shoot. The main thing is to buy those equipments. Otherwise, Mr. Smith, you can do this, don't give me money, just buy the equipment. If you buy these things, you also need to deal with people in the film industry. This will also make it easier for you to learn. No money is given to buy equipment. Smith breathed a sigh of relief. This sounds much easier for him than hundreds of thousands. He nodded, okay, then I will buy the equipment. When will we go out to meet? Uncle Jin means that he can introduce a few people tomorrow. Then we can simply eat in this hotel. Talking about things in this hotel will make it easier for people to believe that I really have something in my hand, money. Saying that, Ji Chang seemed to have thought of something and stood up to go out. I will pay the money first and then book the hotel. Although the person introduced by Uncle Jin must be someone who is not the kind of person who waits for food, but still I have to show that I am not short of money so that people can trust me and have a good chat with me. Yes. There is nothing more trustworthy than a treat in this expensive hotel. Smith would not let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately stood up and stood in front of Ji Chang's. I'll do it. No, it's my treat, how can I have the nerve to ask you to pay? Ji Chang's flatly refused, with a righteous expression on his face. I know you think I'm young, so you don't have to worry about it. I can still afford it. Smith, I don't think you can't pay. It's just that I suddenly joined in, and I'm afraid of making Mr. Jin unhappy, so you just let me pay the money, and we'll talk about it later. This meal is my treat, and I am your investor, so others can look up to me. What he said is reasonable, young man. The expression on his face gradually became hesitant. What you said makes sense, but I can't always let you treat. It's nothing, this. Why do you care about money with me? Smith's heart ached to the point of bleeding, but he still had a gentle smile on his face, an expression that said, We are all rich, so don't push back and forth for such a small amount of money. As soon as these words came out, Ji Chang's really relaxed. Okay then, let's leave all the business of treating guests to Mr. Smith. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Smith endured the heartache and maintained the smile on his face. After returning to the room, the assistant who had been holding back and said nothing finally spoke. Are you crazy? Do you know how expensive it is to eat here? We have already spent all the money we planned to spend in China this time. If we continue to be so extravagant, we will have to use our own money. I know, but it's difficult to make connections in China without relying on introductions. Now that you finally have an opportunity, of course you must seize it. Smith was also in pain, but he was more rational. He rubbed his brows, opened the safe and looked at the money inside. Although eating in this hotel is very expensive, I only need a few meals to introduce people. It's just food, tens of thousands of yuan, we can still afford it. What about buying movie equipment? I mean, I want you to invest a few tens of thousands. It's a good thing you didn't even ask how much the equipment costs. You just agreed to the money. What if it's very expensive? Manage. Is it really necessary to use our savings? Do you know how much money we lost today? Just the things that the Huaguo student took apart were worth hundreds of thousands. Smith was given a headache by what he said. I know, can I not know? But the money has been spent, and I can only try to make it back 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. As for buying film equipment, isn't it just to make a small movie? How much can it cost? How many more cameras can he buy at most? It's just computers. Can't we afford this money? Damn it! Compared with the connections Ji Chang's has made, that money is nothing. His companion, who was called an assistant but was actually an accomplice, argued with him for half the night, but was finally persuaded by Smith. After all, as Smith said, it is difficult for them to hook up with rich people in China. Now they finally have such an opportunity. Even if they know it is not easy, they still want to give it a try. Forget it. Okay, even if you are right, how much do you estimate it will cost for those photographic equipment? I need to prepare in advance. After all, Smith's current status is that of a rich man. How can a rich man want to buy something but can't afford a card with enough money? Smith actually doesn't know much about the film industry. He used to pretend to be a big business boss, so he really hasn't paid much attention to this aspect. But think about it, it shouldn't be much money. It's probably only 50 or 60,000 to buy it all. Looking at the Huaguo student, he doesn't look like he's going to make a big movie. A small budget movie doesn't cost much. The next day, Smith sat next to Ji Chang's and listened to what the middle-aged man opposite said in imperfect English. The hand holding the wine glass almost dropped the glass. Do these alone cost hundreds of thousands? The middle-aged director smiled and nodded. Of course, I'd better talk to the younger ones. Because he was being treated in this expensive hotel, he was very considerate to Smith. When the other party asked, he just said a few words along the way. Making a movie doesn't just mean you can shoot it with a camera. There are a lot of equipment that need to be prepared, including transportation equipment, track equipment, lighting equipment, surveillance equipment, and post-production always requires computers, but production you can't just let one person make it, then you'll need several computers, and you'll have to buy good ones. If there is a flying scene, the coercion ones will definitely be necessary. This thing is not cheap. These are just basic equipment. I haven't included the most expensive labor cost. Smith. Hundreds of thousands, this is still basic. It's better to invest money directly. It sounds like shooting this. How come the whole movie is like a bottomless pit? Facts have proved that once the movie is filmed, it is really a bottomless pit. Even if the current prices are not as expensive as in later generations, the money-burning trade has already been shown. Ji Chang's listened calmly, obviously not thinking that 100,000 yuan was nothing. Of course he didn't think so, it was not him who provided the money. The young man just poured a glass of wine for the middle-aged director with great discernment. "Uncle Lu, I am a newbie, and I only want to do this with my passion. Regarding the things about making movies, I still want to do this. I need your help." "It's okay, I'll just tell you." The middle-aged director's support for Ji Chang's was very helpful, and he immediately started speaking in a very flattering manner. "It's not just the equipment that costs money when making a movie, but also labor. I won't talk about actors and stars. I'm just talking about extras. You only need to shoot a few people's scenes. That's fine. If you're shooting a big scene, for a scene, hire hundreds of extras. If the filming is not completed in one day, the cost will be upwards of 10,000. If you want to get a good shot, maybe you have to shoot it a dozen or 20 times, a dozen or 20 days, maybe by then I'll have no money before I finish shooting." Ji Chang's immediately answered, "This? Uncle Lu, don't worry, I should have enough money in hand." The middle-aged director didn't think he was bragging. When Mr. Jin brought him in, he didn't elaborate on Ji Chang's identity. He just said that he was a junior who wanted to make a movie. He didn't know anything because he was young, so he asked. He came to know himself. Although Mr. Jin didn't make it too clear, these days, a student who is still in college can make a movie, and Mr. Jin can also be used as a middleman, which makes it clear that one is either rich or noble. When he saw Ji Chang's himself, he was even more sure of this. So he is definitely not worried about money. Even if he really spent a lot of money and ended up making a bad movie, and he was a rich second generation, the money was just a drop in the bucket, and people didn't care anymore, so why should he try to persuade him? "I will tell you roughly where you spend money on making a movie, and who you need to find. I also have business cards for these. In this industry, as long as you have the money, the movie shooting will definitely be no problem. Eaters are short-tongued and take advantage of others softly." The middle-aged director had no intention of eating for nothing after a meal that cost tens of thousands. He explained all the details clearly to Ji Chang's and finally gave him a bunch of business cards. When they finally left, the guests and hosts had a great time, and even said that when Ji Chang's movie is released, he will definitely go to support it. Of course, everyone knows that this is a special event and they are all very busy. How could they really go to the cinema to watch a movie to support it? Ji Chang's was clear in his heart, but his face was smiling with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'll give you the tickets when the time comes." "Okay, get in the car, don't even send me away." The middle-aged director left. When Mr. Jin turned around, Ji Chang's was still smiling. Is this silly kid really taking it seriously? He wanted to open his mouth and say it, but he thought Ji Chang's should take it seriously. Anyway, if he asked him then, they would definitely not tell the truth. "Nagays, I've done this for you once and for all. It's very clear and thorough." He alone knows a lot. Smith, who was still immersed in the idea of buying equipment for hundreds of thousands of dollars, may not be enough, heard this and felt a little better in his heart. He just looked at her and felt heartache. He didn't even have time to establish a relationship with the director. He just watched him and Ji Chang's analyze the current environment in the entertainment industry. After all, he is a well-known director, and he must have a lot of money. What a pity, what a pity. Although it is said that the cleverness is mistaken, the equipment seems to be more expensive. And after spending money, I still haven't been able to make connections. But at least, such an expensive meal can be ended after only one invitation. As for connections, he finally saw clearly that although the people Mr. Jin invited had money, they were all waiting for others to invest in them, rather than them investing in others. Fortunately, I only hired one person and almost everything was done. I think I can save a little money. However, Ji Chang seemed to be specifically opposing him. With a smile on his face and excitement of "I want to start a career," he said to Mr. Jin without any embarrassment. "Do I need to treat people to a meal before buying equipment? Why don't you help me find some people who sell equipment in the next few days? It would be better to invite the leaders of the movie release department to have a few meals and communicate. Exchange feelings. There is no problem in finding someone, but Mr. Jin has a doubt. Didn't you say before that you would be back in Shanxi in 1 more week? Do you have enough time? It doesn't matter. It's just a treat anyway, and we don't really want to eat or anything. If we don't have enough time, we can only eat 4 or 5 meals a day, not much food, and just talk about things." Ji Chang's would not let go of such a good opportunity to connect with people. The most important thing is that all the money needed to win over people is provided by the liar. He doesn't have to spend a dime, so of course he can take advantage of it. "Mr. Liar?" Smith. 10,000 yuan per meal, 5 meals a day, then 50,000 yuan a day? Just go out. If you really ask for a week, it will be 5735, 350,000. Even though he had a lot of savings, he used to spend whatever he earned. 350,000 was enough to give him heartache for more than half a month. He smiled stiffly, trying to stop Ji Chang's from the precipice. "If you are buying something, do you still need to treat me?" "No. It's a business relationship, just give money, right?" Ji Chang's glanced at him with a "you don't understand" look on his face. "Mr. Smith, you are a foreigner and you don't know that China is a human society. You have to drink and communicate with each other before doing anything. Even if it is a business relationship, there is not yet a mature market for the equipment needed for Chinese movies. If you want to buy a good product and have it arrive immediately, you need to have a good talk with them." Mr. Jin didn't quite understand what Ji Chang's was mumbling to Smith. After asking, he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Nagasawa is right. Oh, it's like the waves in the Yangtze River push back the waves in front. You are so young and have the face of a child, but you are already very good at handling things." He smiled and joked, "If my daughter wasn't still young, I would have wanted you to be my son-in-law." "Ha ha 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 ha, Uncle Jin, don't laugh at me. I have a girlfriend. Wait. Next time, I will bring her to see you. I have a girlfriend. Can't you blame me for still being in college? I just want to start a career." Mr. Jin expressed his understanding. After all, he suddenly became motivated before because of falling in love and getting married. Men, most of them want to fight hard to be worshipped by the woman they love. "Okay, then I will try my best to arrange things as full as possible for you. Let you meet more people these days. Remember to make arrangements when booking a room at the hotel." "No problem." Ji Chang smiled and patted Smith on the shoulder. "We will definitely make arrangements, so just rest assured." Smith asked, not understanding what he was talking about. Ji Chang's told him in English, "I am telling Uncle Jin that you have paid for the treat. You have paid for the treat these days. Let him not worry about my lack of money." Smith. He felt like he was going to have a heart attack. But unfortunately, in front of the only rich man he knew in the capital, he couldn't just go back and say that he was not happy to treat him and could not afford to treat him. Even if he is willing to give up Mr. Jin, who he finally got on the line with, he is reluctant to give up Ji Chang's, a big fat sheep standing behind him. The most important thing is that he also wants to rely on these students to obtain government support funds, so he cannot destroy his character. Ji Chang's could feel that the shoulders of his men were shaking slightly. Obviously knowing this, he deliberately raised a smile and asked Smith, "What's wrong with you? Why do you feel unhappy? What happened today? Didn't things go smoothly?" Smith, "No." He tried his best to smile. "I just can't understand what you are saying, so I was thinking about whether I should learn the Chinese language." What are you still studying? Anyway, if we have money to hire a translator, we can just hire a translator. After Ji Chang's finished speaking casually, he suddenly added, if you really want to learn, I know a teacher who specializes in teaching languages. He knows 8 languages, has rich teaching experience, and he is also a teacher himself. Rich second generation? How about introducing me to you? Rich second generation? Smith, who was full of annoyance just now, suddenly lit up, okay. Ji Chang's, of course, he doesn't rely on this for food. The fees are very expensive, about 1 hour per class, and the hourly fee is about 30,000, but it doesn't matter, you are not short of money anyway. Smith. He quickly changed his words, okay, you're right. Anyway, you can pay for a translator, so I won't bother. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Then let's go make arrangements for the hotel first and make arrangements for tomorrow. Smith. With tears almost streaming from his heart, he took out his card and booked 3 meals for tomorrow. 10,000 for a meal and 30,000 for a day. However, he still had to hold on to a smile and act like money was nothing to him. As his body ached, the young student walking in front seemed to feel something and turned back to look at him. Mr. Smith, is this too much money? How about I pay for it myself? You look at me and forget that you started from scratch. You must not have as much money as I do. No, at this point? Money doesn't matter, I'll take care of it. Smith immediately cheered up and showed an expression that said, I don't even care about a mere $30,000. The students waiting for them were dumbfounded. They also remembered Ji Chang's previous instructions. No matter how curious they were in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. They just waited until they returned to where they lived before asking. Nagays, what's going on, are they? Aren't they liars? Why are they willing to spend so much money? Ji Chang's enjoyed eating and talking today. Finally, he admired Smith's constipated expression. He's in a good mood, and he doesn't mind teaching these silly spores. Simple. People are reluctant to part with what they have already paid. It would have been fine if he had not asked me to treat me or buy equipment for me before. But now that he has invited me for lessons and agreed to buy equipment, he has already paid a lot. If I interrupt now and leave the impression in my mind that he actually doesn't have much money, to him, it's the same as losing trust in me. Then won't all his previous expenses and sacrifices be in vain? So apart from coaxing the other party at first, Ji Chang's didn't bother to deceive him much after that. Smith has already given half of his efforts. He can either go on and continue with the hope of getting the fruits of victory, or he can stop and the hope of the fruits of victory is gone, and all the previous efforts have been in vain. Ji Chang's leaned back in his chair, that's how people are. This is why some scammers can not only deceive the first time, but also deceive the same person the second time. Let me give you an example. It's like my younger brothers. When they paid for the first time, even though there was no movement from my side, I told them from the beginning. If the money is not refunded, they can't get the original money back, so they can only choose to believe me and give me more money. Because they have already paid the money and they don't want to lose it, they subconsciously try to protect their emotions by hypnotizing themselves that they are not liars and they will definitely get the money back and then make a second payment. Students 1 to 7 who were listening to Teacher Ji's class obediently. Ruan Hung, why are you using yourself as an example, aren't you lying? Who deceived people? I'm not one of those foreign scammers who took the money and ran away. I just held the money for the time being and waited for the opportunity to make money. Ruan Hung, who has always been well informed, muttered, you have been preparing for that opportunity for more than half a year. You don't want me to wait? Are you here yet? The 7 people were confused when they heard Ji Chang's words, where are you waiting? Are you here? Making a movie? No, Smith, Isn't he my timing? The young man spread his hands and said confidently, I didn't have enough money before. Even if I wanted to make a movie, I had no money and no connections. It's not easy to come across a group of scammers. They give me money and connections to support me. What else is the timing? He said with excitement. After I came, I realized something was wrong, but it made me very happy. Every day, I spent all my time searching for information and the details of those people. As a result, you guys, look, what kind of luck am I? If you are short of money, someone will give you money. Or just a few. What a fool. 7 people. No wonder Ji Changs has been reading books on economics since he came here. No wonder he doesn't care at all about being a translator or a tour guide, and he has an expression like you are all mortals and I am the best in the world. After finally finding out that Smith was a liar, this guy wasn't even angry at all. I dare you to think of these people as pie falling from the sky. The pie was automatically delivered to his mouth, and of course he was calm and not angry anymore. The author has something to say, chirp. Bahi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.